Live, so you might be hearing this right now or in the future. Great to have you, and yes, you found the secret live stream. I know it's not very secret, it's on the main channel, but great to have you here. We'll see. I'm going to wait for some people to arrive before I describe this, so as always, feel free to skip ahead using arrows or fast forward. I love those functions myself. But as we have some people join, we'll start to talk about what is possible. In the meantime, I'm going to start getting things set up so we can hop right into Horizon and try this out. And let's go. First thing I need to do, update the computer. Headset's already on. And grab controllers. In. Close. Oh, right, that is part of Horizon. That's so strange. I wasn't expecting to see Google Alert there. Okay, should tell me to update. There we go. I've heard there's been a lot of bugs recently. I'm personally a little nervous for this week, and I'm working on a project, and I'm planning to publish unlisted to just see if it functions correctly. And I've been working on it for over a month, so wish me luck. But it should go well. Also, welcome. I see a couple people have jumped in, so thanks for joining. I'll be talking very soon about what we're going to be doing today and showing you how to do that. I'm just getting a couple things set up, so thanks for hopping in and tuning in. If you know what wave function collapse is, feel free to comment below if you're brand new to it. I can't wait to tell you all about it. It's something I've been looking into for a couple months now, and so I'm really excited to try and apply it in Horizon Worlds. I'm pretty confident it is possible, but it definitely requires us to think about scripting a little differently, so looking forward to this. Alright, we got this set up over here. Time to connect to the desktop. Yeah, link cable is so fun. For reference, don't actually do this when I'm not live streaming. I know a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, desktop, it's amazing. It can be, honestly. Sometimes you get higher frame rate, you can get some higher pixel quality. Definitely is some benefits, not to mention the recording on the computer is just next level because you don't have the degradation you get on headset when you record, because the headset's compressing the video file, whereas on desktop you can record it nearly in RAW. And if you don't know what that means, it's a little too technical, but that's okay. So anyway, I'm opening up Horizon Worlds. I'll go ahead and start showing that over to the live stream, and we should be getting in high quality audio. So we'll test that as well. Desktop capture, no, we wanted to do, yeah, that actually should be it. Looks like it's coming in nicely. And, ooh, I see something very nice. Looks good. We'll see if that's working in a second. Horizon Worlds is loading up. And thank you all so much for joining. I'm very excited to definitely can. You're awesome. Thanks for voting. I should also get the chat loaded into here. So just loading up, and did that work? Oh, it didn't. So there's that little thing in the top right you can see, and I don't know why that happens. So I've been scaling up the video just slightly so it's not there. There we go. Okay, and then next step, create new world. Create, what in the world was that? Did I see something new? Medieval world? I don't know that I've seen that before. Huh, it says Horizon Original. Very curious. So we're gonna call this world wave function collapse. Sounds so fancy. Okay, so with that set up, I'm gonna get the chat loaded in here as well so we can see what you're saying as we're going. And I'd also like to share my screen and show you a little bit about what this is. Okay. Oh wow, there's already 5 people here. Well, thanks for joining, you guys. So excited. I think it's a good time to go ahead and get started and kind of explain what we're doing. I can set this off to the side for a minute. And over here, I'm just loading up the chat to get that into the headset. Let's see. Go live, and then live stream chat, and that work. And pop out chat. Boom, there we go. Sweet. Okay, so we got that set up. Stretch that out nicely. And, ooh, maybe. Good. I love it. I love it. What are we going over? Great question. So, there's so many ways to describe this, but the easiest way I think and the most beneficial is if you're a map creator and you would design something that has like paths, say a dungeon or a maze even. And so I've done some mazes in the past, and I used depth first search. And depth first search basically just searches out for a path, and then it backtracks when it gets to a dead end, and it keeps searching fast, forward and back, forward and back. It's actually relatively simple. Once you get the algorithm in place, they can create these incredible things that you wouldn't think were possible with such like short scripts. And so this one is probably not going to be as easy as depth first search, but what it does allow you to do is create something that looks many, many times better than depth first search. So in depth first search, we have this issue where the paths are normally pretty similar. They look very similar. And so this one will be very unique. I also wanted to turn on all chat so you can see all your messages. Got that. And then the last thing I want to do is to do boom. I think you can now see my desktop, which is perfect. So we'll go Google Chrome and search ocean collapse. So you can take a look and see what these look like. So as an example, the ideal is that, and I think this small one is probably the best image. Oh, this is so hard to zoom in on. But you can see this small image that you start with, and then it turns into massive, like, you can have dungeon rooms, and there's so much more you can do, like this city skyline one that looks really cool, or this, like, plant life. Now this is pixel art is what you're seeing, but you can apply this to three-dimensional space, and it's honestly not that difficult when you're looking at it. So I'll show you how that works in Horizon as well. So, very cool. Welcome! Hi, Cole. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but great to have you. Okay, so back to here. Totally forgot that you can't hear me when I'm not wearing my headset, so apologies for that. Okay, so I also look like I got the shakes. And I'll fix that real quick. Boom. And we're gonna go to Add Desktop Panel, Google Chrome. There it is. Grab and put you guys right about. There's where I like to put you. And opening Horizon Worlds. Also pinned experience. I think we froze on the desktop. No. Huh. Super strange. Let's go and... there it goes. Okay, cool. All right. Now we can reopen Horizon Worlds. So apologies for that little blackout there. Should be coming back online now. Okay, so I kind of want to start with this with like the most basic version first, and then see if we can keep taking it a step further and a step further. And it's gonna get a little dicey, but I thought it'd be fun to at least have you guys along for the ride and take your questions and at least show you how I go about thinking about some of these more pretty crazy topics, to be honest. So we don't have some of the like things that I think would be useful in our scripting language. And so that's what really makes this a challenge, is if you were in like a JavaScript, for instance, we would have abilities to make like objects as variables. Not sure if that muted me, but objects as variables, which allows you to store a lot of information. And we're going to go in here and open up our shape tab and start by creating some really basic geometry. So we really want to start by thinking about this in the most simplistic way. So we're going to start with a Y height of 2 meters and a width of 1 meter and a width of 1 meter. And what we want to do is define a few different like classic maps. And so I think we're going to start with just a few. So this would be 1, and then we'll duplicate this over. And so this would be like one pathway, right? So you can have an entrance here and an entrance there. And so then we compare this as one group option to another one, right? And so another one would be quite literally just rotated like that. So there's an entrance here, an entrance there. And then we look at it from a different perspective. We can ungroup, do that one, and duplicate. Now the interesting thing is I think we can rotate these
to determine this. But I think we should start with the most simplest version first. So let's keep it really simple in the beginning, and then we'll figure out how to rotate these. And so because I'm knowing that I can rotate these, that these are rotated versions of each other, we will start by sorting them into rows that show the rotation. So those only have 2 rotations. This one will have 4 rotations. There we go. And it rotates like this. And then we'll duplicate again. And final rotation is like this. Okay, that has given us way more than I'd like to, but that's okay. And then ideally, in the long run, we'd be able to... that's neat. One question on that, and I may be going too ahead of the plans here, but could you apply this kind of code to items where if you have one block press trigger, you can spawn different shaped blocks made from the same item? Block press trigger, you can spawn different shaped blocks made from the same item. It's an interesting query. I'm not fully sure, but I think sort of. It'd be very interesting to see how you'd apply that. I think it would be kind of like a reworking of the original intention, but I think there's a way that that could happen. Let me continue thinking about it. Yeah, that's interesting. Then another option here. This one actually only has one option, so I'm going to slide it to the top since there's just one of these. So ungroup this, and then delete this, and then we duplicate both of these down, which will give us a 4-way intersection. There we go. So that's nice. And then let's go see what that's like to walk through. So heading in. So it's pretty tall. If we put, I mean, it's not tall enough is what I should be saying. It's not that it's pretty tall. It's not tall enough, but we can definitely get the idea here. So this is not terrible. I will want to make it bigger, but for now this is okay. In fact, I think the idea that it would be 3 by 3 makes a lot of sense. So selecting and then left thumbsticking, I can ungroup these. So that's an easy way to ungroup. And then what I want to do is select them and make them a little bit bigger. And the easiest way to do that is to set this one to 3. And then we can select it, snap slide it up to here, and then select all of these to snap them up to there, and then regroup that like that. And then let go. That should be a lot easier. So if I look at this, it's weird my thumbstick was being very funky. Press and hold. Huh. Not sure why that's not working. Maybe I have a controller issue. There we go. So these heights are really nice. And the fact that it's a 3 by 3 by 3 should make this a lot easier to work with. And eventually we can start looking at how this could be potentially applied to multiple, I'm actually going to scale these up and then ungroup them, I think is another really easy way to do this. And so what I'm trying to do is get the scale of each of these to be like this. Because I grouped it, the scale is turned to 1, 1, 1. Even though these are 3 by 3 by 3, the scale shows as 1, 1, 1, which is why I'm ungrouping these and regrouping them together. So that way we always have the same scale. Now the orientation of these should also be aligned. So we're going to have to come back to that at some point. But for now, this is okay. And oh, I guess there's one more I'd really like to show off, which would be right here. Oops, slide back just a hair. If we ungroup this one, you can do a, so select both of these and then deselect this one and delete. Okay, and then you could have something that has no sides. There we go. And so the way you might think about this is if we go and build a grid, and this grid actually could just be made out of these, and we're going to make this multicolored so you can clearly see what we're doing here. And then we'll make this one a darker gray, and then snapping this to here, snap this to here. So you can kind of get an idea of where we're going. The idea is that we want to fill in this grid. Am I crazy? That color. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and last bit. There we go. So the idea is that we want to fill in this grid, and to fill this grid in, we would take something like this one and place this here. So you start on a random tile, and then you sort of select a random style to start, and then you select a random piece to start. And so we'll say we just put that maybe not in the middle, that seems a little too cliche. So we start up here, for instance, and then you look at all of the tiles around it, and these tiles here, here, and here have no, or even here and here have no connecting tiles, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 options to choose from. So they have a 1 through 9 different chances of what they could be, while these 3 have connections here, which means we know that there is one of these that can connect to, well, actually 2, maybe even 3 that can connect to this one. So there's 3, 4, 5 different options that can go into this spot. So it's gone from 9 down to 5. And this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options as well. And I suspect this also has 5 options due to the rotation that we've done. I don't know what to say. It's not in a language I speak, I'm sorry. So then we've basically then go and run another random check on these 3. So we choose another random side to get started on. And then once we've chosen a side, so say this one here, we then choose a random piece from over here. So we'll say like perhaps this one. And now that we've selected this one probably has the lowest because these still have 5, these still have 9, but now this one can only be this guy, this guy, this guy. So that's a 1 and 3. So then we look at this tile because it has the lowest number, and then we determine one of these at random. And so we'll go ahead and say, clean me my name, choose one random. I can't do it randomly. Okay, it's going to be this one. I'm a human. I need a robot for that. So anyway, we would do this. And then by doing that, we now need to look at all of these spots because this one's now changed from 9 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one now has 5 options. This one needs to have 2 openings here and here, which means this is an option. This is an option. So that's 2, 3. So there's 3 options for this one, which means this is the next one. So we choose another one at random. Perhaps it ends up being this one here. And then you start to create an entire path out of these tiles. And we'll just really roughly put this together and see what it comes out looking like. That would be really bad if that one ended up there. Oh, wait, no, it wouldn't because there's that there. Okay, that's cool. Might need to do some path finding to make sure it doesn't have bad paths, but we'll just keep connecting here, and then I guess that wouldn't go there. This would be potentially, because it has to have a connector there, this one would fit there. Okay, and then up here we need to have only one connection, so this one. And there you have it. So this is our wave function collapse demo right here. So you can see that this would be the path that would be generated using potentially some random numbers. You could actually come up with this. And you imagine these hallways are bigger, and now you're starting to create a dungeon. And so we want to start with really basics, so that way we can easily update this later. And this has been really nice. So very cool. Now, the ideal of a wave function collapse, and I don't think we're going to have time to even get into this today, but the ideal of a wave function collapse would be you take an image, say like this one. So say you took this as an image and you wanted to make tiles out of this image. So you'd have this, and then you would break it into pieces. So like this would be one tile, but not only would this be one tile, this section here could be one tile, and you break it into multiple and multiple pieces. Now that part I'm not sure is possible in Horizon, because we'd really need to dissect this into individual pieces. I'm thinking if you used a lot of asset spawning and a lot of scripts running on a lot of different manager objects, it might be possible, but our arrays are limited to 1,000, and this one here would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 right there, and then 8 this way would make this 64. So you'd have 64 different cubes, and then if you tried to rotate those cubes 4 times, I guess that's not going to hit 1,000. But I'd be very careful if you start working with something like this. Would probably pretty quickly hit the limit. So we'll go ahead and delete this for now. Leave the example over here, and welcome, y'all. Thanks for hanging around. Feel free to keep voting. It's pretty funny to watch the votes coming in. And I'm going to go quickly check and see if I can use my mouse. Boom. Oh, wow. Evenly matched. crazy talk, they say. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Well, you're pretty funny, so thank you for voting for that one. And I appreciate the guy who said definitely can. The 2 people who said definitely can, whether you're guys or gals, really appreciate y'all. And so the next thing we want to do is start writing a script that can implement this. And I'd like to start thinking about this from the most smallest perspective, the smallest piece. So we're going to go pull out a script, and we're also going to recognize that this is going to need asset spawning. And so I will quickly state that asset spawning's been a little finicky recently, especially outside of build mode. It'll work pretty well in build mode. For instance, I released this asset in partnership with Meta for a maze, and it should function really well in build mode. I should also make sure the world is stopped before I let go of it. Stop the world. But the moment you publish the world, it doesn't work, which is stinky. And so at some point I'm going to go look into that, but I'm debating whether to look into it or wait for Meta to try and fix the bug that might be causing it. So we'll see. But you'll see what happens is we spawn in all of the pieces that are in this tile, and then we despawn it using what I told you earlier, which was depth first search. And so if you didn't catch it, because it happened really fast, it started over here, and then it made this, choosing random ways to go, until it reached a dead end over here. And so then when it reached this dead end, it backtracked all the way back this way, found an opening, and then it continued this way, tracing this way, and then this way, and then it dead ended here, then it probably dead ended there, and then backtracked to there. And so that's how depth first search works, which is pretty cool. But the depth first search algorithm has kind of long paths. It's very cliche, honestly. It's relatively easy, which is why this doesn't feel so obviously amazed. And so I think this could be very amazing to implement. But yeah, you can actually get this in your asset library. If you want to play with this specific script in here, it is in your asset library, and it's currently in the community spotlight section, along with some of the other Vidyuu Park stuff. And you'll see it's called Maze Generator. And then if you scroll down, there's game items, and they've been moving a lot of these items into the game items section that we've released, the Vidyuu asset specifically. And so check out the game items for more. I'm going to continue petitioning to get a Vidyuu section, but just maybe pray and cross your fingers with me. So we'll see. So now that we've got this little tidbit we've looked at, let's go ahead and start writing this script. So again, we're going to use asset spawning with the caveat that it doesn't work perfectly in build mode. So last time we worked on snapping objects, we made some bricks that we could snap. And so I've got a brick section in my asset library already, but I don't think I want to use this since it's kind of a different tool. So I'm going to create a new folder for these assets we're creating, and these are going to be called DFS for depth. No. This sorry, I lost track. We're using wave function collapse. So WFC elements. And so keeping these clear is very useful if you start building lots of complex scripts with asset spawning elements. I think I spelled that right. Click create. And then if you go into, like, my asset library, for instance, has a few hundred items in it, it's a little absurd. And I'm working as hard as I can to get them out in the public library. It takes a long time though. So thanks for bearing with us for that. But, if you have a few hundred assets, you definitely want to have a sorting of that. So we created one called wave function collapse. Okay. So then the first asset we're going to create is going to be this brick. And so my goal right off the bat is just to learn how to spawn 3 by 3 of these bricks. And once we can do that, we are really on our way. Now, the important thing I noted here is that when creating an asset, the orientation is really, really important. And so we want to orient everything with the world in this orientation. So one option is we could select the script over here, then select this, then deselect the script. And now this object is oriented with the script, which you'll notice has its Z pointing this way and its X pointing this way. And we'll check that that is a Z positive. And I believe that, yep, that is X positive. And then we got Y positive here. Now, if I let go, we got red, blue, green. So this is off by 90 degrees. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually rotate it. And now I can see that's X negative, that's X positive. What is this? This is z negative, so we need to rotate it another 180 degrees. Is that 180? X positive, Z positive. Double check that that's what we have as our orientation over here. X positive, Z positive. Cool. Nope, I have it backwards again. Oh my goodness, was it another 90? No, what the heck? How do I orient it in the same? Oh, is it upside down? No, let's look. This has X red, blue, or am I just... Oh, nope, I had the colors right. Okay, we're good. Sorry, just making sure it's right. So now that I've oriented this block here, I will then make sure when I do create assets out of these in the future that they are also oriented. And that will be important when we want to do this type of block where we're rotating it in our script, but we're not actually rotating the asset. So we'll only need one of each of these, but we'll have orientations for each of them that are these over here. So that's just kind of something to note. Now we're going to open up the properties panel of this, and collidable will be on. That's fine. Now we're going to create a new asset, and this will be called 3x3 cuboid. I don't know. It's just like thought that was a fun name. And 3x3 is just saying it's in meters, so it's actually 3x3x3. So I'm going to add an extra 3 in there. And we'll save this not to my assets, but to the wave function collapse element folder. Oh, the new take photo function works decently, so we'll take a photo of it. And photos taken. Cool. And looks good. And create. Okay. So with that all done, we now have an asset that we can reference. And to connect to this asset in our script is actually pretty easy. So what we do to connect to an asset is we go to our variables tab, create a new variable, which is scroll to the very bottom and you'll find asset. So then it's not a list, it's just a singular asset, and this one will be called cube. So that is what we're going to call that one. And confirm. So with this cube, we need to start by spawning it into the world. It would help if we had some sort of reference for where we wanted it to be. And you'll remember we created this over here, which might be a good reference for us to use. So imagine, for instance, you have this cube and you know this is where you want it to start. And you then have all of these tiles we're going to delete because these were just kind of to get us some orientation. So then I'm thinking, duplicate this down, slide, maybe select and slide that up, snap to here. And then what we want to do is take this, slide this over, and take this, slide this over. And so the idea that I have at this point, also sliding this up and deleting all of these, first of all, I want to make the floor all the same color in our dungeon. Makes sense. Then the next thing I want to do is take this guy and use this as our reference position. And so since this is the reference position, what we know about it is that the starting position will be 3. It's the first cube is 3 meters, right? So let me go ahead and grab one so you can visually see this. So we have this cube here, and it is 3 meters tall. And this is where we're starting. So if I duplicate this up and we set this off to the side so we can start measuring, to get to this point here is half of this. So what we're going to do is take this, stretch it to half, and then we need half of this. And we're going to take this and then stretch it to, slide this up and stretch it to here. So that is half. And then that represents the distance from the top of this to the midpoint. So is this not half? Maybe this isn't half. Let's try that again. No, that's half. Is this half? Oh, no, because there's a whole block beneath it. That makes sense. Never mind. So we take a full one of these and then stretch this to here. And that represents the midpoint. So we'll slide that up to here. And now we're one of these blocks plus half of this block equals the midpoint. So this is the destination we need to get to, is this midpoint right here. And now that we know the distance, we can then think, and this is where that half comes in, because there's half of this block we need to add to it. So it's actually 1.5 of this block's width and half of this block's width that we need to add together to find this position from this reference. Okay, now if that seemed a little crazy, don't worry, it doesn't stop there, because we also need to make sure it's oriented. So if you pull out that maze I showed you earlier, you'll notice that it does the exact same thing we're creating here. And so if I pull this maze out and I say, put it in at an angle like this, and then script, stop, clear, and let go, play, you'll notice that it loads in at an angle. And that can only happen if we consider the orientation of the reference block. And so down here is the reference orientation. And so these two blocks are used, and their direction and width and all of those details are used to make this maze generate correctly with the right spacing. So that is how that is done. Also, if you've just joined us, note that I can see messages coming through, so feel free to ask questions and all of that fun stuff. And so thank you guys for being here. Wow, I am shocked to have 6 of you guys hanging out with us in a scripting tutorial on a random Friday night. So thank you guys. And if you have any questions, definitely ask. So look forward to continuing this. Feel free to vote. I appreciate the definitely cans. You guys are awesome. The crazy talk is still pretty funny to me. And the votes are great. So feel free to keep those coming in and leaving comments as you go. I'm going to go ahead and hide our friend. There we go. Oh, okay. Now we're going to go back to our script and create a new variable, which again is for that reference object. So we're going to call this refobj for reference object, and we'll click confirm. And then the next thing we want to do is over here, look at the orientation of this and make sure it's identically oriented to this. So we got X positive here, Z positive, and Y positive. We can see that the Y is positive up. The Z is over here, which is wrong, but the X is positive here. So we should just need a 90-degree rotation like that. So we've got that completely matched. Now that our orientation of this is matched, we can then use this to determine the direction we need to go that way, the direction we need to go this way, as well as the rotation of this. So when we look at this, we could then theoretically rotate it at any angle, maybe not this way, but we could rotate it any angle along the y-axis. So I'm going to go ahead and put that back where we had it. So very nice. Also, thanks, Israel, for joining us. Oh, it's Ace Burns, bro. Great to see you. That's awesome. I would love to. So definitely shoot me a DM. All right. So now that we've got the reference object and the cube loaded into our script as variables, we'll think about this from where do we want the script to run? And I've been really rethinking how I function my scripts and how they run. And in today's case, because we're going to have so much management stuff happening on here, I really want this to run on its own object that's attached kind of like above the script. And so I'll open this up and then drop down and select script 1, which I still need to rename. It's not animated. It's not going to be visible or collidable either. And this just makes your game run a lot faster. So when you start looking at like, is it visible? Is it collidable for these small objects? They're razor thin gains, but they do add up. So definitely worth making sure to check those boxes. Next, we're going to go ahead into our asset library. You'll remember under WFC elements, there it is, the 3x3x3 cuboid. Click the eye icon, and when you scroll up, you'll find this little blue pill, which we can drag over and drop into the cube slot. Now that might take 1 or 2 tries. Let's double check that it's stored in, and it did. Fantastic. Okay, so with the 3x3 cuboid locked in, we also need to reference our object over here. So we're going to open this up, sliding this over. I can then easily drag from this blue pill over into here. And then you'll remember that just like before, this is also a reference, meaning it's not visible, it's not collidable, and it's also not animated. So we don't need to worry about any of those. Also no light and shadow on it. So there we go. And we have now referenced our reference object. We've got our reference cube in, and we can then delete. I put the wrong one. My bad. We'll delete this and then delete this. This is the reference cube. It's the one underneath it. And then we will drag this menu over and do that again. Okay, so then we'll drag the cube pill over, hitting the visibility off, collidable off, none, and then make sure to turn off light and shadow. Okay, now it's referenced correctly, and we can start thinking about spawning in our first cube. And I think we should really do that right off the bat. So just as we're testing this out, let's also give our script a good name before we forget. Script 1, bad name. So this will be called the wave function collapse control. So that's what we're going to go ahead and call that. And then when world is started, we just want to do one simple script, which is under actions, we want to spawn an asset. Now, it's important that at this stage, we make sure to stop the world, so we're not just spawning in a bunch of stuff at random locations, and we will hit play as soon as we're done. Now, the asset we're spawning in is that asset from our variables tab we created, the cube, so we'll drop that here. The position, we'll go ahead and delete for now, and the rotation, we'll go ahead and delete. Then we head over to our operators tab, scrolling down, and I just want to start with something very simple. So we're going to grab rotation of object, drop it here, position of object, drop that here, and then head over to our variables tab where we'll reference, where we'll grab our reference object, and then thumb sticking to the right, we can put that into both of those pills. And now when we hit play, the white cube is going to spawn right here. Now this will have some flickering, so I apologize. I'm trying to get a good angle so it doesn't. But there you can see the white cube has now appeared at the exact center position of this. And so that's when I'll remind us that we want it to go up by 1.5 of the scale of this, because we're counting from the center here. So we go up by half to get out of this one, and then 1 to get above this one, plus the 1.5 because it's a 3-meter cube. So then we'll come over here, and the easiest way to do this is to duplicate this line by thumb sticking to the right, then delete this one out. Then we're going to head to our operators tab where we can grab plus symbols, and we had 3 things we needed to add to it. And so I'm going to create 2 and show you how we use those 2. But the first thing that we're adding to is the position of the reference object. And so we'll just drop that in there, and we can delete the bottom line. So that just allowed us to easily keep this position of without having to delete it. So now that we have this position reference, you'll remember we need to add the y value of this position to move it up a certain amount. And so the y value of this position is multiplied by 1.5. And so we grab this guy here, and then this is the multiply symbol. We'll then go to the values tab and grab a vector input. And we want to keep the y value, but multiply it by 1.5. So we get 1.5 times its scale. Now we don't want to keep the x and the z values, so we make those 0. And then over here on the left is the scale of the reference object, which is found right where we got position of and rotation of under object transform. So we'll grab scale of object, drop it in the A pill slot so it's multiplied by that vector we just put in, and then grab the reference object, thumb sticking to the right to duplicate it into this slot here. Now that we've set that up, we have to do this one more time for the cube. Now the problem with the cube is that we don't know the scale of this asset from this pill. It doesn't allow us to get the scale of it, and even if it did, it would be 1 because of the way we grouped it. So we should know what the scale is of our height, right? So we're going to create a new variable, which will be a vector. No, we'll do number. Number is good. And then this is going to be called the dungeon height. So if we ever change this to say 4 meters rather than 3 meters, we can just adjust it right here and it'll fix all the math for us. So dungeon height is going to be 3 meters. So we type that in there, and then this value is plus a vector. So if we scroll down to vector math, and by the way, this really isn't, this one's pretty easy. So it's a new vector from XYZ. It's pretty easy to use because it's literally this, but split into 3 pills. And so then we can go to our values tab where we can grab a number input and put a 0 into the X as well as the Z. And then in the Y, you might instantly think, let's just go grab this one. But we need to divide it by 2, because remember, we're only going up by half of the height to get to the midpoint. And so we'll go and grab the divide symbol from the top, placing it here, and then going to our variables tab, we can grab this, putting it into the A slot, and putting the number 2 into the B slot. And now we will go up the correct amount when we spawn this asset in. So let's go ahead and try it out and go script and play. Look at that, we've done it. We have got our first cube spawning in, and that is a huge step in the right direction. So now what we want to do is spawn this over here, then 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 here. And that is going to require a little bit more math. So bear with me. I enjoy the math, but if you don't, just enjoy the ride, I hope. So the first thing we want to do is create some number variables. We need to know what is the dimension of our grid. So this is a 3x3 grid. And so we're going to call these rows and columns. So row, and we'll call it number of rows, or maybe row count is a good name for this. Row count, click confirm, and that will also be 3. And then we'll create another variable, which will be column, C-O-L-L-U-M-N. I'm not sure that's right. Maybe it's like, no, it definitely is an N. Okay. Column count. I'm not sure I spelled that right. That's okay. And confirm. No one's going to have to see it. They just get to see the cool visual afterward. Okay. Backspace and 3. There we go. So we got our column count, our row count. And what we need to do is move one of the dungeon height, which is actually wrong. We actually should create another variable for this, which should be cell width. So this will be called cell width. And this will also be 3 meters because we have a cube. But the reason I'm not just using the dungeon height is because you'll remember when we walked through our dungeon earlier, it's a little narrow and we were going to make this wider in the future. And so let's start by imagining that these are narrow, and then we will widen them in the future. So we'll go to here where we've created cell width. And if we ever make these like 5 meters wide, we just need to type in 5 there to update it. So pretty easy to change in the future. So now that we spawned in the first asset, we need to spawn in the next series of assets. And I'm thinking what we're going to want to do is start creating some custom events for this. So we're going to go create when event is received. And this event will have the name spawn row. And then what we'll do is after each row, add 1, which will give us the next column. So we'll click confirm. And so I'm trying to think about this like as a full picture. And so to kind of demonstrate that visually, I'm thinking if we are in the spawning row state, meaning it's less than 3, then we spawn another asset in that row. And then else, we're going to add to the, so I'm going to grab an else symbol. We'll add to the direction this way so that we continue onto the next row. So going down the row from column to column to column, then continue row to row to row. Is there any way to delay the spawn in on world start or timing? Yeah, absolutely. So that would be this new event we've created. You have send event with delay, and this might be a wise way to do this as well. So we'll drop down and select spawn row, send that to self after 1 second, dropping this into here. This now happens after 1 second. And so we actually want this to happen in this if statement. And then what I wanted to do was grab a couple values here. We have commenting, and this allows me to sort of like think about my thoughts going into the future, right? So this is where I want to add or make next row. So like update, it's hard to type on the new keyboard, so apologies, taking me a second. Update vector to new row, comma, when reaching end. When reaching end. Okay, there we go. So when we reach the end of the row, we'll then cycle to the next row. Okie dokie. So that's looking good. And then I'm also thinking what we're going to need to do is a while loop. And while loops sound scary, but they're not. I will show you how they work. Should be pretty good and fun, so no worries. And then when this else happens, we actually want to send spawn row back to self, and this should be able to go really fast. So we're going to grab send event with no delay, and then we'll grab this as spawn row. So lots of things getting prepped here. When we get to the end, I'll read through it again and kind of like break it down. So if you have any questions as we're going along, please feel free to comment them. And there's a couple variables we're going to need, but I want to start with the iterator variable first. So this one's going to be called I. And then what is this iterating through? This is going to iterate through the row, but I'm actually thinking we don't need this if and else the way I've set this up, because if we use the while just won't allow us to go beyond a certain length, which is why I wanted to use the if else version. So maybe let's not use the while loop. Let's use the if else. And then what we're iterating through is each column. And so I'm going to call it I current column position. And so this will tell us where we are in the column. And then I'm also wondering, yeah, that should work. So then what we can then say, if we go to our operators tab, is if we are less than, so our I column position is less than the column count, we know that we can spawn in for that column. And we then want to send spawn row to self no matter what. So this is going to go at the very end because it's kind of like the last step in my mind. So we send spawn row no matter what. So we're going to keep doing that. Although actually, if we make it to the end of the columns, we won't. So we need to make sure that we'll create another I value, which will be current row position. So I'll say exactly the same thing. I current row position, which will tell us when we are no longer in the grid. So then we can say, as long as the I current row position is under, then we know that we are able to spawn. So we can actually just duplicate this one down here because it's doing the exact same thing that we did for columns, but then we're doing it for rows. Okay, so now we'll iterate this way across, then to the next row, across, to the next row, and then when we reach the end here, it'll try to go to the fourth column. It'll be out of bounds. It'll say, nope, we can't do that. This isn't true. And so it'll stop sending spawn row, which means we'll reach the end. So we found a way to end this, which is good. Now we know we want to spawn an asset. This position is our start position. And so I think when world is started, we should create a new vector, which will be called our start position. So that way we have defined this initial position, start position, and click confirm. And so we'll go up to our values and set this up here. And I want to think about a couple other things as well as we're working on this. So we drag this giant thing up into the top here, and this represents that original spawn point for our cube. Now I should do what, no, we're not going to do anything. Okay, sorry. I know that normally as you're developing script, especially if you are very new to scripting, even if you are, regular senior like myself to scripting, you probably should be doing this. So as a person who should be showing how to do it correctly, let's go ahead and do one additional step before we get into the hard math, which is we've set start position to be this position. We've sent spawn row to self 1 second later. So then we're going to grab this start position and thumbstick it right back into where we grabbed this entire row from. We've basically just translated this into a green pill rather than it being this long line in here. And we're saying if the current column position is less than the column count, spawn an asset. Now the problem is we've got a lot of code in here that is going to run. So I think we need a kind of a quick debug tool, which is if we grab this if will go in here, and then I can indent this here using the white line. Going to our values tab, there's a Boolean input, which means true or false. And since it's false now, you can click it one time to turn it true. But now that it's false, this will prevent us from spawning an additional row, which means if I turn to the left here and hit play, it still spawns the cube in the exact same position. So this is important because you want to make sure when you make a ton of changes to your script like what we just did, that it's still working. And I'm really bad at it, which makes it very hard to find bugs later. So if something had gone wrong at this stage, we could quickly find the bug because we haven't gone too far along. So good practice, and I will attempt to get better at it. So thank you guys. So now that we've done that, I'm going to go ahead and move this back up here, make sure the world is stopped so we're not spawning objects. Now we're going to delete this if. And just for reference, if we didn't have that if in there, it would have been sending spawn row to self until we reached the world's capacity, which means it would have spawned 3,000 of those cubes. So thank goodness we put that if in there. And that's why I'm also making sure the world isn't started right now, because otherwise it would be spawning 3,000 cubes over there and you'd be like, why is the world lagging? So that's pretty important to make sure the world is stopped when you're working on your script, so it's not trying to start the script over and over and over again. Okay, so when spawn row is received, we have all of this fanciness here. I'm going to delete start position for a second because it's not start position that we want to go to. We want to go to the start position plus its index in the row, its index in the column as well. And I'll show you how we do that. But to do this, we also need to know a couple more variables, and these are also vectors. And so when we think of vectors, they are 3 values, x, y, and z. And usually we think of them as positions, right? So we know that this is a position, and we can go up by a certain amount, which is another position. But actually, that up amount is a direction. And so when we think about our position that we saved, this start position right here, we want to find the direction this way that is one length of this grid. And then we also want to find it this way for one length of the grid. And this is pretty easy to do because we made sure that the orientation of this matched the orientation of our floor as well as, well, not really the floor, but the cube, right? So we can then say our x plus is going, or excuse me, our x minus is going that way. Our z plus is going this way. And that means we need, let me pull out a cube. I always forget. So if you pull out a cube, the direction that's facing you is the forward direction. So that's our z positive. And so our z positive over here is referencing our next row. And so if we come up into here, let's go and find, this would be called like row direction. Like, I think that's a good name. So we want to know which direction to go for the next row. So I think that makes sense. Go ahead and click confirm. We also need to know the column directions. I'm going to create another vector, which will be the column direction. Okay. And there we go. And confirm. Okay, so with those set up, we're going to go and grab a couple more set twos from the top of the values tab. This allows us to set those variables we just created. And we'll grab the column direction, put that in the bottom, grab our row direction and put this in the top. Now, row direction is relatively easy. In fact, you know that if statement we deleted? Let's put it back in here because this will allow us to quickly test our script. And we want to test often, which is something Waffle has pounded into my brain, but I need to continue reiterating because I'm really bad at it. So we're going to actually delete this set column direction for now and just focus on the row direction because this is the easy one. And so row direction is, well, I showed you, but I don't think I really explained it. So let me show this again. So Z positive is the forward direction. So this is that blue symbol here. And it's easy to remember because red, green, blue is RGB. And you'll also notice that X, Y, Z is also oriented RGB. So red is X, Y is green, and blue is Z. So our forward direction is along the Z plus. We can get the forward direction of this object and then multiply it by the distance between the rows, and that is entirely the number we need. And so that'll give us the position that is right here, or excuse me, right here once we add it to this start position. So row direction is, if we go to the top, multiply, so we need the multiply symbol, and we're multiplying against the cell width, so we drag that into the B slot, and then the forward direction can be found over here on the operators tab under object once again, of course. And so we'll grab forward direction of object, drop it into the A slot, and the object is for our reference object again. And so what we want to do is start by going down to this position, go to the operators tab at the top, grab the plus symbol, and just try adding these together and see where it spawns them in at. So I'm going to add start position to the left, row direction to the right, and now we should spawn not here, but here. So now I'll go ahead and script, and I did put the Boolean at the bottom, right? Okay, good. I was like, that would be bad. Script and play. There, hey, look at that, first time. Okay, I'm a little shocked. So now let's stop the world and see if we orient this in a different direction, does it work? So if I orient this in a different direction, hit play, and it does. Oh, brilliant, I'm so happy. Okay, so I'll go ahead and hit undo. The world is still stopped. We can then come back here, knowing that our row direction is correct. We now want to try and use our column direction. Why is column direction so hard? You might be asking, because look how easy forward direction was. We multiplied two numbers together, we're done. Well, it's because we have to use a function called cross product. And so I'm going to try and explain cross product using a couple arrows. So this is an arrow. This is our center point, and this is our cube at the bottom that represents the direction facing this way. So remember, the z plus is facing this way, the x plus is facing this way. So when we look at the forward direction, we want to know that forward direction is this way. We also know that the upward direction faces this way. If we want to get the the x negative direction that's pointing this way, we need to take the cross product of this direction plus this direction, which will return this direction. Or if I've done it backwards, it returns this direction. And that's the only reason it's hard. And it's also just hard to explain. So the easy way to remember this, and the way I do it normally in my demos, is I point up and I point forward. And I think if I take my forward, cross my upward, I get a leftward or a rightward direction. And if I get the wrong direction, I just reverse them and it works. So let's go ahead and try it out and see if we get it right first time. And if not, like I said, it's literally just swapping the position. So over here, to get this direction, it's the exact same thing. So I'm going to duplicate this line set 2 and delete forward direction, and then delete row direction, replacing it with our column direction variable. And then in this A slot, we're going to go to our operators tab and find the cross product. Let's see, where is that? That's under vector math, isn't it? There it is. All right, we'll put that into the A slot. And now the cross product is looking for two vectors. And I should note, these are two normalized vectors. We should really explain normalized vectors really briefly. So these are, let's imagine these are 1 meter in length and that they represent the vector forward and upward. If they're 1 meter in length, which is what a normalized vector is, when you multiply them together using the cross product, or I shouldn't call it multiplying, but when you cross them together, you get a vector that is also normalized at 1 meter. But if the direction is not normalized and it is something like this, then the vector gets multiplied out and becomes something, I think, like that. I don't know my cross product math very well, so if I'm wrong, please leave it in the comments. But basically, when you're working with directions and you're just trying to get a direction, make sure they're normalized. And I heard a rumor recently, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm going to be on the edge of careful by grabbing a normalize function right here and put this into the A slot and the B slot. Now, I normally don't do this, but I've heard that it is possible to get a different length of the vector, which shouldn't be possible, but you know, Horizon has recently adjusted their code base a little bit, so sometimes things get changed. And so again, we're taking this forward direction, putting it into the A slot. We can go up to our object, where we'll find upward direction of object, putting that into here, and now we have our forward direction and our upward direction of that reference object, so I'm sticking to the right, cross product. They've also been normalized down to 1 meter in length, just in case they weren't for some reason. We've made the direction to point to the left or to the right, which will then be multiplied by the cell width. And if we hit play, because we've already set this up to be start position plus column direction, it should be to... Hey, and it's going in the right direction first time. So there you go. We've done it. We've got our directions set up. And this might have seemed like a lot of math, but it makes everything else so much easier. So I'm really excited to show you how we can do this. And I think we're like literally a couple minutes away. Like somebody watching the video in the future might think I'm wrong, but we'll find out in a second. So I'm going to delete this plus symbol for now. And I'm feeling so confident. Oh, wait. I wanted to show you, if you got these directions wrong, you would simply move the upward to the left and the forward to the right. And that's it. That would solve it. So if it went to the left rather than to the right, in fact, I'll even demonstrate it because I think it's worth demonstrating. So we'll drag this over here and then make sure that this is false, which it is, although this isn't showing the plus symbol anymore. So we're going to go grab the plus symbol. Is that a baby showing up, or is that a wifey? Oh, it's a Nolan. It is a baby. It's my kitty cat. Okay, so we're going to take, again, the start position plus the column direction. And now that we've reversed the direction, it's going to spawn right here because this is the origin position. So to the right. And now we're going to go to the left. So we'll go ahead and hit play. And I said play. Ta-da! Like I said, off to the left. So now you know how to use your vectors. We're going to go ahead and click undo a few times, get this back to where it was. And voila, we've got it. What are you doing up here, Kale? Oh, she's being silly. She wants to show off baby. Okay, guys, we get a little bit. Oh my gosh, she's just putting baby right in the... Hi, Nalia. Did you want to come be famous on the live stream? Well, thank you guys for sticking around to see some little baby action popping in. That's pretty fun. But yeah, I mean, we're tootling right along, and I'm so excited. I said it was a couple minutes from getting this done, and you want to come in and distract.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh, no. I'm just teasing. You're fine. So now it's been a couple minutes, which is why I was joking about it, because it's now been longer than I said it was going to be. I also did to get sidetracked myself anyway. So let's go dive back into Horizon. Thank you for the baby break. And we're back in. So, oh, and by the way, Mom, if you're watching, thank you. My mom tunes in sometimes, and she loves seeing the baby. So this was for my mother and those of you who also enjoy babies. Now, back on track. Let's make sure you can still see this coming through. It looks good. Audio sounds good. Okay. I want to just kind of briefly summarize what we're doing is taking the position, and we've got the origin position. We know how to go to the right. We know how to go this way. What we want to do next is then multiply that value by where we're going to. And if we know the current row position and we know the current column position, we just multiply those two values we created. So if we're in position 0, so by the way, this position here is 0. This is 1. This is 2. This is would be 1 0 or 0 1 or something like that. Anyway, we count to 2. We're not counting to 3. So the 0 0 slot multiplies by 0, which removes that. We are super blessed. We really are. Thanks, Ferns. And yeah, I know it's kind of crazy, right? Like, this is the truth, is there, because of asset spawning, you can have nearly infinite capacity. I mean, just 3,000 objects at a time. I think Euphoria said it best. I think he literally said something along the lines of, if you use asset spawning, you're just limited to 3,000 objects at a time. It's not even like, it's not like there's a limit. You're just limited to 3,000, right? So it's kind of neat. And honestly, with the new meshes that have been introduced, if you use some of those meshes, you get even more objects because of the way the meshes are created. Like, there's one mesh that has 20 cylinders in it, and it costs less than 20 cylinders, and it is considered one object. So your geo cost is less than what it would be if you use the cylinders, and your object cost is down to 1. It's crazy. So like, I think we are quickly approaching what we want, which is, quote, infinite capacity. So I'm very excited to see, how we can use these features. All right, so back on track, we were talking about the addition of the directions. And to do that, we're going to need a couple plus symbols. So the first thing we do is start with the start position. So this is going to go into our A slots. This is where we start. We start at the start position. Then we want to add a direction, which is multiplied by our current position. So we're going to need 2 multiply symbols for the A slot and the B slot. So then we go back to our variables tab and we grab row direction and put this into the A slot. We grab column direction, put this into the A slot. And now we just need to grab the current column position. So we'll go grab I current row position, put that in the B. And then we've got I current column position, put that in the B. And then we should test this out. And this should spawn in the 0 0 spot because we haven't iterated through the columns and rows yet. So this should spawn right there. Perfect. Okay, that was great. So go ahead and hit stop. And heading back over here to our script, we can now say spawn. And now I'm so excited. So this is what I was saying, right? Like, we grab this, move it out of this false, delete this. I'm so excited. Sorry guys, I'm just like freaking out. So this is my favorite part. We do need this. This was my reminder. Good reminder. We want to do is add 1 to the current column position up ahead. So we grab the set 2 And what we're doing is setting I current column position to be +1, although we want to do this after. So we actually run this down here and yep. And I'll try and re-explain that in just a second while I get my thoughts straight. So I current column position goes into the A slot. So we're taking the current column position and then we're going to add 1 to it. So here's a 1, happens to be right there. So I'll duplicate it there. And so what happens is we run through this and the value starts at 0. So it gets us that origin position that we've already determined. Then it comes to the end here and we add 1 to it and we loop back through, which is going to send spawn row back to start, which is then going to spawn another one, but at position 1. And then it'll do position 2. And then when it comes through as position 3, this returns false, so it doesn't spawn an asset. It else's, and that's when we set the I current row position. So we thumbstick this into the right here and there to replace those two values, +1, and that will loop to the next row. We can now delete our comments since we have done that, and I believe we're done. Let's see if we spawn 9 cubes in, which was a lot of work. Oh, it didn't work. Oh no! Is there... No, there's just 3. Okay, stop. Let's see. What did I do wrong? I put column count here, but that should be okay, even though it was supposed to be row count. So I just realized that this was a bug where I did I current row position by I row count. So that's now referencing the right thing. So that if we made it like a 3x5 or a 5x3 or any other orientation, what did I do wrong? I current column position. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Oh gosh, I figured it out. I am so embarrassed. Okay, so what I did wrong is that I forgot to reset the column position back to 0. And so what should happen in this exact scenario when we set the current row position is the column position should be set to a number input of 0, which will clear it out so that the next time it comes through. The problem is it's then going to add this to it, which needs to happen beforehand. So what I realize now what we can do is grab this set2 and place it right after the spawn asset. And the reason we do that is so that only when we're spawning an asset do we actually iterate through this column position. Otherwise, we don't need to. So now if I hit play, we should spawn the 3x3 grid. Yes, it's done. There it is, the 3x3 grid of cubes. I know. It's not a lot, but it is such an important first step because this then can do so much more. This very beginner script, sorry, not beginner, but beginning of a script is that we can now type in how many rows do we want to have. Let's go and add in 10 rows, right? And then go ahead and hit play. And there it goes. There's 10 rows. So we've done 10 rows. Now, what if we wanted to do a, 20 columns? I don't think, can we? Let's find out. So column count is going to go up to 20 and then hit play. And you'll see it's going to run across and do 20 length on the column. And it's going to do this 10 times. So it's going to spawn 200 cells. And theoretically, if we had 200, we could, when we're done, this is definitely possible. So we're going to keep starting with our 3x3, but this is so cool. What a cool starting point. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and hit stop now. And then what I also wanted to demonstrate is that if we rotate this at an angle and then come into our script here, changing this back to 3 and 3, just to be back on our cube there, we can now see that we'll spawn correctly rotated. And then we'll stop it again. Rotate this back. And I think I had said something like, you can't rotate it like this. I think I'm wrong. No, I'm right. Okay, never mind. But there is a way, using some of the math that we had previously shown, you totally could. So remember how we did the Y, we counted the Y of this one and this one, or excuse me, this one? If we had then instead counted the upward direction of this one and the upward direction of that one, we could have actually rotated it. But it's, on the right start. So cool stuff. Okay, This was one really hard problem solved, and it's important to keep one hard problem in each script. So I think this might be the end of this controller. So when we start thinking about problems in Horizon, like how do we spawn an object at a specific position, we have just determined how to spawn at each cell. What we need to then do is start thinking about this from that kind of final standpoint of now let's spawn in all of these different assets. So I think what we need to do next is create a system to send the assets in order. So imagine we created a list of assets and then we iterate through that list. I can even demonstrate that real quick. So let's go create a new asset list, and this will be called in order. And if we assume that we have placed these in order into an asset list, we will then pull them out in order. And so I'm going to delete cube and then go into the operators tab, scrolling down to list. We can then grab remove item from list, placing it here. We can grab get item from list, placing it in the asset pill slot. The list that we're interacting with is that one we just created called in order, and we'll thumbstick that into both slots there. The item we're removing is actually an item at an index, so we need item at index from list. So I'll go ahead and drag that here, dragging this up into there, delete this. And then the item we're grabbing is at index 0. So we just thumbstick a 0 into both of these slots. And what will happen is it's going to go through the list, pulling out the items for each of these. But it does mean that we need to have one in each of these slots. So when world is started, we want to quickly add these to the list just to prove that it still works. And so we're going to say while the length, so we're going to go scroll up to here where we can grab length of list, and then scroll back down to list where you can find length of list, put this into the A slot. And the list we're interacting with again is this in order list, so drop that in there. And so while the length of list is less than the number, which is this value multiplied by this value, which is our row width and cell width, or excuse me, column count and row count multiplied by each other. So that's a plus symbol, excuse me. Wanted the multiply symbol. There it is. And so we multiply those together to get 9. So it's going to create 9 of these for us. And you might be thinking, but it says less than, and I'll explain this in a second here. Row count times column count is going to equal 9. And when this equals 8 is the last time, because the next time it'll come through, it'll have 9 in the list, which is how many we want to have. So then what we want to do is go into our operators, scrolling down to list. We can then add to the list. And all we're doing really is just quickly proving that we can create a list of these cubes that we've made. So we'll go down and grab the cube reference, thumbstick that into the right there, and hit play, and we should see this work. So there it is. So the thing you might be interested to see is what happened. And so that's where debug printing comes along. So if we grab debug print, we can then come into our spawn row script and debug print the length of the in order list. So we'll grab length of, and I'm actually going to print this after we remove it. So theoretically, this is going to count down and eventually equal 0. So if we hit play, you'll see it spawned in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. So we cleared the list and filled out all the slots. So our goal is to create a list of assets on this script before we send spawn row. And so we can now create an if statement, because this here is a debugging tool. When we use this while or this send, this is for debugging to make sure that it spawns correctly and it spawns on world start. But in the future, we're going to send spawn row from a separate object. I'm going to need a glass of water in a second. So I'm going to go back over here and just like before, grab a Boolean input and set it to false. So that way none of this script runs. And therefore, if I hit play, nothing is happening over here. Now, with that out of the way, the next thing we want to do is think about on this control script. And so part of what I've been doing recently, give me one second to grab a sip of water. Woo. Water. It's good. Oh my goodness, there's 7 people here. So great to have you. Mind blowing. I mean, seriously, I'm on a Friday night. I'm scripting, which is math for a lot of you. And thanks for joining us. You know, leave a comment. Let me know you're here, who you are, what you're doing, what's your experience in Horizon. Would love to hear your story. I can actually see your comments in VR, which is pretty cool. So yeah, feel free to keep interacting and engaging. And if you're new to the chat, I would love to show you a little bit about what we're working on. So you've seen probably our loading screen over here. I can actually demo that by turning true back on and hitting play again. Oh, it worked right off the bat. So you can see it spawns in 9 cubes. So that's our quick demo. But that's not our goal. So I'm going to go turn this to false so it doesn't run anymore. But our goal is to do wave function collapse, which is going to allow us to take a bunch of these and figure out where they connect. And so placing them down like this until we have formed a grid. And so when we're thinking about wave function collapse, what it does is it's looking at every cell and determining how many possibilities are there. So from these 9 tiles, this one has 9 options, this one has 9 options, this one has 9 options. These 3 have less options. And this one probably has the least because it has 2 walls already defined. And so actually this one has 3 options because it's the blank wall. But this one here could be this guy, it could be this one, it could be this one. And so one of these will fit in that spot, and then that's what will end up going there. And so we're creating a script that basically randomly selects this and generates us a dungeon map so that we can have basically infinite maps. So you can see if we come down here, this is really thin just for our demo, but we are going to widen this at the very end. So it's a pretty cool starting point, and we're going to see how far we can get, but we're on the right track. So now that we have created this script that has spawning assets down, we're going to change the name, not from controller because it's no longer a controller. What is it? It is a asset spawner. And so this spawns the assets one at a time for us, but it does need to be delivered in order. And so for that, we're going to go and create, oh, I've actually got a really brilliant idea. That is such a brilliant idea. So, okay, catch this. We just created a while loop that creates a list with the exact length we need. And I was like kind of dreading the idea of adding to list and trying to get it sorted into the right order. But what if we don't have to sort the list? So that probably sounds a little crazy, but it's not that crazy actually. The problem is, this is not the controller, so this does not determine the row length and row width. So there's a couple things we should redefine, and I've done this in the past, so it's not super new, so I'm feeling pretty confident. But see, this When World is Started event is great when you're starting the world, and I think for the most part, no, we have to... Oh, I want to. Okay, for now, I'm not going to get into this, but let me explain what you do. So say you had a controller with all the variables defined. What it would do is send events to this asset spawner with all the information. So at a certain point, we're going to have so many pieces, and they all want to be controlled by one piece. And so that one piece can send events to set these variables and then send like a start or initialize event, which will then run all of this. For now, we're going to run this on When World is Started, and we'll have to manually enter updates. So if we change it here, we'll also have to change it there. Not ideal, but it will work for now, and it's just a little easier, a little bit faster for us at this time. But in the future, we'll want to fix that. For now, though, what I'm thinking about doing is definitely running this while loop no matter what. So I'm dragging the while loop up. I'm going to ignore the spawn row event and just delete this entire debug piece because we don't need it. But what this does is it creates a list that is 9 in length. And so with 9 in length, we can think of that list not being linear like a number line, but being divided by the number of columns, right? Yeah. So if we take... Oh, I'm in my safe space. Okay, leaving safe space. Sorry about that. So if we think about that 9, we divide it by 3, we then get 3 sets of 3. So the first 3 is the first row, the second 3 is the next row, and then the third 3 is the next row. It's actually divided by rows. I just realized it's not divided by columns. Anyway, but what this allows us to do is basically fill in the positions as they come in. So when we do wave function collapse correctly, you choose a random starting position. You don't just start at here. You just choose a random position. This is what makes it really random. And then you collapse around it. And so what this allows us to do is then add at the correct index. And so, or excuse me, not add, but update the asset at the correct index. So we're going to create a new event down here right before spawn row, but right after this. And this is going to be called add asset. There we go. So we're going to click add asset, click confirm. And then what add asset is going to receive is a drop down, scroll to the bottom, asset, which will be received as a parameter. So we'll call this new, or we'll call it the asset. I don't have a great name for it, but there we go. And confirm. And then we need to know which position is it in. So we'll just give this a position value and we'll call it POS. Or my position might actually be the best name for this, MYPOS. It's important that the names of these parameters don't match the names of variables in your script. Otherwise, there can be the script can confuse them. So it's very important that these have their own unique names. All right, when add asset is received with the asset at my position, what do? We're updating this in order list. So we're going to go back to our operators tab and you'll see there's set value at index. This replaces the value at, so we're going to drag the asset down because this is the value we're going to replace it with, at the index, which is my position, is the index that we want to replace in the in order list. And so that's it. We have now added a way for us to update with different assets in this list. And what I'd like to do is also send a new event. Well, spawn row is the event, so I guess that will work. Yes, okay. Time to create another manager. So this is our asset spawner, and the next manager we need is the one that's going to send it the items. So we're going to scroll, make this bigger. But actually, because this script has so many similarities in variables, I'm going to actually duplicate this. And I also like to stack them nice and neatly, so that's nice. But what's beneficial here is when we come in, we have some things we already need. We don't need the in order list. We don't need to know about column directions or row directions or start positions or the I current row position or I column position. Well, do we need to know that? I current row position, I current column position. We do need to know that. So that's actually A-okay. We'll keep that for now. The cell width, we don't need to know because that's for placement. The column count we need to know. The row count we need to know. Dungeon height we do not need to know. Reference object we don't need to know. But the cube is nice because we've already got that in here. Oh, go crazy. I love it. I absolutely love making crazy games. Like literally, I was sitting downstairs eating dinner and I was thinking, it would be fun. And I was scrolling through YouTube. I love YouTube. And so then I saw a video on wave function collapse and I was like, this is like the 4th video. I was telling my wife, I'm like, this is the 4th video I've seen on this. And I'm confident I can go do this in Horizon. I'm like, ready, let's go. And I was like, but I also want to stream it so that I'm not like, because I really want to get this information out to you guys because I think it's valuable. So yeah. Oh, it's Ace Burns. Boop, boop. Yeah. Shout out Ace Burns. And and I'm in a personal space again. That is way too easy. Oh my gosh, it's so easy to get into personal space. How? Okie doke. So anyway, we've got our variables set up now that we want to keep from the previous script. And we don't need much of this. We're going to delete everything that's got some red in it because it's not necessary. I'm going to keep when add asset because it reminds me that that's the name of the event I want to send to the other variable. And spawn row, we're also going to delete all of this because we don't need any of this. But I'm keeping this so I remind myself that these are the names that I want to send. I also want to give this script a good name. And so this is going to send assets to the asset spawner. So I'm like tempted to call it wave function controller, but I feel like it's not going to be. So wave function collapse controller. We'll try for a controller again, but I don't think this is going to be it. I think this is just going to be the asset adder. And by breaking it up into separate worlds, we can then, therefore make it so much easier to understand what these scripts do. And most importantly, update them later. It is so important to be able to update your scripts later on. And so you'll see what I mean as we keep going. Okay. The wave function controller. It does need to know about our other controller, which is the asset spawner. So I'm going to create a new object variable, which will reference our asset spawner. There we go. Asset spawner. It's so hard to type on this new keyboard. I should stop complaining, but I'm kind of hoping the devs listen and they're like, we'll get that fixed for you, Lakes. I'm so sorry. Kind of hopeful. This lesson should be in Horizon, Vidyuu show. Oh, wouldn't that be cool? Man, one day, I hope. I really do. That'd be so good. Waffle and I have both been like, man, how cool would it be to do lessons in Vidyuus? Because we do. I mean, when we do lessons in Horizon, like if I had people here, we'd have 3 people in here, which would be you 3 or 7 that are watching right now. I was like, is it 3? No, it's 7. You guys are awesome. Thanks for all. I cannot believe there's 7 people here now. So thank you guys. But seriously, like we'd have a full house and then we could have overflow. And man, I wish we could have more than 4 people in build mode too, but you know, one day. So anyway, now that we have our asset spawner object, we want to think about these things that need to happen in the future. And so just for kind of like future planning, I'm going to create a notes event, which is literally just me leaving myself notes so that I can come back to it when we get to that stage. And so we're going to grab send event to object. Oh, excuse me, duplicating that 2 times up here in the notes. And the events we want to send are add asset as well as spawn row. Now spawn row is simple because it doesn't have any parameters. So we just send that with to the asset spawner. And we'll also want to make sure this is not self, but asset spawner. And now I can delete this one because I've got a note for that here. And then I'm going to also grab a comment to remind myself that the spawn row event will start spawning things. It kind of makes sense, but it's like spawn row spawns everything. In fact, I'm actually thinking I need to go and rename this because it does a lot more than spawning row. So like event names become so important as well when you get down the line. So spawn row, I'm just going to call this spawn assets because it just makes a lot more sense as a name. Assets. And confirm. But that also means I need to update it right here where I had said spawn row. So change that to spawn assets as well. And then we'll go back into our script over here, dropping down and changing this one as well to spawn assets. Okay. So spawns everything, right? So I'll just backspace that. What does it do? It spawns everything. There we go. And then what does this one do? Well, this one is going to add at a position in the list. So add asset at grid position in list. And feel free to make these notes as detailed as you need, but it's very useful when you're looking at this later. And then I need to apply a new parameter for the asset parameter as well as a position parameter. And so for that, I'm going to just drag the cube into the new parameter pill slot. And then I'm also going to grab a number input from over here and put that in this here. And that is all I need. So I can now delete this. And I've got my notes stored here at the bottom of my script. Whew. Okay, a little tedious, but we're on the right track. I heard you say dungeon. Welcome, Dan Blast. Great to see you, man. Ah, Branny, welcome. Wave function would be interesting to see. Good luck. Thank you. Yes, it has been a lot of fun so far. We're coming along quite nicely. And so if you've just joined us, as there are quite a few newer people here, so welcome, welcome. We have currently set up where this spawns 9 cubes all across here in 3 rows. It can actually go as long as we want. We've already set it up to do that. It can go in any orientation, so it does direction as well. But our next goal is to get it to spawn these pieces. And so we want to spawn these And I wanted to start with this, thinking about these from this perspective, that we have 4 pieces, and these ones can have 2 orientations, and this one can have 4 orientations. So we're going to start by adding these to the list and then spawning them in, and just make sure that works. Oh, thanks, Ace Burns. Appreciate it. Okay, so when world is started has occurred, what do we do in the world start event? Well, I think for now we want to think about this as just getting the assets to this asset spawner. I don't care if they're the right assets. I don't care if they're oriented correctly. I just want to start by focusing on making sure the asset arrives at the asset spawner. And because we have 4 of these, starting with cube, I'm going to actually delete cube and just create these all together up here. So this will be called asset, and we have a few different varieties. So we're going to call this cube, pillar, and hallways. So cube is one, and we'll do another one asset called pillars. And then we have hallways, asset HALLWAYS. And then the next one we have is kind of like a not dead end. You'd call this a fork, kind of like a fork, I think is what we might call that one. And so we'll create a new asset variable called fork. And did I miss any? Is there any other variations of these that might be important to think about? I guess the corner tile might be a nice one to think about. So if we duplicate this and then, oh, one more, and then ungroup, and we think about this being, oh no, actually keep that there. Like that might be an interesting orientation. So if we do this, we can then think of this having, oops, that is so off. Try again. Let me know if there's an orientation I've missed here. So there are 4 rotations on this guy. So that's 180, and this will be 90 in the opposite. So those are the corner, which I'll add to this list. And if you've got another idea, let me know. But I think that might represent all of the possibilities for this specific version of our wave function collapse. And we could always change this up later, which is cool. Cool. Next up, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Also, thank you, Brandy. Appreciate it. Also, definitely Can's getting a lot of upvotes. I'm very, very pleased to see that. Feel free to keep voting. I really enjoyed the funny, crazy talk. And the fact that nobody said absolutely not. I'm sure someone's going to click it now that I've said it. I've just jinxed it. But my goodness, y'all, that's great. So thank you. And the maybes. I know, me too. There's like, I'll be honest, I'm over here and I'm looking at this and I'm like freaking out a little bit inside. I'm like, oh my gosh, how are we going to get through this? How are we going to get through this? And I'm like, one step at a time. That's the answer. So first of all, we want to start sending add asset to the asset spawner. And we've got 5 different assets to choose from. Now to do this, we're going to start by going to, oh, and I just realized, oh, this is a big one. Okay, we're going to have to take one step back over to here. When we send this asset in, this asset with a position doesn't include a rotation, but the rotation is extremely important. So we're going to create a new rotation parameter. And so we just create rotation, and this will called my rotation because we need to know what its orientation is. So click confirm, and then what we can then say is do the exact same thing we did here, but it won't be to the in order list. It'll be to a brand new list we're going to create, which will be called rotations, and it'll be a list. So checking that box there, and this is going to be called asset rots. Okay, good name. I wanted to say orientations, but it's too long. So then we are going to drag this over, and then we drag my rotation down where asset was. And so now we've set that my rotation here, but it also means that down here where up here in world start, where we started by initializing the list with a bunch of cubes, we also need to do this with a bunch of empty rotations. And so we're going to grab the asset rot list and put that into both of these slots. And then where we'd previously added a cube, we'll go to our values tab and add an empty rotation of 0, 0, 0. Whew. But we're not done because down here, we also have to add this rotation to the rotation of this reference object. And the easiest way to do that is to duplicate the spawn asset, scroll over, delete this guy here, bounce over to the operators tab, scrolling up to get the plus so that we can add it to it. So we drop that in here. So we get the rotation of the reference object, which is peculiar that we're calling this rotation over and over and over again. In fact, I'd highly recommend that we create a new rotation variable. This is going to cause our script to run faster, assets will load in faster, frame rates will be less frame rate dropping. So this will be called, I want to call it origin, but we'll call it start rotation. That's a good idea. Start rotation. There we go. So we grab the start rotation, put this into the left side. We'll need to set the start rotation here at the beginning. So remember, we set start position. We also need to set the start rotation. The easiest way to do that is values tab, drag set to over, placing it below start position, and then drag the start rotation over to here. And then scrolling back over to where we had the rotation of reference object, we can just drag this up into our right side, which is going to save that. Okay, this is a lot harder than I thought. Hey, we made it. Okay, there we go. So we got the rotation of reference object being saved as the start rotation. And now the last thing we need to do is delete this one and then add to it with the item in the rotation list that's at index 0. So we get item and drag this over to the right, placing it in this plus slot. And it's not from the in order list, but it's from the asset rotation list. And then we also need to remove that item at index 0 in the asset rotation list, which allows us to quickly cycle through and keep them in order so they stay together. Okie dokie. That is a very, very good start. So next up, back over here on our control object, we now know that there's a rotation value being sent. So for our notes, we want to add that rotation input over here so that we remind ourselves that it's being sent with a rotation. And breathe. So the next step is to make a list. So I'm not sure if we're going to do this. I'm really debating. But I think for now, just to get this functional, what we want to do is create a list of these 5 objects, or excuse me, these 5 assets. And that's going to allow us to choose one at random very easily. And so we're going to create a new variable, drop down and select asset, then click list. And this will be called tiles, because these are the different tiles that we're going to be placing. Excuse me. Clicking confirm. We're going to then grab when world is started, add these all to the list. So scrolling down to the bottom, we can grab add to list and duplicate this over here 5 times, and then grab our tiles, duplicating it over here 5 times as well. And then we'll grab our cube, drop it there, pillars, drop it there, and so on and so forth. There's fork and corner. Voila. Now with all of these loaded in, we can now create an event, which will be, when I say event, what I mean is a control event, which is a while loop. And what this while loop will do is allow us to send the values through. But with the while loop, we need to iterate. And this is just for this demonstration. So I'm going to use I, which stands for iterator. And then what we want to do is add 1 to I over and over and over again until I is less than, so I grab the less than symbol and I'm placing I on the left, or excuse me, what we're saying is while I is less than, then we'll grab the multiply symbol and take our columns and rows and multiply them together. So we'll do it for the same amount of rows that we have columns, which is 9. This is losing my words, but the functions are working great. So anyway, row count times column count equals 9. So this is going to go 9 times before it finishes. And then what we'll do is set, using set2 from the top of values, we're going to set I to +1. And this will be the last step. And the reason we make this the last step is so that when it adds 1, and it becomes 9, remember, it will eventually equal 9. So if this is 8, it still passes as true. And if we put this at the beginning, then this would be 9. But 9 is not in index. So when we look at this, this is representing position 0, 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So 9 would be right here, but there isn't a 9th position. And we also need to start with the index of 0. And it's important that we keep it in this so that the lists all run correctly. And so there we go. We've got set I to I plus 1, which will be the last thing that happens in this while loop. Now what we want to do is send this event over and over and over again. So we're sending add asset to asset spawner, not with cube, but from our operators tab, we're going to get an item. Where is it? Get item from list. And by thumbsticking this into here, we'll replace that. We can then put the list is tiles. And then if we scroll up to random number, we can grab random number, and note that this one has decimals and we need it to have whole numbers. So we use this one, which is random number or random integer, as it might be known when you drop it over here. So then the integer will be between 0 and the length of the tiles list. So we'll scroll down and find the length of list, and then thumbstick tiles to the right to duplicate. And now we have a random integer between 0 and the length. The length is 5, but we need it to be 0 to 4. Good thing though, because random integer does not count the top value. So you're going to get a value between 0 and 4. And then the number is not 0. It's actually that iterator we just created. So that's the position we're at. And then 0, 0, 0 is probably okay for our demo, although I'd like it to be, actually, I've got an idea. I believe this is, that is Ace we love it. Ace Burns is creating a meta employment office and would love your support. The idea is for people to get work and employers to post work for tasks and meta. Oh, that's quite interesting. My first thought is, have you heard about the Vidyuu verification program? Because I think that could very well help. So as a quick note, if you haven't heard about Vidyuu verification, it's a program that I work with a lot of people on my team, and Sensei Jay is the current leader of the program. And so he does all of the assessments. And what you do is you basically take a quick test, and if you pass, you can then submit your world to be evaluated. It does cost $50 for builder and an additional $50 if you want to also test for scripter, but you then get in-person feedback, advice, tips, and then you can, if you pass, get featured in our directory. And we created this program because some companies, and I won't say exact names, but big ones, like I definitely say this too often, so people probably already know, but there was a representative of Microsoft who reached out to us and they wanted to hire employees, and we didn't know who to recommend because we didn't have a process to evaluate people. And so now we direct those same people to the Vidyuu verification website. And so definitely encourage you to take a look at that, because we're already using that to get people hired, and we hire from there as well. So Vidyuu, we have a little over 20 people on our team, and we hire directly from the verification program. It's like we go there, we look, see what your skills are. Maybe you're a videographer. You can list your skills. So it's not even just building scripting. You can also list tester and so much more. We just hired a few testers from that list. So definitely encourage you to check that out and apply if you're interested in leveling up your skills. And I'd love to see how potentially we can connect that into what you're working on. So feel free to continue DMing me. And thanks for asking. I absolutely love growing this space and helping others grow in it as well. So that's really cool that you're working on that. Okay, so back here on our rotation, we have chosen our iterator position. We've gotten a random value over here, but we need a random rotation that's around 90 degrees. How do we do that? Well, on our operators tab, under vector math, we have new rotation from X, Y, and Z. It's perfect. It's exactly what we needed. And so under our pitch and roll, we want it to be 0. And so it's good to think of this as X, Y, and Z. So yaw is up and down, and that's the one we want to rotate around. And so we're going to grab an operator, scrolling to the top, we're going to grab the multiply symbol, and we're going to multiply by 90. And this will then allow us to choose a random value that is at a 90-degree angle. So you'll remember we have random integer, which allows us to get a whole number. So if we get a random whole number between 0 and 5, we can actually just fill that out with 5. We'll return 0, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. But 0 is actually equivalent to 4 because 360 also equals 0. in rotations, a 0 is equivalent to 360. There's no difference. And so we only need to return 0, 1, 2, or 3, which represents the 4 different rotations it could be at. By multiplying it by 90, we've now gotten that value, and theoretically that'll work. So we're done, but we're not, because we need to make sure to add these all into our asset list. We also need to create another control cube, which I want it to just be the same size. So I'm going to duplicate this one, open this up, and then replace the script on here with the controller, there it is, and make sure it's clicked none. And yeah, there's one more thing we need to do the script. Before I forget, let's do that real quick, which is that when this is done, we want to send spawn asset. So as soon as this is done, this will begin our test. And so we'll send spawn assets to the asset spawner. And I think this will happen too fast. So we need to send it with a delay. So we'll grab send event with delay, and we'll make it 1 second for now, and make sure to check spawn assets, make sure it's the asset spawner we're sending it to. And that's because while loops happen in the same instance as this, so they might happen simultaneously and only half the assets get added, which is why we're sending spawn assets with a delay. Okie dokie. So now we need to create the assets. We already created the cube, so that one was easy. We go assets, under our WFC elements information, drag that cuboid into the cube slot. Okay, very nice. Oh, we need to reference the asset spawner. So we'll open this one up, grab the pyramid B and drop that into the empty slot there, and make sure this is still checked to none, not animated. There we go. And then we need the other 4. So we'll come down here where we've got pillars. Now, pillars, we want to make sure these are all oriented with this cube. So you'll remember when we made this asset, we made sure to orient it in the way that that is oriented. Everything's oriented the same, and the Z positive is facing this way, which is the forward direction. And so, oh, this says X minus. Bonkers. Try that again. Now it says X positive. Am I crazy? Try that again. Am I just reading this wrong? That says X positive, but when I put it in, oh, I see what happened there. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So this says X positive, this says Z positive. This one is oriented correctly. I'll double check that this is right. X positive, Z positive. What we need to do is click the info icon, click the edit button, and click change, and select this here, and click confirm, and then click update. So I know most people weren't here at the very, 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 very beginning, but at the very beginning we created this by first selecting this object so that the forward direction was pointing that way, but it didn't actually create the forward direction of this object. So now when I pull this out, we will pull out with Z positive this way, X positive this way, and Y positive that way. Perfect. Okay. So now we want to make sure all of these are oriented in the same direction. So X positive needs to face that way, and we got to make sure that's right. Oh, that's not right. Undo. Try that again. And there we go. So Z positive is this way, X positive is that way, and Y positive is up. Perfect. So this one is ready to create into an asset. So I'll go ahead and create a new asset. This one is called pillars, and I'm going to call it the 3x3x3 pillars. So 3x3x3, and it is pillars. We'll then add that to the WFC elements. We can create a thumbnail by clicking take photo and taking a picture. That's nice, looks good. And then click create. With that added to our library, we can also go and reference that real quick. So, oh, okay, good. I hate when it like lags out and it doesn't save and I'm like, please. Okay, so then we'll go grab our pillars and grab the reference pill, dragging that into here. Very nice. And then we have 3 more to do. So our hallways, we want to orient in the same direction. So we got Z positive, X positive. That actually looks, is it done right the first time? Unbelievable. I would never have guessed that would be right. Okay, cool. Open it up, and then we'll go ahead and click create new asset. This one is called 3x3x3, and this is hallway. So we'll call it halls, and then we'll create a thumbnail real quick. Boom. And then looks good. And click. oh, right, drop down WFC elements and create. So what we're doing is we've created an asset folder called WFC for wave function collapse elements. And this is allowing us to save them into a separate folder so they don't like mix with all of our regular assets. It's really useful when you're writing scripts. So we're going to go grab our hallway script, grab the reference, and drop that into hallways. Very nice. So the next one up is the fork in the road. All right, we've reached a fork in the road and the X is in the wrong direction, so we'll rotate it by 90 degrees. And somehow I keep messing that up. I don't know how, but there it is. Okay, so we got our Z plus that way, our X plus that way, our Y plus is also that way. So we'll open it up and create a new asset. Now, some of you might be rightly thinking, this doesn't make sense. It's not changing the orientation by rotating it. Well, you're absolutely right. It is not changing the orientation by rotating it. Let me quickly fill this out, 3x, 3x, 3, and this is the fork. And make sure to put this in WFC, create a quick photo, and snap, and looks good, and create. Okay. But what it is doing is it's telling us later on that when we look at this side, this left side, we know what the orientations are on this one row here. These are really just for our brain to be happy. And I can even fix this one there. So now we've got all 4 references here. So we can think about it from that perspective. Like when we're thinking about the script, how does this work? But really what matters is this row here. These are the actual assets, and we will rotate the assets with our script to make them in the orientation they need to be. Okay, so we need X positive, Z positive. Once again, rotating another 90 degrees. And like that, we've got our orientations all correct. I'm going to go quickly rotate this the opposite direction. And voila. We'll then open this one up and create our final asset. So this one is also a 3 by 3 by 3. And this is what we're calling the corner. There we go. And thumbnail, take photo, confirm. Looks good. And save this to the WFC elements folder and create. Awesome. Also, thank you, Shoal Ryu. I hope I didn't butcher that too bad, but thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you being here. And the votes. Y'all are coming in with some good votes. Keep it up. Love it. And we'll come back on over here and fill out the rest of this. So let's go add that fork reference in. So dragging my fork pill. Sometimes if it doesn't drag over, what I find works is I can drag from the empty pill over here and over in that way. And honestly, I was shocked when that worked, but it does. So thank goodness. Then we can go to the corner and of course that one works. There we go. Very nice. Now with all of our assets referenced in, I'm going to quickly double check they stored correctly, and they did. Oh, I'm so nervous. This is it. We're about to test it, and it's not going to spawn in the correct walkable order. So just as a reminder, we're spawning this in a random order just to prove that we can place tiles and that the tiles are rotated correctly. This is what we referred to earlier on about how we want this to be happening in sequence. We want to make sure that pieces of this work before we like get really far down the road and nothing's working. So that's why we're doing this in small steps. Script. And I'm really scared to hit play. Something's going to go wrong. I can feel it. I just jinxed it, but I don't. Oh, it went right the first time? Well, that's a shock. And there we go. We've randomly placed all of those assets in quite a unique array. Obviously, that's not what we're going for, but it's, you know, it's a cool start. You could even imagine, like, if you got this far, by the way, like, this is pretty hard to get through. So thank you guys for sticking with us, trying this out. If you're working on this in Horizon, this could be just art. Like you could put an art piece on your wall that just changes. Like this could just be cycling over and over and over again. And that would be so cool. Oh my goodness, right? So like, this is great. Now, the next piece is to make sure it's connecting to the right pieces, which is the very, very hard part. So this is where I'm not sure our controller is held up for this, because we have to think about this from like a really big perspective. So give me 1 second. Let's switch to real cam, get some, hello, welcome. Oh my goodness, y'all hanging out and having a good time tonight, because I know I am. I absolutely love Horizon and this math and creation. It's so much fun. If you've been having bugs recently, my goodness, I have been too, and so I totally get it. I personally been working on a world in build mode only for the last month, and I've just recently heard about all the trouble people have had once they publish their worlds because of Visit 2.0. So I'm just a little worried about publishing, because I'm publishing this weekend unlisted to test it and find out if there's any bugs that I need to fix. So wish me luck, but if you're going through that pain, I know we all are, it's being worked on, so hopefully we get to see that fixed soon. And I say that as just a community member's heard that it's being worked on, so yeah, stay tuned, but bear with it. Like, Horizon's growing so fast, it just makes sense there'd be bugs. It's kind of like, imagine we were in the Windows era of 95 and we're just like skipping straight to 2007, like Windows 7, and then we're going, or excuse me, yeah, that's, I don't think that's the right year, but anyway, you know, who knows why they named it that. And now we're like trying to get to Windows 11. It's like, it's ridiculous how fast we're progressing through this application's development. And so it makes sense that there's so much hurdles to jump over. So we'll get through it though. So now, our own hurdles today. Call it exterminator. That's funny. Do I record publishing unlisted? No. Oh, do you recommend publishing unlisted? Yes, maybe. Depends on the scenario. If I wasn't under an NDA with the client that I'm working on, I would for sure publish it publicly and get a ton of feedback. I'd get user feedback. I'd get tons of information from the, like, basically free testers, people who show up. They're free testers, especially if they're your friends and they just want to see what you're working on. It's a win-win. For reference, we have paid testers on our team. It's an area that I swear to you is going to be a huge market in the future. Like, you think about game testers, like, that's a thing. Like, oh man, it's kind of crazy. Like, I'm anticipating that most of the worlds we build over the next year are going to have 2 weeks of testing time built in just for sorting through bugs. So, like, world's changing fast. So anyway, so free testing time if you're a small company or you're you know, just doing it for yourself for your own time is totally worth it. So I think publishing public, that's what I would do. I also don't really like keeping things under NDA. Like, I understand the purpose of it. The purpose, for the reference, if you don't know, is so that if you decide we have to cancel this because of whatever, then people aren't disappointed. It basically prevents people from being disappointed if something doesn't actually turn out the way you want it to. As a really good example of this, I was told about asset spawning in a public forum, so I knew about it, like, publicly. I could talk about it publicly about a year and a few months before it would actually come out. And I spent so long, and it wasn't asset spawning that I learned about, it was assets themselves. Like, we could, like, create assets and create our own asset library. And so I stopped making stuff for like a couple months. I just held off creating things I would have otherwise created, because I was thinking I'm going to go back to my old world and just grab a copy of that script or this thing and that thing. And so it was terrible because it took a year and a couple months before we finally eventually got an asset library. And so that's the reason you don't talk about things that are coming, because you don't know how long it's going to take. Like, last year at Connect, I got to be a part of a small group that saw a feature that has been completely canceled. It was almost done at Connect. And they completely canceled it because it just didn't work very well, and they've rethought it, and I do like the way they've rethought it. I think it's going to make the community so much better when it eventually does come out, but sorry, there's so much I can't talk about with my job, so I apologize. But, like, anyway, NDAs are important where they are, so, but I just don't like them. I'd rather, like, tell you about Dungeon Crawler, and if you saw Dungeon Crawler a few months ago when I was working on it, I canceled it because I ran out of money. The reality is I didn't have enough money to pay people to work on it. And I'm kind of glad, because we had Visit 2.0 come out. Asset spawning is still not working perfectly. And the entire game was around asset spawning. I was like literally pushing the limits on asset spawning. I had inventory systems. The dungeons were self-generating. The loot was self-generated. The mobs and monsters, the AI, you name it, it was generated using assets, because I wanted it to... Like, basically, I like to build stuff that I would enjoy, and I would enjoy a dungeon spawner game platforming that does have endless levels, so that's what I was working on. So thankfully, I did end up calling it a pause, but I'd really like to come back to it. So if you heard about it a few months ago, sorry that it never came to fruition, but I really loved showing off some of the features and, like, teaching from that. So, anyway. Spill the beans. Oh, just reading you guys' messages. Cool, cool. Let's continue figuring out how we're going to do this. So I want to talk about how it would be done not in Horizon, and then figure out how we can apply this to Horizon. The way you would do wave function collapse at this stage is you need to know about each tile. So each tile needs to have properties like north, east, south, which ways are open, which ways are closed. And so what you would do if you were in JavaScript, for instance, is you'd create what's called an object. And this object allows you to store its own arrays, its own variables, and all this information. And yes, we have objects in Horizon, but we don't have enough objects in Horizon that we can just dynamically, I mean, yes, we can technically dynamically spawn objects, so don't get me wrong there, we totally could. But you would need to spawn one for every cell, and then get the information and communicate back and forth in ways that just are so much harder in Horizon than they are outside of Horizon, like with a JavaScript type program. And so that's why I want to think about it from a different perspective. I want to understand how it works in JavaScript, but then think about how it would function in Horizon worlds. And so yes, technically we could create an object with a script inside of it, spawn it, do all the things that it needs to do, despawn it. Totally feasible, but I don't want to. So then, what do we need to do? Well, what we need to do is we need to think about these positions. And normally what I would think is like a Boolean array, which array means list, by the way. So anytime you see here array, it means list, or so you're saying like a bunch of things, right? So it could be an array of objects, variables, Booleans mean true and false. And so I'm imagining you think of the cardinal directions north, east, south, west, and each one gets a Boolean variable which represents true or false, whether the position is true or false. By giving it a northeast-south orientation as well, we can think about that piece having rotation values. So then we can start thinking about how does that rotation value affect other things. So in my mind, the way we go about this is by recognizing that a Boolean as a true and false statement is actually conveyable as a single number, 0 and 1. And so I did this recently with one of my things I'm working on, where I thought about the number being a 0 or a 1 value. But then I thought about how hard it is to work with a 0 and a 1 when you have a number that's like 11. And you need 3, so you need 0 or 4, right? So we need 1,011. 1,111 would be everything true, right? And so if we take 1111, so 1,111, and make that our 0, we can then think of the 2s, so we add 1 to it being the true state. So you have 1 being the false state, 2 be the true state. And then what you can do is start by setting it to 111, meaning it's all false, and then set the values at each place that you want to be true. Now to set those values at that place, what I've done so far that worked really well is you convert the number into a string value, and a string just means a string of numbers, characters, letters, anything. It can be anything that you can type in a keyboard. I think you can put a tab in there, so I guess so. But basically, it's a string. So we convert the number into a string, and what's nice about strings is we can pull individual characters from that string, and so we can pull a 0, or we can play the 1 or the 2, right? In fact, now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm thinking, why not go with a string value, because we don't need to use the number. In that case I was using before, I needed the number because I was using a player persistent variable, which can only be stored as a number. But in our case, we can use a string value, which gives us the ability to store a 0, a 1, and its orientation, like north, east, south, and west. So that means you could say the first number is north, or even better, we could store a rotation value at the beginning. So the first 3 characters represent its orientation. So like 090 would be a 90-degree rotation. You could do 000 would be a 0-degree rotation. That seems very good. And then the next values can be 0, 1. Basically what we're trying to do is compact as much information into a single string as possible, because then we have done what we would have otherwise had to do with objects. And now we can pull all the information in and out of this string. Mind-blowing. I'm sorry there's no visual to convey this, but I'm really excited. So I can see nobody's like interested, or it's like really going above people's heads because they're jumping off. But thank you all who are sticking around. If you have questions, know you can keep asking them. But yeah, so continuing this thought though, because we're going for this. It's going to be hard, and so I don't blame you if you pop off. I literally won't be offended. And if you are here in the future watching this, good on you. Or if you come back and you were watching and now you're back, good job. This is some cool stuff that's pretty hard, but it's a lot of fun to kind of work through. So, for me at least. Okay, so we've got a way to store these orientations. And I think we then need to create a list of all the possible orientations. And that I'm really excited about because I feel like it just solves half the problem. So let's go create that list. And what are you guys saying? How about trigger points? Asset spawn scripts be bugging. It's true. How about trigger points? I don't understand trigger points and what you mean by that. Curious what you're referring to. That connect to the last one on contact. Oh, I see. You were thinking about using like a trigger to connect to things. Anyway, I feel like we solved it. So before I lose the thought, let's dive back in. I'll go ahead and switch this back to Horizon mode over here. Horizon. Why? Mousey. There you are. Boom. OBS. Back in. Okay, so audio should be coming in nice and clear. It looks like it is. Visual looks good as well. So we're doing great. All right. My brain hurts, but I'm with you. Thanks, Dan. I'm glad you're here. I know it's hard, and but boy, oh boy, it's a lot of fun for me. I mean, I literally was like, this is what I want to do right now. It sounds like such a great time. In fact, Wednesday, I'd set up kind of my, what do you call it? I'd set up a bunch of tasks to get done by Friday, and I got them all done on Wednesday. And so Thursday and today I've been working really hard on just getting ahead of schedule. And so then I was like, I was going to go back to work, but this sounds like more fun. So I'm going to go do this. Oh, and I'm in a safe zone. And I'm out of safe zone. Why is that so easy in build mode? My goodness. Too funny. Okay. But again, thanks for hanging out and struggling through with me, Dan. Appreciate it. Now, on our controller, it's time to initialize all of these tiles. And to do this, we're going to start by rotating the values. So this one and this one rotated doesn't matter. Rotation on these do not matter whatsoever, but rotation matters one version of this. How do we determine that the north-south variant of this is identical to, how do we determine that the south-facing variant of this is also identical to the north, and the east is, and the same thing like north, east, south, and west are all identical on here? Well, we create a different string variable and check it and say only if it's not already in the list. Got it. Okay, that works. I feel pretty good. So I am getting a little bit of lag in VR right now. Sorry for the shake. It's, okay, it's good. We're good. We're going to create two lists. Okay, so list one is for our rotations. And I think this will work well. So we're going to call this these are the orientations, and but this I'm trying to I want to give it a good name so I don't have to change it later. And so these are going to call tile asset. Oh, I forgot we need that first. Okay, let's start with that. So we're going to call these asset vars. Okay, so we got our asset vars list, which will be all of the different assets. Then we need to know what is the rotation of that asset. So it's a list of asset rots. Hopefully, yeah, I don't think we've used that over here, so that's fine. And then we also need to know that string list that we talked about, which is orientations that are free. So we'd call this the open directions, and click list and click confirm. Okay, so these three lists will be running in parallel. So one will store the asset, then we'll store the rotation of that asset, and then we'll store which directions are open with that rotation. And so if we come up here, rotating to get a good view. Okay. Previously, we had done this to do our test, making sure the world is stopped. We no longer need to do this test. We do need to spawn assets at some point. So I'm going to drag this down here and delete the old one. We aren't doing asset spawning here. So I'm going to drag this down to here just because these are kind of like things we might use later. So when the world is started, we're still initializing these tiles, and we could even use the tiles list here, but I think having these 5 like that is a good idea. And so we can then work through them one at a time. And so the next thing I think we need to do is create a new string list, which will be a list of strings called tile directions. And so what this, excuse me, sorry, the hiccups there, tile open directions. And so what this one's going to do is run in parallel to the tiles list. And so we're going to go down to our list value and click add to list. And we're adding this to the tile open directions list. And the value we're going to put in here is a string input where we think about this cube and how many directions are open? 0. So it's like all of them are closed. So we'll just type in 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros, which means none of them are open. Then we come to our pillars list, which is the inverse of that, which is all of them are open. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we look at the hallways, and the hallways have 1 and 1. So by default, it is north, east, south, west is the way we're thinking of this. So it's north and south. So it's 1, 0, 1, 0. And that will represent those cardinal directions for the default hallway. And so our goal is to then rotate it and get both, but we'll get to that in a second. So then this one is 1, 1, 1, 0. So we'll go ahead and do another duplication here. And for the fork, type 1, 1, 1, 0. And then for our last one, the corner, we have this one oriented where it goes 0, 1, 1, 0. So we'll go ahead and fill that out. And duplicate that here and go 0, 1, 1, 0. Very nice. Okay. So this is our initialization. We have initialized all of these. We've got a list of their directions. Now, you might be thinking, how do we rotate this? I also want to read your question. So he says, I've been thinking of how bands do coordinated and in sync dance that makes images and how it's very similar. It is very hard to do things in sync in Horizon due to the latency issue, but I've seen some really cool performances, and I'd love to see more like dances. I think the nice thing about Horizon avatars is they are, if you're not worried about the audio and you think about the visually our hands are like almost in sync. If there's no delay, it's the audio that gets delayed. So that's kind of an interesting thought as well. So the dancing is probably in sync with, but not the if you were singing along. So the question you might be asking is, how do we rotate this value? Well, to rotate this by 90 degrees to the right, we would go and take this and move it along to the right. So we take the 0 from the back, move it to the front, and move everything over. So then it becomes 0, 1, 0, 1. And that's a 90-degree rotation. So then we can figure out that there's 4 of these. This one has, because this is, I see. I think I found the way to do this. So let's go create a new event where we can loop through this. So we're going to create when event is received. And so this is our initialization. And then this next bit is also initialization. So I'm kind of tempted to just call it option initializer, because that's what we're doing, is we're initializing the options. And then we'll send that to self. And we don't need to add a delay, so this is okay. Okay, so send option initializer to self. And then when option initializer is received, we then want to go through these one at a time. And so I'm going to create a new iterator parameter, which will be called I tile position, because we're going to go through the tiles. And that will be nice. So the I tile position is how we determine which tile we are on. And then our goal is to add to this list. So we're going to run some form of if check. And then when that if check is done, we're adding 3 values, 1 to each list. And so we'll go ahead and grab the asset rotation list. We'll grab the asset var list, and we'll grab the open direction list. And I'm going to put them, in this order. I think that's okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's really cool. That sounds amazing. So he's just said that he's working on using the LED remote control light to create synchronization with music videos. Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. So for our rotations, the way this is going to work is the same way we did before, where we used a random integer between 0 and 4 to multiply by 90, except for it won't be random. So if we come back over here and then go to here, we can duplicate this in, delete the random value, and this will represent our current orientation. So I'm going to create another I value, so called I current rotation, and click confirm. And so I current rotation is going to represent what is the current rotation. So if it's not rotated, then it's 0. And that gives us the actual rotation that we need to apply. And then the direction can actually be using that as well. So to create this open direction, we know that the I tile position represents where we are at in both the tile open directions as well as the the tiles list. And so we can actually go and do a couple things here. We can go to operators and get item from list from that tiles list. And that is the one that's at our current I tile position value. And then we can also get an item from the list, but we need to do it in a little bit more of a complicated way. So I'm going to duplicate this here just to keep a copy. So we're getting the I tile position from the tile open directions list. And then what we need to do to it is we need to move it over based off of this I current rotation. So remember how I said we need to cycle through, and I might have my rotation off. So it would be nice if we could test this, but I'm not sure an easy way to test it yet. And so with like 1010, we want to potentially rotate it 90 degrees, which we're going to do by grabbing 1 from the end and moving it to the beginning. And so to do that, the first step is a plus symbol. So we can grab scrolling up to find the plus. And then we're going to grab the length from the end. So down under string, we can get substring of string for A, which is from the end of the string, and the string is the get item from list. So we put this into the first slot here. And because this is kind of long and hard to read, let's go and create another I, but it'll be a string. And this will be called I current tile string, and click confirm. We can then set this to be the current value. So we set the I current tile string to be this, and this just makes our script look a little bit cleaner. It might be a little bit more efficient too, but it's a lot easier to read this now that it says this. So it says substring of the I current tile string from the index, and with a length of, now we know the length from the beginning because the rotation value is the length, right? So it's either 0, 1, 2, or 3, and that represents our length. Now the start index is represented by the position excuse me, the length of the string minus this. So if we go length of string minus, I need to grab the minus symbol first. So grab minus and then scroll down, grab length of the iCurrent tile string minus 1. And we do know these are always going to be 4. So we could actually just type in 4 there. So I think I will do that since we know there will always be 4 directions. It's not very clear what that represents, but hopefully we'll remember that that's what that is. And then 1 isn't what goes there. It's actually the iCurrent rotation goes there. Okay, there we go. So now we've gone and subtracted that. So if it's at position 0, it subtracts nothing, it gets nothing, and hopefully that doesn't bug out. Now, to just double check this really quick and see what happens, it's easy enough to do this very quickly. Is grab a script, grab a pyramid, and we can test our script, just a small segment of it on this pyramid. So I'm going to just quickly attach script 1 and then open up the script, and we want to try running when world is started, setting a string. So we're going to go grab a string and call this. Oh, actually, we just use easier is we use debug print. So we'll debug print, and then we want to do the exact same thing that we just created, which was getting the substring of a string. And we want to get from the index with length of 0 at an index of 4, we had said. And this is from the string input of, say, 1010, and we want to see if that actually functions. So script, tab, and play, and it says substring index 4 length of 0 is out of bounds. That's what I was concerned would happen. And so we'll go and fix that real quick. There's an easy way to fix this. So I'm glad we tested it, and that's why we do tests. Don't you need an empty cube? By the way, don't you need an empty cube? I don't think so. It's a good question. It would be useful for building a room, wouldn't it? It'd be nice to have an empty room. That's a really good suggestion. That is a really good suggestion. So the empty room could be represented by this guy. Excuse me. Let's get him right there. And we just make him non-visible, non-collidable. And you could create an asset out of that. And that would also be an option. It would be identical to this one in the way it functions, because this is also all 4 directions are open. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to continue thinking about that and whether or not I would prefer to have this version or actually make a room space, because this would basically create a room, which is nice. And like you could theoretically connect multiple open rooms. Anyway, I really like it. I need to continue thinking about it, but I really like it. Okay, so we know that this isn't going to work. So we need an if statement with an else to run 2 different variations of this. And one is super easy and the other is a little more complicated. I put that in the wrong spot. Sorry. I meant to grab an else. There we go. So in the else state, we do this. In the if state, what is the if? Well, it's if iCurrent rotation equals 0, because we know if it equals 0, then it's not moving it whatsoever. So we just say, if the iCurrent rotation equals 0, we're not rotating it. Therefore, we don't need to do all this fancy stuff. And so all we're doing is adding the iCurrent tile string to the open directions, right? So that's all we need to do here. But if it's not equal to 0, that's when this substring needs to run, and it will function correctly because it doesn't go out of bounds, because it isn't equal to 0, which is the only time it would go out of bounds. Then we need to add to it with the beginning. And so we're going to grab this same substring of string, put it into the B slot. And this one's a little bit different because the length is this number. So we delete iCurrent rotation. The length is this value, and the start index is 0. And if you didn't quickly follow that, let me show you up here. Excuse me. So you'll remember, whoa, sorry, just crazy lag just hit me. Okay, we're good. So you remember that we have 1, 0, 1, 0. So if it's length of 1, we're rotating it by 90 degrees. We take the 0, move it to the beginning. So if it's 1, we take 4 minus 1 equals 3. So we can get these first three values. And then we get the first value from the end and move it to the beginning. And that's why our plus symbol is backwards. So we get the back part first, then we get the front part, and it puts it together. And we have rotated it by 90 degrees, which only happens in the else. So this is all perfect. Now, no matter what, we need to do the other things, which is adding this right here. So we've added the tile, we've added the rotation, and now we've added the string. Question though is, what is the if that says whether or not we can do it? I've kind of already figured it out. I just got to figure out how to implement it. Let me grab a sip of water. 2.5 hours. My goodness, how long is this going to take? But do we stop? I don't know. It's getting close to my bedtime. I have a baby, okay? Please don't judge me. Or if you're on the East Coast, you'd be like, yeah, it's about bedtime. I'm on the West Coast, though, so it's only 8:30. Oh, but I am determined. Okay, so next thing we need to do is figure out if this position is in the list. But there's a problem. The problem is these numbers could easily be in the list already because they represent so many varieties. Maybe not, but they could. So for like 0, 0, 0, we were talking about adding a room that also uses 0, 0, 0. Then we wouldn't add the room to the list. That would be problematic. So what we need to do is think about this from the perspective that we've already gone through one and we're on to the next one. And so when we add this to the asset var list, if we know where the previous tile starts and stops, we can then search through the previous list and only determine false. Okay, so like it's a lot of things. But let's go through it piece by piece and you'll see how it works. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create a new Boolean variable. And this is going to be called can add. In fact, I'm going to add an I to the front so I can add and click confirm. That's a pretty funny statement, but I really like it. Now we're going to drag this Boolean into this if statement. And now we just need to determine if we can add. Now to determine this, we're going to use that while loop I had mentioned. So we're going to grab while, dragging it over here. Now this while loop will function as long as there are tiles of our type in the list. So that means we need to create a number that represents our current position that we can iterate through. So we're going to call this I while position. And then I want to describe it a little bit better. I asset vars. I don't know how to describe this. It's so hard to describe this. It's I asset var while position. Okay. That is a pretty good start. And we also need to create another number, which is tile start position. And then I'm also going to add an I as it's something we're iterating through and click confirm. So when we add a tile to the list, if it's the first time that tile has been added to the list, so we say if not in the list, we know that the current position is the, so we say if, and then we scroll down here, grab a not, and then scroll down to the bottom to the list where we can get is it in the list. So we grab list contains item. So if the tile, now if the asset var does not contain this tile, and because we're going to use this tile in a couple places, I'm going to create another variable. I know so many variables. Asset called iCurrentTile, iCurrentTile, and click confirm, and then set that up here. So set iCurrentTile to this here, and then we can use it in this position as well as this position. So we say set iCurrentTile to this tile, and then if that tile is not in the asset var list, we can then determine that the current position, the current length will be the iTile start position. So we set, only if this is true, the iTile start position to be the length of the list. And the reason length of the asset var list works is because it's one out of index and we're adding one, which puts it at that index. Okay. Whew. 11:34 in New York or North Carolina. Nice. 4 a.m. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. I used to be like that. I will not lie though. When I was younger and I just joined Horizon, I would be up till 8 in the morning. I kid you not. I would literally script like this till 8 a.m. and like Oculus would wake up and I'd have something completed and he'd be like, I went to bed and I'd mentioned something in a chat and you've already finished it. And I'd be like, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm going to bed now. So, it's like kind of funny. Okay. So we've set the I start position, the iTile start position. Now the I asset vars while position has to be set before we while loop. So we set that right here. So we say set I asset while position, whatever that word is, and then set it to this position, which gives us the starting position we want to start at. And then we're going to add one to this list. So we're going to grab another set two, and then a plus symbol from our operators tab at the top. And this will allow us to go through the list. And so we'll say set I asset var to be +1, go grab a number input for 1. And then what we want to do next is confirm that the item is less than the length of this. So we're going to while loop for as long as I asset var while position is less than the length of the asset vars list. And what this is going to do is say that, oh, yo, ukulele man, great to have you. Coffee is our best friend. I love that. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's okay, UK. This has been a lot of fun. Oh my goodness. Thanks for stopping by, dude. So good. So what we're doing today is pretty fun. And so far this is what we've got. We've got a 3x3 grid that we're working on. And we're trying to place these in here. We've actually made it so that it was spawning. First, we started by spawning 3x3 of these regular cubes. Then we got it to select one of these at random. And then we've now added these to a list and we're adding orientations to it to make sure that they connect to each of these potential pieces correctly, which is what more or less wave function collapse does. And so it's requiring a lot of fancy math, and I'm sorry, we're really in the thick of it, so we're going to keep going. But right, it's so much fun. So thanks for tuning in. Feel free to scroll back at a later time and check out the whole thing, or listen like a podcast later. But absolutely fun one tonight. All right, so we've got the while loop. We're going through and making sure that this is in the index that we're looking at. And so once this is equal to, we can no longer look up this value in this list. So what this means is we need to make sure, and so what we're trying to set is the I can add, right? So the goal is to set I can add, and this will allow us to add the item as long as it's true. And so we set I can add before anything to true with a Boolean input, and then we set it to false if this index equals our current orientation, which we still haven't got to yet. We're kind of doing everything in reverse order, which makes this so complicated to read, but apparently I've gotten really good at thinking in reverse order. So we're going to grab our if statement here, and then what we want to do is inside the if, drop this to duplicate it and change it to false. So if this equals, so we're going to grab the equals symbol, and we're getting the item from the string list. So we're going to go to our current tile string, our tile open directions list. That's the one we want. So we're going to our open directions list, and from our open directions list, we are going to get the item at this position. So we're going to have to go to our operators tab, scroll down, and then grab get item from list. and that's from the open directions list at the index of the I asset var. And what we're comparing this to is the value that we're going to create. So we're going to create, you'll see down here we had set it to be this position. So this I current tile string was set using the I tile position. I think I actually meant to use I current rotation. Yeah, that was a mistake. Oh, no, it wasn't. Excuse me. We rotated it a second later. So we got the value and then we rotated it by doing this. And then up here, this is the rotation. So we're using the I current rotation to determine this, but maybe we can set this current string earlier because that's what we want to compare against before we add it. And so up here at the beginning, like one of the first steps is we need to know that we're on the next value. So let's start by setting, we're just going to put this in here just for default, but we're going to start by setting the I current rotation to 0. But in the future, we want this to be +1. And so this will probably be a last step actually. So we'll say I current rotation +0. And then after that's done, we want to immediately set, which means we can simply add this here. And then we can say if I current rotation doesn't equal 0. So before we were saying if it does equal 0, but what we really needed to check is if it wasn't, and then if it isn't equal 0, then do this rotation on it. Okay, got it. Doesn't equal 0. I current rotation doesn't equal 0. Then we rotate it. And then we can add this straight to the list, but we need to set the I current tile up here by getting the current tile. And then rotate it if we're rotating it. Okay, cool. So that will do all of the things we need it to do. And now we can compare the I current tile string against the values that are currently in the open direction because we don't want these to be equivalent. If these are equivalent, and for those who've just tuned in, what we're looking at here is if you have this hallway, its north facing and south facing directions are identical. So we only need one of them. And its east facing and west facing directions are also identical. So we only need 2 of these variants, whereas something like this has 4 variants, or one of these only has 1 variant. And so we're preventing the addition of multiple variants. Okay. And so then the next thing we want to look at is so we've set I current rotation to I current rotation +0. We've set the I current tile string to get I tile position from there, which we then rotate if the I current rotation is a rotation. And then we set the I asset var while position to I tile start position. Set I can add to true, then we're going to while loop through the remainder if we have more than 1 already in there. And if that is, we set it to false because it's already in the list. So this will run 4 times. So basically we need to do an if I current rotation is less. We could, because we need the else so that we can, the reason we need else is so that we can move on to the next tile. That's so like, I'm going to create a comment in here to remind me what we're doing. And so that'll be a good reminder for later. So this is called move to next tile. Oh my gosh, this keyboard is killing me today. XT. It's normally gives me a lot more haptic feedback, but I'm not getting enough feedback to know I've hit the key. And so I'm like double hitting, which is strange because that's the opposite of what I usually have. Okay, so move to next tile is what we want to do there. And then this should honestly be the last step where we set the I current rotation. So this I want to drag to the very bottom of all of this because it's the last thing we do before looping. And so then we loop. And that's now okay to add the +1 to. So I'm going to change this to be +1 because we need it to start at 0 and then get to 3. And that's where our if statement comes in, which is basically saying if the I current rotation is less than 4, Nope, less than 3, because we're going to add to it and send the event back to self. And then else we need to move to the next tile, which we'll figure out how to do that in a minute. Okay. So we set iCurrent tile string to this. We've then rotated if it needed to be rotated. We've then set the iAsset vars while position to this. We then while loop through, confirming that it's not in there. We set the iAsset vars. So you might remember earlier in the in this video, I said make sure to test things often so you don't make a ton of script. We've been literally scripting for near an hour without any debug testing. Whoops. We should be okay, but if we have a bug, it's going to take us a minute to find it. But reading through really helps debug things, just like making sure there's nothing small that you missed. If I can add, then we set iCurrent tile to be the current tile that's in the list. Got it. That's how we iterate to the next tile. We just add 1 and then keep looping and then have an if on the loop. Let's do that real quick before I forget. So we're going to set the I tile position to be +1 down here. So I tile position will iterate upwards. And then what we want to do is also run an if statement down here that only allows us to continue testing as long as the I tile position is within index. And so this is that same one we did above, which is a less than. So I'm going to just duplicate the less than down. So we're checking if I tile's position is less than the length of the list of the tiles. So that way we're not trying to check for a tile that is out of index. Okay, so length of the tiles list. Okay, and if it is less, then we continue sending this event to self, which is the option initializer. And I'm going to just duplicate this event, send event to self from above into here. Okay. With that, we now have a way to loop it and continue cycling through the 4 cardinal rotations. And we also have the tiles being looped through. So that's most of the hard stuff. Let's see what else I forgot to do. I can add, we then add that tile. We then check if it's not in the list. And if it is, we set the iTile start position to be the current length of the asset vars. We add the iCurrent tile to the asset vars list. And then we add the new rotation to the asset rotations and add the current tile strength to the open directions. If iCurrent rotation is less than 3, then we set it to be +1. Brilliant. Oh my goodness, this is so good. Okay, what I wanted to do was duplicate the cube, duplicate the 0, 0, and one of our friends had earlier recommended that we add an empty room asset. So I'm going to do that real quick. We're going to call this empty space, which is basically a room. So it opens into a room. So we click confirm, and then we're going to drag this over into the left. And then we need to go create that empty space. Fortunately, we already did. It's right here. I want to make sure the orientation matches, which it does. So that's good. Open this up. And we'll create a new asset, which we'll call room. And, oh, it's a 3x3x3. So I like to note that in my asset name space, and then save this to our wave function collapse folder, grab a thumbnail, take a photo. I don't know if it'll take a photo of an empty box, but it did. Cool. Looks good. And create. There we go. Very nice. So we've got our final asset, and I'm going to read your messages, UK. By the way, great to have you. Sorry, just like so many thoughts racing through my brain, and we're so close. I'm so excited. Okay, so then clear this, stop, go back to assets, wave function collapse, rooms. Yes, information, drag this over and into empty space. Very nice. Wait, are we checking for superposition? Wait, oh my gosh, what are you guys even talking about? Dang, didn't even know this was having right. No, it's no problem. Live scripting pad. Oh, nice. Proper placement and rotations. Do it all in all directions first, except forward. Sounds like me scripting. Oh yeah, set 0 so it doesn't give you the wrong rotation first. Wait, are we checking for superposition? I'm thinking of Schrodinger's cat. Lol. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, actually, wave function collapse apparently is based on some quantum mechanics, actually, which is interesting. I'm not fully aware of it all, but it is pretty interesting. Okay, so we have now done something that feels like nothing if you really look at it, because this was just the step to get the orientations in a list. Oh my goodness gracious. This was just to get the orientations in a list. And so think about it from like this perspective. I know we've done this a few times, but it's important to kind of keep seeing it visually. I feel like, honestly, I really need this. And so if we look at this and we maybe even add one more corner tile, one more corner tile right here, right? When we're looking at this position here and we want to place a tile here, we need to understand what tiles can go there. And so the answer is tiles that have an opening here and there, and this tile and this tile do not matter. So when we're looking at this list, we know that it needs to be a string with 1, 1, and then the last two aren't 0, 0. It can be anything in those. It can be a 0, a 1. And so that is very important for us to recognize early on, because we're going to have to check all of these values for this orientation, which is actually 1, 0, 0, or excuse me, 1, not 1. So gonna have to figure out how to check, because again, that's 1 with 2 empty spaces in it. So how do we check that these are empty? And I think the answer relies on using a less than symbol. So we get 1 for this, and we say, does this value equal 1? Check. Okay, next check. Does this value less than 2? Because this is nothing. It can be anything, right? It can be 0 or 1. So we say, is this value less than 2? Of course it is. Is this value less than 2? Of course it is. And then we check this one, and we say, is this less than 1? Or excuse me, less than, or is this equal to 1? And then we confirm that, and that gives us all the positions that we could possibly place here. We then need to create a list of all of those possible assets, or as numbers, so that we can choose the right index and then spawn that asset at that position. My goodness. And that's not even getting into the fact that we want this to be placed randomly, selecting a random position. And then if we do wave function collapse correctly, we need to make sure to count every position on the tile. And oof. So what can we actually do at this point to make sure things are working correctly? Great question. And so the answer, in my opinion, is we need to debug print when this happens. This is finished. When this says else, we know we have finished initializing. And so I'm going to create a debug print that debug prints a couple pieces of information. And I think the most important one is the length of the tiles, not length of tiles, excuse me, the length of the, doesn't matter, there's a few of them. Let's go with the asset vars. So this will tell us how many we have. And I'm going to just hit play because I think it'll work correctly. So here it goes. Oh, and it's done. What? Well, we found a bug, y'all. Wasn't expecting to find a bug so soon, but we did. So we'll go and sort through that real quick. Okay, so what we had happen is we only got 1 for each, which is interesting. This one should have been 1, this one should have been 1, this one should have been 1. This one would have put 1 in, and then it should have said, shift it to the right by 1 character, move it to the left, 0, 1, 0, 1. Is it in the list? And it should have said no, and then added a second version of this. Then it should have checked the next one and been like, yep, it's in the list. Yep, it's in the list. So why didn't it do that? And debug print the length of the asset vars list. And what's more interesting is there's actually 6 of these, isn't there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the length of 5 is actually not good either. If iCurrent rotation is less than 3, set iCurrent rotation to +1. If it is not less than 3, we set iTile position to be +1, which allows us to iterate further. Ah, haha. I literally did this earlier in this stream. I can't believe I did it again. I forgot to set the iCurrent rotation back to 0. Okay, dokie. My bad. Clear and play. 17. I think that sounds correct. So the way we check this is we go, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I got 13. It's having 17. How does it have 17? That's interesting. It went one further than I would have expected. And 13 to 17 would be a difference of 4. Is it because the index starts at 0? I don't think so. What I would like to do next is debug print some other information. First, stop the world. That's important. Oh, it's not working. And try again. Nope. And clear. Okay. I wonder if it's... No, that has nothing to do with it. We have the 0, 0, 0 there. The 1, 1, 1, the 1, 1, 0, the 1, 1, 1, 0. This should have 4 orientations because there's only 4 characters. They're only being shifted to the right. This should have 4 as well because they're being shifted to the right. Is it possible it could have had more? I don't think so. So set iCurrent tile string to get item iTiles from... You know what I think we should do is with this next run through, since it's so easy to debug print this, we're going to debug print finished when we're done. So I'm going to duplicate this, delete this, grab a string input and just write finished so we know that it's hit the end. And then finished. Okay. And then what we should do is take this debug print for length. And up here, we are going to say when this is true, so I can add, we're going to debug print the current tile. So debug print iCurrent tile as a string. Will that convert to a string? I'm hoping just to get a number back. I don't really care what the number is, but I just want a unique number. And it's refusing to do that. I guess I can use the iTile position, of course. Duh. There we go. So then hit play. And so we see iTile position 0 went through 1 time. Tile 1 didn't go through at all, which is a mistake. Tile 2, 4, tile 3, 4, tile 4, 4. Okay, a couple of those are off. And then 5, 4, and then finish. So this one's correct, this one's correct. This one came back as 4, and this one came back as 4. Both of these came back as 4, which is bonkers. And then we completely missed the 0, 0. So I'm going to have to look at that. Let's see. So I think this is definitely going to be the way to figure out if this is working. We set the iTile position here when the rotation... Oh, the rotation does cycle through all 4. And it's always set to true. Sorry, I need some more water. Oh my goodness. I was like about to say, I don't know why I need so much water. I literally talk like this when I'm scripting, and I've been doing this for 8 hours today. And then I was like, wait, I've been literally talking out loud for 8 hours today before getting on this 2.5 hour stream. Also, Mark Julian, welcome. Yes, I know it's a lot of fun. It's a very complex topic for sure. It's a good one to tackle. I'm really enjoying it. So we set iCurrent tile string to the iTile position from the tile open directions list. Maybe I'm getting it from the wrong list. No, that's definitely the right list. Substring of this is this -1, but only if it's equal to 0. Otherwise, we know that it's the same because it doesn't need to be rotated. And then here, we've rotated it by grabbing 4 minus and oh. I see what I did wrong. Set this value to be this value. here, not adding it to the list here. This is just supposed to update it to be rotated if it's rotated. And then we add it down here, right? Let's double check that it's adding. Yes, it is. Okay. Got it. Okay, that should solve our problem. Let's go ahead and clear this and hit stop and then play. And we see 0 comes through. We didn't get 1 still, so I need to figure out why 1's not coming through. 2 came through 1 time, so remember that this is 2. It should be 1, so that's perfect. 3 came through twice, so that's perfect. 4, 5 also came in 4 times. So everything but this one came through. So why didn't that one come through? And I think we set iCurrent tile position, and it probably is getting the correct tile, but it's identical to the previous one, which I think is why this is happening. So then it's setting iAsset vars while position to the iTile start position. And the iTile start position should have been updated over here to be the length of the list, which was 0 at this time. But we were expecting it to be 1. But we need to, okay, so maybe we just do length of list plus 1. iTile start position. I was thinking this would be out of index, but because it's going to add 1, that becomes the index. So duplicate, delete, get a plus symbol, and then we're going to add 1 to it. So yeah, sorry if you're just joining, Julian. I know you are, but I just mean like, oh my goodness, we're in the roots of it at this point. So it's been a good one though. I encourage you to check out some of the rest of it. And potentially watch it back later if you're interested. I won't be editing it into another video later. It's just too intense, but I really wanted to tackle it on stream for fun and so that the content would be out there. You need a straw. Okay, and let's go ahead and hit clear, stop. I forgot to stop it, but that's okay. 0, ooh, still skipped 1. But 0 got added twice. 2 got added twice. 3 got added 3 times. Something's wrong here. Something is very wrong. Okay, so I think what I was doing before was correct. And I remember it being correct, but I can't seem to prove it to myself right now. So let's find it. Right here, I'm setting it to be plus 1. So what I'm doing is I'm saying if the tile is not in there, we add it to we know that where it's going is the index that we want to start at when we start searching through the list. And we only do that once for each asset as it's being added. So if the asset vars list does not contain the current tile, set the start position to be this. We add 1 because the length of 0 is the current index. No, this would be at index 0. That's right. Okay, I knew that was right. Sorry, it's also getting to be late, and this is where I always tell people stop and come back when you're awake and not going at it for, I think we're coming up on 3 hours. So we might have to come back to this tomorrow or Sunday, but I'm gonna see how far I can get. But if my brain keeps making small mistakes, then it's definitely time to call it. But let's see. So we've definitely set this to be the right position, and I want to start from the top here again, just to kind of refresh my mind. So we set iCurrent tile. Let's actually just double check from the very top. So empty space is added with a 0, 0 in parallel. Then we have the cube with a 0, 0, 0 in parallel. I did it backwards. It's not, empty space has 1, 1, 1 as its availability, not 0, 0, 0, which I'm afraid will still have a bug if I let this play. I'm going to let this, oh, wait. Interesting. I don't know why that's still not adding though. Let's go and hit play. 0 comes through with 1, 1 comes through with 1, 2 comes through with 1, which is perfect. Then we get 3 with 2, 4 with 4, and 5 with 4. So everything is good. All the positions are being added correctly. The question I have is if for some reason I have this where they're back to back and they are identical. So if I add after adding the cube, I add the empty space, and then I add the pillars that both have all 4 directions open, do I get an error? So 0 comes through once. It does. It causes an error where 3 is reported twice. Nope. 0, 1, 2. No, that's correct. So 2 is the one we're missing. So it gets 1. Oh, right. I have them out of order now. So the second one is the empty one. So it goes cube is added correctly. Then the empty one is added correctly. But then we skip the pillars and we go straight to that one. So let's try and solve that. Although I want these to be in the correct order. So stop the world, clear, scroll through. What could cause this? They are identical. Set iCurrent string to be the get tile position from the tile open directions. And then we say if the iCurrent rotation doesn't equal 0, set iCurrent tile string, which it's going to equal 0 the first time through. It should be adding it at least once, but it's not even adding it once. So this doesn't even matter because it's going to be 0. And then we set iAsset var while position to the iTile start position, which is where the previous tile had started. And so I think this is where it's going wrong, because this start position, when this finishes up, is still at the previous start position. And so when we move on, we need to set the I start position to be the current tile in the future. So that means we need to grab this place here where we're setting iTile start position and bring that down into the else statement. So when we say we're moving on to the next tile, we also need to reset this tile start position, because yep, okay, this all makes sense now. So now let's go hit play, and we should get 0, 1, and 2, and then it's working. Okay, got it. Stop and clear. Hey, we're doing pretty good then. So empty space, I am keeping at the top, so I just want them to be oriented correctly, but we solved that bug, which likely would never have actually caused us any problem if I just reoriented it, but it's good to solve bugs because they can pop up with lots of problems later, so I'm glad we solved that. And breathe. Let's see. Now that we've done all of this, I really want to start spawning tiles. We're so close to it. And it's not even that crazy of an idea. In fact, if we wanted to be... Oh, you know what you really want to see in a wave function collapse script that I didn't do here? When we were adding the asset, I had it to add itself and then spawn assets later, which made it really easy to add later, but I thought it would be really fun to do this. And I could do it if I use some special math. I was thinking it would be fun to start when we add the asset, we spawn the asset in so we can see it. And then we can see it like generate itself. So to do that, we have to kind of take a variant of what we were doing here. Here we were removing the item, but here, so what we want to do is take the position, divide it by 3 to determine a value, and then divide it by 3 and floor to determine another value, something like that. And then place that in here. And I really want to do that so we can start testing very early on. So, and it's going to be much more fun. So this is actually going to be deprecated. So I'm going to just go write a comment that says we're going to deprecate this event. And so deprecated event. We're no longer going to use this to spawn items. So deprecated event. We'll keep some of the pieces here in case we need them for later, but really what we're going to do now is spawn an asset at a position when this happens, and we just need to determine where it's at. And we can do that by using this my position along with the lengths that we have already determined. So the asset we're spawning is not this asset. So we're going to go ahead and delete this. It is the asset. The rotation we're rotating to is not this rotation. It is, oh, actually, part of that is correct. It's the start rotation plus my rotation. So we'll go ahead and add this in. Okay, so we've got the rotation we're spawning it at. Now the start position is still correct, but we need to take the row direction and multiply it by the current row position. Now we have to recalculate row position, but it's not that difficult. So let's determine if we're looking at this and we start with 0. Should we start with 0? Let's start with 1. Okay. So if you return the value 1 and we divide it by 3, you get 1/3, which is not useful. But if we modulus it by 3, it returns 1, which is the position in the row that we need. So we're going to modulus 3 our value, and I'll explain modulus as I am putting it in here. So we'll go to the operators tab. You'll find modulus in the basic operators, and drop that here, row direction times modulus, and then we're going to place my position into the A slot, and then in the B slot is the row count. So how many positions are in the row? It is 3. So now what we're taking is this my position. We're going to divide it by 3 and return the remainder as a whole number. So if my position is, say, 1, like we had just determined, dividing it by 3, well, the remainder is 1 because there's no whole that divides by 3. If it was 4, for instance, one row down, same column but one row down. And I'm also realizing that we need to divide by column count, not row count, excuse me. So we take my position dividing by the column count. If it's 4, then the 3 gets divided out and you get the remainder of 1. So that's how modulus works. Now, the next one we need to do is our column direction. And so the column direction is similar but different. So we're going to grab the floor operator, which allows us to remove any decimals. And so when we're looking at this, we think 0, 1, and let's actually go to 4 again, and we need to figure out how to get into the second row. So if we take 4, divide it by 3, 3, you get 1.3333 remaining. Then if you floor that, we remove the 3 and we find out we're in column position 1. Because remember, this starts 0. This is column or row position 1. This is row position 2. And this is also 0, 1, 2. So 0, 1, 2. So we're going to go ahead and grab that. So we're going to floor the division of the current my position divided by also column count. We don't actually use the row count until, and probably not actually in this script, we're going to need it. So cool. We're good. Now let's go and try spawning an asset. So exciting. So we've got our option initializer completed. We've got all of the items initialized. And the next thing we need to do is create the next event. So when event is received, this event is going to pick the start position. Well, actually, no, this one right here, when we finish, this is where we'll pick the start position. But this loop is going to basically do the wave function collapse, which is so many steps that I'm pretty sure we're going to need multiple events running their own loops. We could use while loops, but while loops are pretty limited in Horizon. So we're likely going to do this in a very different way. So let's start by thinking that the next step after we choose the original start position is to spawn the current object. So I guess we'll call this event spawn current position. And so confirm. So this is going to be called spawn current position. We are going to right here determine our first starting position. And so I was planning to use the I value for that. I don't think I'm going to use that for now in case we want to use it for something else later, and I'm instead going to create another I value but with a custom name. So I'm going to call this I spawn current position. So it's very clear what it's being used for. And then we're going to set it to be a random value. So we're going to set the I current spawn position to be a random integer, which we can go to our operators tab, scrolling down to random numbers. Notice it's the one without decimals. So random number with decimals would not work, but random number is an integer. And then it's an integer between 0. And then we're going to grab the multiply symbol from the top and multiply our rows times our columns to determine what the maximum is. And let's scroll down to find those values. Here it is. Column count times row count. And then you'll note that row times column equals 9, but 9's out of index. But fortunately, the way random integer works is it excludes the top value. So it's going to return between 0 and 9, which means the highest value it can be is 8. Okay, so we've determined our start position, and then we need to send spawn current position to self, which we could probably do instantly, but I'm going to add a 0.1 second delay just in case, just to be on the safe side. So we're going to go send event with a 0.1 second delay. It might not seem like a lot, but if we use this one, it sends it with a 1/60th of a second delay. And if there's just something lagging behind for some reason or whatever, this gives us many more frames, gives us 6 more frames to have things catch up. So that's why we're going to do that. Now we're going to go grab the spawn current position, but theoretically you don't need to do that. You could just use an instant one, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Okay. So send spawn current position to self after 0.1 seconds. And then when spawn current position is received, we need to know about this current position. And theoretically, we have to do some research. So I'm wondering about doing the research ahead of time, but I'm also thinking, let's just start by getting something down. So right here, we were sending add asset right here to the asset spawner. So I'm going to duplicate this in here. Sorry. Okay. So when spawn current position is received, we were sending add asset to the asset spawner, and we were getting the items from this list, and we were choosing one at random, which is great, but we don't want to choose it from the tiles list. We want to choose, in this first case, in this very first case, we want to choose one from the tile open, excuse me, the asset vars list. And then this random integer that we've selected, we need to then use it multiple times. So we need to set it as a value. So we're going to call this current choice and create that as a number, which we will then set at the very beginning. And set current choice to this random integer. We can then get that current choice from the asset list. We can also know that the I position here that we were using is actually our I spawn current position. And so that's going to represent the position this spawns at. And then the new rotation is not random. It's actually going to be the get item from the rotations list. And let's see if I can get this duplicated in there. I don't think I can. We'll go and, oh, maybe I can just, hey, there we go. So get the current choice from the rotation list. Scroll. There it is, asset rotations. There we go. So this gives us the correct rotation. And then what I would like to test here is making sure that we rotated them correctly, because I'm not sure if I rotated it 90 degrees or negative 90 degrees. So we're going to debug print these values and see if it's actually rotated correctly. So we're going to debug print the get item from not this list, but from our string list, which represents the orientation it's in. So the open directions list, and this should work. So let's see, it's going to choose a random position and spawn a random tile from our list. And it did. And I still have a bunch of debug printing in there, but it says 0110, 0110. Could this have gone the opposite direction? No, because 0011. So it must have rotated correctly. Let's run it a couple more times and make sure that it still looks correct on every single tile we run. And then I think we've got it. We've got our rotations down, which is fantastic. So we wanted to go send add asset to asset spawner, set current choice to random integer between 0 and this. And we wanted to remove the debug prints from above where we were debug printing the tile position. There we go. Okay. And play. Okay, that is definitely a 111. Let's try again. This is a 1011. 1, 1. That is correct. 1, 0, 1, 1. This is the orientation we were expecting. It's been rotated 180 degrees and it turned out correctly. Oh, I'm so impressed. Wow. Oh my goodness. We are so close, but also so far. And I am not wanting to stop. So let me drink some more water. I think I'm also going to run to the restroom. I can't believe we've been going 3 hours and 15 minutes. I just like had the urge 3.5 hours ago, and I'm so glad I did. I've been trying to solve this for so long, and we are so close. It's going to require a couple more functions, probably a good amount of time still. So if you've just joined us, you've got plenty more to see and hear and do. And huge thank you to UK and Mark Julian for hopping in. And I love seeing the votes. You guys have been voting. 21 votes have come in, with 29% voting maybe this is possible, 52% saying definitely, and 19% saying it's crazy talk, which I think is super funny. But nobody said absolutely not. So I appreciate the positivity, really. Honestly, I think we are like closer than anybody else has gotten. If you've gotten further than this on a wave function collapse, let me know. But I think we solved. And so Mark Julian, I know you said you had been working on this. So just like, and UK, as you guys are listening in, and anybody else who's interested in this, the real solution to wave function collapse that we determined is in JavaScript. If you were to do wave function collapse, you'd be creating an object type and then storing a bunch of data in it. And like you could even store arrays in it. And we can't do that in Horizon, obviously. Like we could create a bunch of objects, but it would be so tedious. And so what I was able to do, or what I thought up after talking to the live stream for however long, was that we would create this list of string variables representing the northeast, southwest directions, where we're assuming this is north in our diagram here. And so with that, we were able to then say 0, 1 for true or false, is it open or closed, which allowed us to basically store Boolean values. And then we can even use strings to store more information if we want to add any other information in there in the future. So at the end of that, we could add even more information. So, or we could create another parallel string list. So I'm very excited, very happy with the way things are going. And we'll keep pounding through this in just a second. I will be right back. Voila. No, that's the wrong word. What's the word for disappearing? I'll be back, I think is what we say. Also, if you're enjoying this, please be sure to drop a like. You don't have to, but it's nice if you do. Woo, handshake. Also, let's see, what did Mark Julian just say? He says, yeah, storing lists of strings combined with this string manipulation code block seems like a reasonable way to pull this off. Yeah, exactly. Totally. And it's my first time really tackling this. I've never done it outside of Horizon. I pretty much only script in Horizon. I do a little bit outside of Horizon, but it's like, I wouldn't even call it, coding. But so everything I know is in here. And like, I do a lot of I like watching coders on YouTube, so I've been watching a guy who codes Apple Basic. Believe that? That's crazy. But it was really fun to watch, and I was just, looking at how I can apply that, especially since it's so much older. I feel like it easily can apply to Horizon, as we're kind of in an older state as well. I've also been doing a little bit of research on how we can apply object-oriented theory to Horizon worlds, which is also pretty difficult since we don't have objects in the sense that you would think of them in object-oriented programming. But it's really helped. I mean, I've been literally the last week I've been doing this way of scripting where I put scripts on individual objects, and it's leveled me up in a way I never thought would be possible. So like normally you would just say play sound, and today I was like, what if I send the event play sound to it? And so what I ended up doing is I created a loop, and then I was shifting the pitch, and I created this very complex script, but it's all running on the sound block. And I wouldn't have done that if I was running it on my main script, because it would just be too much work. But because I've now separated it into its own individual element, I can really go a lot deeper on specifics. So anyway, I find that a lot of fun. I'll be right back. Also reading, your PC looks like a 3D printer. I love that. Thank you. Oh, I should get some more water while I'm out. I am back. Welcome back to Lake 5. I got water. I got some fuel for my brain. Cashews, granola bar, peanut butter granola bar. Debating eating that one. Oh, my first thought. Oh, I had two thoughts while I was gone that I really wanted to share. My first thought is, seriously, if you're scripting on your own and you get this tired, or you're past your bedtime, or your brain's not functioning super well, pause and come back the next day. If I was scripting not for a live stream, I would be stopping right now, because I'm going to make way more mistakes in the next hour than I probably would have otherwise. I'm going to eat some snacks to help fuel myself, but this is past my bedtime. Like, I'm usually asleep right now. So, but we're like 1 hour away, so I really want to get through this. And I know we can, so I really want to. It's like, I remember when I was working on the depth first search algorithm, I was so close to the end, and when I finished it, I couldn't believe I finished it. It was like, wait, that was it? I'm done? And like, I feel like we're getting to the point where it's right around the corner. So I do want to get to there. But I did also want to state the other thing was, if we wanted to make this three-dimensional, like say you wanted to place tiles on top of it, you can do that too. And so right now we're doing 1, 2, 3, or actually 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could stack a tile on top of that and continue from 8 to 9, 10, 11 and tile upwards. And to do the directions of up and down, the way I'm thinking about it is creating a string list again, but an additional list of strings that runs in parallel to our current cardinal directions with up and down directions. And so a tile might have up as true, meaning it's open to the roof, or down as true, meaning it's open to below. And so you have to connect these specific tiles to connect to. And those are interesting because of their because of how they affect entropy, I think is the word. If I'm wrong, correct me in the chat. But basically, when we're looking at this from this perspective, some of the things that we haven't really talked about wave function collapse is how it collapses, and that's what we're going to work on next. And the way it collapses is kind of like the way you would, as a person, solve a Sudoku puzzle. It's really a great analogy, because when you look at a Sudoku puzzle, you'll think, oh, which one has the, very clearly has been closed off, right? So if you're looking at a 0, or excuse me, a 1, there's no 0s in Sudoku. So if you're looking at a 1, for instance, and it's very clear that all the ones have been filled out, so there's just one possibility in this one cell. That's really a bad example. I need to explain this better. But anyway, if it's a 1, there's only one option there, and so you fill that one in. And so basically the goal is to fill in the cells that have the least possible options, because that's going to create the collapse. And, hey Pips, kitty cat. And so that's the next thing for us to do, is basically create another list of variables. I don't know what type of variable. We're going to create a list of variables, and it's going to basically be all of the possibilities for each. Yeah, I've got to figure out how we're going to do this. But basically, we need to create a list for each option, and then figure out which one has the least. So we'll work on that. We're getting close. I think the answer is actually to while loop through and make that list a number count. Figure out which one has the lowest number if there's multiple. Horizon by default chooses the one that's the lowest in the list, and that might be random enough for me, although it's going to not be perfectly random. So it might be better to choose, like set those 3 values out into a separate list, choose one at random, and then choose from those random positions. Sounds bonkers, but oh my goodness. Welcome, Seeing Blue. Great to have you. Scripting in Horizon isn't really scripting in the common sense either. There's so much you can do, though. If you aren't concerned about speed, you can treat individual shapes or gizmos as objects and treat... I did, yeah, we talked about that method earlier and how you could use object spawning to spawn them in for each cell, and that's totally a methodology. It's just so much more complicated. Like, you literally would have to do object spawning if you wanted it to be dynamic. Pippi, if you do that, I'm going to close it. She's like clawing on the open window.
What else do we say? Rate speed, event propagation. Yeah. I really didn't want to deal with sending events back and forth because I felt like that would really slow down the speed of my script, and I wanted it to run pretty fast. So basically all the options that are possible until you observe it. Yep, exactly. So I think a better way to look at the Sudoku example is instead of seeing like which position has the most, like think about a Sudoku puzzle that has very few numbers filled out, right? And you're looking at it from the perspective of which one has the least possible options, and then you're randomly guessing to figure out if it's the right one. And then like you continue from there, and if it fails, you have to backtrack. Now we're not doing a backtracking algorithm today, so if we fail, we're gonna just live with it. And it's gonna be a dead end, I guess. But the script will not be set up for a fail state. It's going to have to function. And I think the way we're doing it won't have any errors either, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Gonna eat a granola bar. This one, the one that I'm dreading. I don't like these because they have peanut butter, and I find peanut butter makes me break out. And when you wear a VR headset, you're like double breaking out because it's just like, it's already making you break out with acne, and then you eat peanuts, which puts more oil in your skin. But I also feel like this is the one that's going to give me the most energy out of all of them. And I need that. Well. Light bulb. It already worked. So, I was thinking, like, Waffle's words are literally iterating through my brain. Hey, don't do that. So, the thought was, you need to break it into as many small pieces as possible. And I just kept looking at the script thinking, man, it's getting so big, it's getting so complex. And his words almost, like, to try and paraphrase, it's, try to, like, make scripts do only one really hard thing, and you want to break it into as many hard things. And I mean, for months I struggled with him. He said that last year, like, or maybe it was early this year, and he said that, and I struggled literally for months trying to figure out how that was even possible, because I'm like, look, some of my scripts need to be 100%, and so I've been trying really hard to learn how to break them out into multiple pieces. I got really far with the dungeon crawler world, where I started taking a really complex script, and so I thought about it as like, one script makes the tiles, one script determines the position of each tile, one script then takes that information. And after I had done all of this, I had to create like special event loops to send data between these because we didn't have the ability to send arrays / lists, and now we can. And so that's why I was like, light bulb, I can just send the list I created with this script. So like, we spent all this time working on creating the list. Let's send that off to another script so that it can take the values and do the next step. That way we're breaking it out. It's easier to read. It's easier to look back on and kind of understand what it's doing. And it shouldn't be that hard because we can just send them all in the same event and then start the next thing. And this is the soft one, actually. Yeah. This one is the crunchy one. This is the soft one. I got one of each. I usually prefer this one, though. Okay, some more water, and then we're heading back in. Okay, this looks good, not lagging. Open up OBS and we'll switch on over.
There we go. Okay. Audio should be coming in nice and crystal clear. I can see the crunchy ones are good, but I like the soft ones. Kale likes the soft ones too. And so she just bought a whole nother box of them, which is interesting because I'm just like, I really don't like those, but she must like them a lot because I've given her 2 in the last like 48 hours. All right. Controller numero uno and dos. Also, this is not the Spanish channel. We do have a Spanish channel, by the way. So if you're watching and you speak Spanish and you're interested, check out Vidyuu tutoriales en español. You can find it on our page under the channels section. So that's youtube.com/Vidyuu. And yeah, okay. So audio test looks good. Video looks, I can't tell, but I think it's there, right? I'm like looking. Yeah, it's totally there. Okay, we're all good. Next up, we're going to break this out. And so what this wave function collapse controller is not actually a controller. In fact, what it's doing is it's creating three things for us. It's creating the tile open, it's creating the asset rotation, and the asset vars. So really, everything that this is doing is all about creating the list, of rotated variables, like all the different possible combinations. I'm hearing a cat. Oh, it's in the litter box. Okay, got it. So anyway, we're going to take these three lists and send it to another controller. So let's go create a new event, or a new object. And this object is going to determine the position. So we're going to call this one wave. We'll call this wave function collapse. And what this one's doing is it is collapsing the wave, which is also known as like determining positions, but it's also kind of checking the values at each position. So we'll say it is position loader, position CTRL control. There we go. Wave function collapse position control. Sorry, I'm like, naming is important. I believe it. Okay, so when we get to the finished, I'm going to actually duplicate this over because we're going to use that. And then over here, when we're sending this spawn current position to self, we're going to instead send this to the wave function collapse position controller. And the 0.1 seconds is still fine. We don't need to select a random position. This will happen down here. And then we want to send this with parameters. And the parameters we're sending are the asset vars first, the open directions second, and the asset rotations last. I think that's okay. The order does matter. So actually I'm going to delete this and then over here, just quickly add these in. And so that way when I duplicate it, it'll still be there. So this is asset list. And then when you're creating this parameter, make sure to check the list so that it is receiving a list. Click confirm. And then we're creating the direction string list. So create dirs string list, confirm. And then we're also creating the asset rotation list. So create rotation list, and we'll call these rots. There we go. And click confirm. And then we're going to first duplicate this over now that we've got all that value in there. And then we're going to go delete the spawn current position. We're going to delete our notes because we're done with our notes actually. And we finished with this script, which is at 19%, which is not bad, especially because the next one we're going to write is probably going to be about the same. So it's good to break these up. And wow, I am so happy with this. I think there's some items in here I might want to delete, some variables we're not using that we recently created, like the current choice. I don't think we need. If there's an issue, I'll undo. iSpawn current position, it's good. iCurrent tile is good to delete. No, it's not. Undo. Empty space is good to delete. Oh, nope, it's not either. Okay, we'll leave both of those. Yep, okay, cool. We figured all this out and everything else can stay. Although I don't think we're using the I value, so I can delete that one as well. And asset spawner, I don't think we're using, are we? we aren't using asset spawner because we are adding a new middleman. So we can actually delete asset spawner. Cool. Okay, cool. And then we're going to head on over to our new script over here. I'm going to line it up nicely with our scripts over here. Now, interesting enough, I'd like to think of this as the way that it's functioning. So it starts here, right? And then it does this, and then this is theoretically the last step. So theoretically, it's going to go in this order. I'm also wanting the controllers to be the same, or size, so I'm duplicating and then removing the script and adding the new script. Although this is called script 1, so we need to rename that. And some other stuff we'll want to change on there in a minute. But first, let's recognize that everything here under when world is started is no longer needed. If we go option initializer, nothing in there is needed either, except for, we put that send spawn current position. We don't need the notes, I don't think. We'll come back to that in a second. But I set that value, oh, here it is, set current choice to random integer. There we are. And so we don't need anything in here. So we can go delete the option initializer. We can go to our variables tab, delete our self from this list. We do want to keep the asset spawner because we're going to need that. We didn't end up using current row position or current column position, so we can delete those. I'm going to actually go delete those off of this one too, just to keep this all very clean, as there's a lot of variables in these scripts. I'm sure you guys have been just like blown away by the number of variables because it's kind of crazy. So it's good to keep this as clean as possible and no errors by deleting those, so we're good. And then we'll come back on over here and see what else we can delete. Well, we don't need any of these assets since we're using a different list that has them all ordered for us. We still don't need that iterator. Row count, column count, nice to have those since that's how we determine what we're sending. I think maybe, I guess, we are using that. Asset vars, we're going to set asset spawner. We need to know asset rotations. We don't need to know the tile, tile position. It does not need it, or this one, or this one, or this one. Asset vars while position. Nope. Tile start position, no. Current tile and empty space, I don't think we need those either. Yep, because, oh yeah, now I know what that was. Okay, then spawn current position, I think is being used, so we'll leave that. And down here under our notes, I do not believe we need our notes anymore because we've duplicated up what we needed, although the send spawn assets is something we do need to save. So I think we can delete this note and this note since we've actually got this set up and functioning, but this note can stay. And so send spawn assets, asset spawner is what we're going to do at the last step. Now, I want to give this script a good name. So we got the wave function collapse initializer. I think we'd call this orientation initializer because that's what it's really doing. It's like initializing all the orientations. So orientation, and I'm just going to call it orientations since that makes more sense. And then we've got the wave function collapse. We didn't give this a good name, but what did we call over here? We called it position control. Sure, that's a good temporary name. We can always change it later. Wave function collapse position control. Okay. So with that set up, we're going to receive spawn current position with these three lists. We then want to set our lists to be these lists. So we're going to grab 3 set 2s, grab our lists from the variable side. So we got the asset vars, set it to the asset list, grab our asset rotations, grab our open directions, dragging these variables or parameters down. And now we have transferred all of that information from this controller to this controller. And with that information, we can now start doing the spawn current position stuff. And so we want to start by setting the current choice to be a random integer, which has allowed us to select a position. We were then debug printing Sorry, cat is like scratching in the background. You probably can't hear it, but it's like, wait, what are you doing, kitty? So debug print the current choice to make sure that the orientation was correct, which we did, and it was. So we can delete that. And then we send asset, add asset to the asset spawner. Now, I'm very curious about this part because I'm just like thinking, when do we want to actually do that? So we do need to have our current choice started at the very beginning. Like the first one is completely random. Like this is okay. This is literally choosing the first position, but we also need to save that information to know what the current position is and that it's filled out. Like there's so much information we need to save. So we need to start creating some arrays or lists in Horizon to keep track of this information. And then we need to create another event, which is going to go through, it's going to rip through and find out how many options are possible in each position. And so that's also going to be important. And so I think let's start with that thought, which is a list of numbers representing the total possible possibilities. Okay, total possible, maybe I'll just call it total possible options. Okay, long name, but it's descriptive, which I like. So let's try and create an event for this. And then as we're going through that, we'll start thinking about all the things. Like this is okay as the first thing, but now what we need to do is go when event is received, and this event is going to be called the check possible. So check possible, and this check possible will loop. So we need to grab an if else, and so we're going to say, and hopefully that there's a big siren in the background. Hopefully that's not bleeding through this audio too bad. So we're going to go if, then we're going to check to make sure that we're iterating through this and not reaching. So we're going to need a new iterator, which we're going to go call I check pos. Oh, that sounds like position possible. And that will be our iterator for this, which we'll set to be +1. So set I check possible to +1. And then we want to continue looping only if I check possible is less than the length, which would be row count times column count. So I'm duplicating that from above where we used it before. So if I check possible is less than the row count times column count, then we can continue sending check possible. So let's go grab a send event, and this can run as fast as the events will let it. So no delay on this. So send event check possible to self. And now else, meaning we've checked all of them, we want to run our next event. And so I'm going to create a comment in here to remind me that this is when we send next event. So this will be called send choose and place event. Okay. So that's what we're going to do once we get through this. Now, during this check possible loop, we basically count the number of possibilities based on what's in the neighboring cells. So we need to have another list that tracks what's in each cell. So we're going to create a new, I'm thinking of a Boolean to be like true, false, but we also need the string to store what the current values are for that cell, like which cell sides are open and closed. So we'll call this string list placed. So we're going to call this placed cells cell rots. Okay, so these are the placed cell rotations. Click confirm. Now the thing is, we need to say when world is started. We have to run a while loop to make sure that this has all of the cells already filled out. So we run a while, and then we actually use this same less than, and then, but the difference is we're not checking possible. What we're going to actually check is the length of that list. And so we'll say, while the length of the rotation list placed cell rots is less than this. And then what we're going to do is have it as empty, meaning there's nothing in it. So we can just add to the list with an empty string, and we'll backspace the period that's currently in it. So we'll just hit backspace and then add that to the place cell rotations. And then this will add 9 of these to the list on world start, or for however many rows and columns there ends up being. So with this, we've now got an ability to say, we can check this list to see what the neighbors are. And then what we can do up here, when we do set this, when we set this I and we send this event, we also want to set the value at index. So we'll grab set value at index, and that value we're setting is the same string as the current choice. You'll remember we had previously used that for our debug print. So this is the get current choice from open directions at index, which is the index of the I spawn current position, which is also in the open directions list. Okay, so I did this a little bit wrong. Get item from the set this value. Got it. I see what I'm doing wrong. Into the placed. I'm going to delete all this because I totally lost track of my thought. It's really late. Sorry, guys. Okay, so starting over. What we need to determine is, where is this going in the list? The index is the position that we're sending, which is I spawn current position. So that's where we set the index. The list that we're setting is that place cells list that we had recently created. The value we're setting is what we had just grabbed, which is the get item at current choice in the place cell rotation list. And then I spawn current position. Why do I feel like this is wrong? Current choice tells you which of these assets it is, but this is also getting current choice from that. Random integer between 0 and like, okay, no, that does make sense. That I spawn current, oh, this is just the position. Got it. Okay, never mind, I got it. Following now. Sorry, my brain, like I said, it's a little late, so I would normally tell people to quit at this point and come back tomorrow. But we're going to push through. If things get really bad, we will just quit, but I'm pretty confident we can do this. So set get item current choice from place cells at I spawn current position, place cells rotation, and then we can now check that current cell. So we'll start at cell 0 and then work our way through. And it's important to know that when we send this event, which we haven't created a way to send this, so I think we need to send this here. And so this is like, okay, this happens first as soon as it's coming in. We then have chosen our first starting position, which is great. But we now need to go through the rest of it. So we have to send check possible to self. So we say send event check possible to self. And then what we want to do is also set this I check possible to 0. Like this has got to be an important step because it's got to start in cell 0. And then it sets it to be +1 after it's sent. So right here when it's sending the next one is when it's adding. Or is that right before? Never mind, it's right before. No, it's right after. No. I'm trying to remember. I think I do it like this. So it comes through as 0 and then it's like, yes, we can send it again. Yeah, because no, we have to set it before, so that way if it equals this row count, it doesn't actually try to spawn a cell there. Okay, so then before this is where we need to check the cells to the different directions behind it, and this becomes a little difficult if you haven't like worked with imaginary two-dimensional arrays. And so to quickly like demonstrate this on, I guess, like over here, if we thought about this and we imagine that each of these positions here represents, oh, deselected, select. And we think about each of these positions, when we get to this position, since we're starting in 0, there is nothing to the north and there's nothing to the west, but there is something to the east and the south. Now we have to check that the north is empty because for every cell, right? So like when we're here, all the cells are available and we can run all of them. But when we're here, we need to make sure there's nothing to the north and only check if there is something to the north. And so we do that using some of the math we had used earlier. So I'll show you that in just a second. It's like everything I've done here, I've done before. So that helps. Audio is good. Thanks, UK, for checking on that. I used to have a major issue breaking up my script because I couldn't understand the event block. Once I understood, it made me scripting so much easier and smoother. Right? I get that too. I haven't scripted in so long that I don't recognize the big white down triangles in the variables section. Is it related to the fact that you can now initialize arrays? Yes, you can. Yeah, anything that has a, you can add new items to it. So you can have things that already have a bunch of stuff preloaded. It's incredible. It is so nice. Oh my gosh. It's like a game changer. They introduced it a couple months ago, I want to say, but I haven't used it nearly as much as I'd like to, but it is pretty nice. Yeah, so good catch. Good catch. All right. Set iCheckPossible to iCheckPossible +1. Okay, so right. So the next thing we need to do is put in a bunch of ifs. And so each of these ifs is checking the cardinal directions to see if it's free. And so we know that we're in position 0, and we only allow you to check. So north, east, south, west is the way that we're going to think about this. And so for my sanity later, when I'm looking at this, and I'm working on this in a month or who knows when, I'm going to write in all of these right in front of them. So it's like super clear what it is. So north, and then we'll go east. And then, because mathematically it's like super unclear unless, but I always did it in this order. But anyway, it's nice to just have this south to west. Okay. Sorry, my nose is so itchy right there. It's the darn headsets makes it so itchy. Okay, so the north check is basically saying you must be greater than 3. If you are greater than 3, then there is something to the north. Because, and actually it's 3 or greater. Yeah, so greater than 2 actually. So we're going to grab the greater than symbol and say if the iCheckPossible value is greater than 2, or actually it wouldn't be 2, it would be the length of the number of columns minus 1. And yeah, the column count minus 1. If you're more than that, then you do have something to the north. Now, the east is determined by using the modulus symbol, and it says if you are less than the modulus something minus 1, something like that. So let's go grab the less than symbol, and then we're checking the iCheckPossible's modulus based on the column count again, right? So if you're looking to the east, it's 1, 2, 3, and say it was 4, you'd have 4 different selections, and you'd want to, yeah, it's always going to be column. That's right, it's always column. So then we take iCheckPossible modulus column, and that's going to return 0, 1, or 2. And so if it's 3, it'll return a 0, which is perfect because it is in the 0 slot. So as long as it's not a 2, so we could say as long as it's less than 2. We could also say as long as it's not equal to 2. So we could actually delete this and say as long as it doesn't equal 2, which is the position where you don't have an east, right? So you don't go east if you're in 0, 1, the 2 slot. And so we can do the exact same thing we did up here, which was the column count minus 1. So we check if modulus doesn't equal column count minus 1 when iCheckPossible is modulus by column count, that equals you can go to the east. Now the south is the inverse of the north. So we want to do the opposite, which would be the less than symbol. So we're checking to see that I check possible is less than 2 times 3 minus the length of the column. So we'll go grab row count times column count, 3 times 3 minus column count. So basically what we're doing here for the south is we're saying if you are in position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, then 3 times 3 is 9, minus 3 is 6, 5 is less than 6, but if you're 6, you've made it to the final row, and that is not a free space. Now the last check is the west, which is the opposite of the east, and so we can do the same not equal to check where we check if it's not equal to 0. So you don't need to do any fancy math, it's just if you're in the position modulus of 0, then we know there is nothing to the west. Okay, now that we have the orientations here, we now know which directions we can check to see what the value is. Whew. And what I wanted to look at was we were going through each item and checking to see how many positions were free, which is going to add so many levels of complexity. But let's start with the simplest. So in the simplest case, you look to the north and it equals empty. So you say, if I check possible, column count -1, what are you checking? Well, you're checking the value that is to the north, which is the I check possible minus column count. So you get that item. Let's go ahead and go to sorry, brain is really slowing down here at the end of the day. Okay, so we're going. I've been scripting in Horizon since about 8 a.m. this morning. Just for reference, I really do enjoy it. Like, I really do. Okay, if I check possible is greater than column count, we want to get that value and then do an if statement to see if it's equal to a certain value. So if this value equals, and so we're going to check the get item from list. So get item from list, and the item we're getting is from the placed cells list, and the value we're checking against is an empty string input because that would mean that there's nothing placed there, and then the number is I check possible minus column count, because if we are in position 4, subtract 3, this isn't 4, this is 0, 1, 2, 3. If you're in position 3, you subtract 3 and you get 0. That gives you the north. If you're in position 4, subtract 3 is 1, and so on. So there we go. So we're going to go grab the minus symbol, which I guess is right here, and then reverse this and put column count on the right, put I check possible on the left, and now we have checked if that equals empty. And so all of these checks are about empty first. And so let's go ahead and just duplicate this if into each and check to see if they're empty. And then we'll start creating the while loops that are going to be required for the more complicated stuff. Okay. And so starting with the next one, we can go into this and say if, and the position that we're checking against for this one on the east is +1. So we're saying to the east is I check possible +1. So we're going to grab the plus symbol, right? Oh my gosh, my nosy is itching. I check possible +1 gives us the position to the right, and if that equals empty, then we'll do the next thing, which I'll explain in a second. Then this one is doing column count plus. So rather than doing I check minus column count, we're actually going to do I check plus column count, because this is the inverse of the other one. So that's what we're doing to the south, is the inverse of what we did to the north. And the west is also the inverse of what we did to the east, which is we take I check possible and subtract 1, and that will give us 1 to the west. Okay. Now with all of those, what we want to determine is if there are no values near you, which will be true for the first set. And so that's why I want to, like, I'm thinking about what's the first set going to look like. And in this case, the answer is that the length of the list is how many possibilities are available. So this just like really quickly solves part of our problem. And then we'll have an else that runs. If this is not the case, then there is something there. And that means we need to figure out what it is. Which brings me to my next point, which is that we need to create a new variable. Sorry, so many things I'm in my brain. Like, how is my brain running so fast? I don't even know. So it's like, we're going to call this current cell check. And so this is going to be a value that we're going to change a lot. And we're really just checking it very quickly and using it several times. So we check this value and store it into here. And then we can use this check right there. And then we're going to have to do that to all of them, but we'll get to that. In fact, undo, duplicate this, drag this up, duplicate this here, and then we can drag this down into each of these because we do need to do this a bunch. So might as well get started. Set, and set, and then drag this item into here, duplicate that into there, and then come up here, drag into there, duplicate into there, drag into there, duplicate into there. Okay, just moving things around so that this is a value we can use multiple times. And so now, like, we've got if current cell check equals 0, else what do we do with that value, which we'll have to use. So then the next thing I wanted to do was, oh, that's an interesting idea too, but I don't really want to do that. I'm just thinking of all the different possibilities. So yeah, we're going to start with the quick check, which is the easy one. So we're going to create a new Boolean variable. And this is going to be called all clear. And we start by setting all clear to true. So at the very beginning of this, before north, we set all clear to Boolean input true. And then what we want to do is if it's not clear, set it false. So this else is where we're going to use set false. And so if it's clear, it's clear. Maybe there's some other stuff we'll do, but really it's all about keeping it clear. So then we're going to duplicate this else underneath all of these. And then when we get to the end, we're going to then say right before I check possible, we want to set the value in the list that we made earlier, that list we haven't even looked at, the total possible options list. So what we're going to do is set value in list. And we're going to actually need to initialize this list now that I'm thinking about it. So we'll get to that in a second. So we're setting the value at the total possible options list to be if it's all clear. So we're going to say if all clear is true, we're going to set it to be a specific value, else, and this is where we're going to do other number comment. Other math, exclamation point. Okay. And then the value that we're setting, if it's all clear, is the length of that list of options. So we go to our operators tab, grab length of list, that's the value. We're setting this at the iCheck possible index. The list that we're getting the length of is the asset vars list, because those are the possibilities. Okay. So if all clear, set the value to be the length of this list at the iCheck possible, the total possible options, else do other math. I love the else. That's my best friend, favorite part. And now, checking through this, everything's looking really good. This will loop through all of them. And oh, right, we need to initialize the list on world start. That's what we wanted to do. So up here, when world is started, we had initialized the place cells list. We also want to initialize the total possible options list. So we say length of total possible options, add blank to the total possible options list, and the blank value we're going to add is a 0 value, and then we'll update that later. Theoretically, 0 be even possible? Maybe. We'll figure that out later too. But I guess -1. -1 is a good one to use when you don't want there to be a value possible. So that way, if we ever do get to a point where there's 0, it's clear that it's a 0 and not a -1. Got it. Okay. So -1 is a good value to put there. Okay, so now we created a whole list of that. So that way we can set the values at that point in the list. And I think the next question we should ask is how many are clear? And so we should debug print this every time and just make sure this is working. So debug print a Boolean input of true. And then if we script play, I need to reference this controller here. So make this not animated, but drag it over and redo that again. Okay, not animated. It's been connected. So script is in. Down here, we need to connect in the asset spawner. So I guess I got to reference this guy as well. So let's do that real quick. Okay, asset spawner is in. And anything else that needs to be referenced? I don't think so. Cool. Double check everything looks good. Good. And script. Oh, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Was I in the session for too long? We were here for what? 3 hours? Wait, did we just hit 4 hours? We hit the 4-hour mark. I've never staled out a session in build mode. Oh my goodness. Haha. 4 hours straight in build mode and you get staled out. That's crazy. Play. Okay, so here it's placed the item and it can't get list item expected 0 to 8 got 10. Oh, that's a problem. I gotta go figure out where that's happening. Ah, that's so funny. I've never been staled out of a build mode session before. Huh, that's too funny. Yeah, so if you're in a play mode and you go to a world, after 4 hours, you'll stale out. Also, I'm going to readjust my position of my thing because I wasn't able to see your guys' votes and stuff coming in. There we go. Pinned experience and resume. Okay, there we go. We're back. I need sleep. You've got this. Thanks, Mark Julian. Appreciate it. I think the drop downs are slowly rolling out. I don't have it yet. What? I don't have the camera, but my goodness. I thought everybody had the drop downs. I've literally had that for like months. That's crazy. I'm sorry, UK. That's crazy. Okay, so got an out of bounds error. Which one did it happen on again? This happened on... Oh, it worked perfectly that time. True. 9 times. Ha. Wait, what? What? This can't be right. It can't be 9. There was a cube here, so these two... What? Okay, this is why we debug while we're playing. So, if all clear, we debug print true, which should happen... That should have happened 1, 3, 6, 7, 8... No, 7 times? No, 6 times. 6 times it should have been true, not 9. Let's go and look at this from the top. When world is started, we initialize both lists. And then when spawn current position, we set current choice to be a random integer between 0 and the length of the asset var. So we've chosen which asset we want to use. We then set the ispawn current position to be a random integer between 0 and the row count. Current choice. We get current choice from the placed cell rots. That is a mistake, isn't it? That's the mistake that was happening. get current choice from the open direction. That's why it was 9. Got it. Okay, that fixes that bug. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Send check possible stuff. Okay, let's go try that out. So that solves why we got the bug the first time and why it was wrong the second time. Okay, so we've got the hallway there, and it returns 6 times true. Wait, what? 6? Should have been 5, because there are 3 cells next to it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one should have. I think we need to learn more about each of these cells that's spitting back a true statement. Let's try it again. This one was 7. It's counting, I think, this wall, maybe? What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should have been 6 on this one, but it returned 7. It's counting one more than it should be. Yeah, if I am not able to think very clearly, I think we're going to have to call it, but we're really close, which really stinks. But if small mistakes like this are going to, dupe me, I'm going to have to call it. So we set all clear to true at the beginning of the check possible. We then run this if statement to say, if I check possible, column count, if I check possible, column count, if I check possible, column count, if I check possible is, so we're just basically making sure it's always in index. And then if all clear, we debug print true, and then set length of asset vars to I check possible. Set length of asset vars. Oh, this is setting it in the possible options. So we're basically updating that. And then set I check possible to I check possible +1. So why is it going up so many times? So let's debug print more information. And we're going to debug print the current position that it's setting is true. So script and play. And so now we've received an empty block. Okay, that's hysterical. And the 0 position is true. That makes sense. The 2 position is true. That makes sense. The 3 position is also true. That makes sense. 4 position should not be true. The 5 position is completely missing, which is because it's false. That makes sense. So why is this one returning false? I think this is off by something. I did this in the past. I literally did this last time I worked on depth first search. So then 6. Oh, wait. No. Hold up. Scroll back. This is position 0. There is nothing in position 1. 1 was skipped. Why was 1 skipped? Then 2. Why was 1 skipped? Was it because there's no 0, 1? So it skipped 2. Then 3 is right here, which comes back true, which it shouldn't have. 4 is fine, but 5 is skipped, which is weird. But there is nothing to the... Maybe the math is off by a little bit. 6. Hi, Kiki. Then we got 7 and 8. Man, this is all sorts of wonky. Oh gosh, man, that's worst. Okay, so I know I did this wrong in the past, so I just want to rethink this just a hair and see what I did. So if I check possible is greater than column count -1, we know that we are in the right north position. So we say I check column count -1. So let's do this again. So column count is 3, -1 is 2. If it's greater than 2, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. If it's greater than 2, then it's on the next column. That is correct. Okay. I could debug print when it's saying it's false. That's actually a much better idea. So if I come in here and debug print this and false. So when we're going to debug print again and say false, and do that in all of these to figure out which one of these is broken. Okay, so that'll debug print the number as well as if it'll also debug print that it's false. And the last one here, debug print and print that it's false. Okay, there we go. And then otherwise it'll debug print that it came out true. So theoretically this solves our debug. Okay, so the 0 position. Oh, interesting. I didn't even think about that. If it spawns in the same position, it's checking its position, but it didn't check its own position. That's okay. I got to remember that. Then we go to 1, which is false. Wait, that's good, right? Yes, we wanted it to be false. That worked. Okay, then we go to 2, which is true, which is good. 3 came back false. That's good. 4 came back true. That's good. 5 came back true, which is also good. 6 came back true. 7 came back true. 8 came back true. And maybe the reason we were always getting 1 more was because it wasn't checking itself. Okay, let's go add that check. And then let's see what else is going wrong. So that time it worked out perfect for some reason. But what we forgot to check is its current position to see if it's empty. So this requires another if that says if my cell position, so get item at my cell position, and if that equals empty, then do these things. Else set to false, because if it's not empty, then it's been placed. Yeah, otherwise it means it has been placed. So it doesn't need to do any of this if statement if the cell has stuff in it, because this only applies to empty cells. Okay, so then we just go else at the very bottom, and the else will say set all clear to false, debug print false, and debug print I check possible. Okay. Now, wait, why did I set all clear to false? Yeah, because that's the variable we're setting. Got it. Okay. And here we go. Script and play. So this one spawned in the position number 2. So 0 prints true. That's good. 1 presents true. That's bad. 1 shouldn't have presented true because it should have been false to the east. So maybe the east is off. 2 should have printed false. Why did it print true? What? What? 3 prints false. Oh, wait. What? 4 prints true. 5 prints true. 6 prints false. So I'm seeing a problem to our east and our west. 7 prints false, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Why is 7 printing false? And 8 prints true. Oh my goodness, I've lost my mind. Last time it works almost perfect. This time it doesn't work even close to perfect. It's even worse. Okie doke. Let's see. Glad we came up with a debugging system early, because I remember I didn't get to this in depth for search until way late, and it was like, why is it so bad? It's like so close to being good. It took me forever to find this, and it kicks me because it's the same problem I had last time. It's literally just the slight problem. So I think the problem is that the east and west are wrong. So I check possible takes the current value, modulusing it by 3. And That makes sense. So I don't know why that's not working. And then we're taking column count and we're subtracting 1. So the column count is 3. Subtract 1 is 2. 2 is the position you'd be in. Oh, interesting. This might be a thing I need to look into. Fill the cubes at the border. Yeah, I remember I had to like create fake walls in mine because I was having so many issues. I like started creating like imaginary walls until I figured out what the problem was. It is definitely way harder than it should be. Bum, 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 bum. I check possible column count doesn't equal column count minus 1. Okay, so maybe it's because I'm using a not equals to symbol and I should have used a less than symbol, but I don't see why that would matter. Because the answer can only be 0, 1, or 2. It can't be anything else. And if it's 2, then it's in that slot. And if it's in 0, and then we're grabbing this plus 1. I just remembered what it was. It's this right here. I did I check possible modulus column count. And we're checking. Wait, what are we checking? No, that's fine. It's oh, that is fine, isn't it? It's okay. So if our current position is in the second position to the east, we know there's nothing to the east because we're on the wall. But if we're not on the wall, we can just add 1 to get to the position to the right, which is right. This is fine. Why is it not working? I don't know. That's so weird. Okay, let's try going to the west and see if the west is okay. Now to the west, we're doing the same thing. I check possible modulus column count, which returns us a 0, 1, or 2. We know if it's 0, then we can go to the left. We know if it's not 0, we can go to the left because then there's a position 1, which means there's something to the left. Or if it's 2, it's the position to the left. And I check possible minus 1 gives us the position to the left. And then if I current check doesn't equal 0, debug print. All clear. Could it be that something is getting placed wrong? Maybe this is working fine, but this is where it's going wrong up here where I'm adding it to the list. So set get item current choice from open directions to the ispawn current position in the placed cell rotation list. Get the current choice from the open directions. This makes sense because that's the open directions. Oh, I've heard that this doesn't work. Maybe. No, but then I would have got an error. We'll try it anyways. We'll try putting direction. No, because then these wouldn't have been working, and they're working just fine. Yeah, okay, open directions should be fine. Let's, we'll debug print it just to be sure. Basically, I was thinking that it might not have had the value set before this, even though it should have. So we'll debug print the current choice, and that's what we're setting at the ispawn current position. And then I guess we'll just, why not debug print the ispawn current position? And then in the place cell rotations list, which is initialized with an empty set up here, row count times column count, while length of place cells is less than, and we're definitely using place cells. Add asset to the list, and that's where we spawn it at the current position with the current choice rotation and the current choice asset var. And that then is added to here. Then send check possible to self, set I check possible to 0, which allows it to start at 0 and work its way through the list. Okay, everything looks good. Let's try it again and see what's happening. Okay, so we know that this is 1, 1, 1 because it's completely open, so that's correct. It's at position 8, that is also correct. And 0 represents the next value, which it checks, which is true. 1 is true, 2 is true, that's all good. 3 is true, 4 is true, 5 is false, which is good because that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is correct. 6 is true, 7 is false, which is true, and then 8 is also false. This one came up perfect. This one worked out perfectly, and we've had this come up twice where it worked out perfectly with this one specifically. So is it just that object that's wrong? So 1001 comes in, and that is a 1001. That's correct. It's position 6. That's not in position 6. Why do you think you're in position 6? You are in position 0. So if it thinks it's in position 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be this corner. Let's see if this corner is where the value is set. And let's go figure out why that's wrong. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so true. So 0 is true, 1 is true, 2 is true, 3 is false, which is would if it was 6. 4 is true, 5 is true, 6 is false because that's where it would have been. 7 is false because that's right next to it, and 8 is true. Okay, so we found the bug. The bug wasn't with our cardinal direction system. That's great news. Because that would have taken us so long to fix. So I'm actually going to go delete all these debug prints because thankfully it's working. Yay. That's so good that it's working. So glad. This is what debug printing is all about, you guys. I know if you're watching this, you're probably well aware of it, but if you're watching this in the future and we're not aware, debug printing is super powerful because it gives you a glimpse into what's happening, but you just have to know what information to pull out. And so knowing what information is kind of trial and error. So I just threw down some information. We happened to get that. And I like this one, I wasn't even sure to debug print. I spawn current position returned 6. But it's not 6. It sent it right here. It literally sends that I spawn current position right here. So why is that value different than that value where it was placed? Could something be going wrong on the asset placing script where we're using some fancy math that I might have messed up because it's the late night and Lex is tired. Okay, spawn the asset, start position, row. My position modulus column count gives us the row direction. Oh, okay, I think I figured it out. I bet I got these backwards. Okay, let's try swapping them and see if it fixes everything. Did I really just mix these two up? Because that's embarrassing. So what we need to swap is what we're multiplying by. So we swap this into the floor and then swap our floor into this and then delete the old one here. And then that's updated to be my position divided by column count with the floor. And then this is, yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because if you look at this one, it was in the wrong position. It was here, but it was, yeah, that's it. Got it. Okay, and now we check this one, which is there. And what we wanted to actually check was none of these debug prints that we currently have coming. Although that said 111, it was in position 1. It was not in position 1. Show me this. That is in position 1. Stop. Play. That's in position 0. Okay, maybe I just misread it. Guys, I'm up way too late. Stop, clear. Okay, we're good. We got this. So now that that's fixed, all of our issues have been solved, and now we can keep pressing forward. Okay, so what we wanted to count with our debug print was how many were all clear. That's what our count was all about. We just wanted to test it a few times and just make sure that it was printing a bunch of true statements. So if we hit play again, what you'll see happen is that it printed 5 trues, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So these are the 5 that have been set to the length of lists, and these are the 3 that need to be calculated with a while loop to determine how many variants are next to it. It's way too late. I should really call this. But basically what we need to do next is we need to run a while loop and check the face that this is, that's open, so the north face, which we know is position 0 in the string. And so we grab position 0 from the string and we compare it and find out which positions are available and then choose one at random. And then we come to this one and we do the same thing here. And then that random position gets put into a list. And then when we go to our when we go to look at this, we're going to see that this one has X number available. This one has X number available. This one has X number available. And whichever one has the least, we're going to choose. But if there's two, we're going to choose one of those randomly. And then we're going to look in that list and draw it out. Man, I could really do this script. I'm just like, I'm so concerned that I'm going to write one little thing wrong. It's going to take a minute. So we're going to take a quick second. Think, okay, we've gone through the check possible. So the next place we're going to put this, the debug printing was fine. So we're done with that. So I'm so close. We got this. Okay. Pep talk. I'm doing good. We got this. The else statement runs an if check on the string. So the current self string will not equal 0, which means we're going to grab either a 0, 1, and there's 4 digits long, and we grab the position in the north is the first position, so index 0, then index 1, then index 2, and index 3. So we get index from list, and so we'll say we don't need to do that. We just need to, I'm just trying to find ways to optimize this script, but let's give me a quick water break, and I'm going to eat a granola bar. It'll help. Oh my gosh, we're so close to being done. I can literally taste it. Oh my goodness. And there's 7 of you here? Wow. Y'all are troopers. Or I just am not a trooper and I don't stay up late. I'm over here, it's 10:40 at night. Oh, my poor wife is downstairs going to sleep. And she's like, are you coming to bed? And I'm just like, in like an hour. I think that was 40. That was nearly an hour ago. We're so close though. So gotta drink a little more water. It's really just that last check is an if check, which determines the next position, which allows us to spawn the position, which we've already done. And then we loop back through until we've finished going through the entire list. So once the whole list is empty, we can then just stop running, and therefore we spawn the entire thing. Theoretically it works. The only issue I'm concerned about is a 0 state where there's no matches. And I don't know what to do if there's no matches. We did preload the list with boxes, which are solid surfaces, so theoretically if we don't send anything and we just ignore it, empty box, or not an empty box, but a solid box will be placed there. So it would just be like you'd walk up against a wall. But I feel like there's an opportunity there, like if you're building an actual dungeon, where it's like, it's an invisible, like non-collidable room that you can walk into, and it's got, like, it looks like a wall, but it's a false wall or something. Definitely feels like an opportunity if you're building a dungeon. Oh my goodness. Okay, 1 granola bar down. Whew. Have a false state solver, yeah. Yeah, like it's totally possible, right? Like it's not that there's not like I did a backtracking algorithm already. Backtracking is not terribly difficult once you've done it, but I'm not in the headspace to do a backtracking algorithm tonight. And for those interested, backtracking allows you to basically do undo. It's like undo, 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 and then change direction. Wow, the votes here are crazy. I mean, we're literally coming up on the end, and I feel like less people are voting for absolutely or definitely. Like, we're literally almost done, and the votes are still heavy on maybe, and even quite a few on crazy talk, which either you're clicking because it's funny, because it is funny. It makes me laugh. UK, trust me, that's not the way to do it. I guess I would say there are definitely people who have done triggering to another level, and I was so one of them when I started out. But once you get to the point where you understand like actual scripting, you really don't want to use triggers. It's a very inefficient way to cause a lot of bugs, and just like you're gonna run into more trouble than I think it's worth. Hey gamer, great to have you. Yeah, so like I get the use of triggers, and I'm not discouraging you from trying to use triggers because I know you're a very creative type who's found some very unique ways to solve a lot of scripting problems. So I'm not discouraging you to try it out. I'm just saying that in this case where I do know what I'm doing, the right answer is not to use triggers. You click definitely, thank you. Gamer, click definitely. Please vote definitely. Oh man. Okay, we are ready to tackle this. And stretch. Oh yeah. Seriously though, this live stream is coming up on 5 hours. Let's try and get it done before the 5 hour mark. Like, let's go. More like motivational speaking for myself, you know, but we got this. I like it, UK. Good stuff. Okay. Here we go. You know what's crazy? Can we talk about how crazy... Oh, it's okay, gamer. Thank you. Appreciate your voting. Like, it's just fun. We're just having a good time. You know what's crazy, though? We are doing wave function collapse in only 3 scripts. That's crazy. Like, I understand you could probably get it all into one script really messy, but like 3? That's clean. I mean, that's so low. Like, I was building a portal today, and it had like 5 scripts on it. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. This is good. I think this is good, and I feel pretty happy with the way we're doing this. Okay. So, what we need to do is check all of the positions to see if we have matches. Ah, that's the part that's hard. Okay. I have not seen Waffle Brat. That sounds interesting. But here's the hard part. Okay, I'm going to stop the world so I can demonstrate this. The hard part is this one piece I totally forgot about, which is like, I'm so sorry I forgot about it, but like, look at this. If we have this here, and then we have, I don't know, we'll just place this one here, right? And then we connect it with, we'll just, you know, for the sake of this argument, let's say it looks like this. This piece here would need to compare with this one, and this one. Now there are quite a few options, but it's not just about selecting a piece that matches with one side, it's about matching with all 3 sides, which means you need to create a new string variable and then test against the string. Oh! Thanks, UK! I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot. I'm so sorry. Booyah. There we go. There we go. So I'm like looking at these scripts like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. Look at it. It's just 3 scripts. I didn't change anything in here, but I did come over here and I was placing these and thinking about how each of these... Oh, Well, thanks for sticking around, Dan Blast. I appreciate it. We are almost there, and I'm like so excited for this because, like, when we're done, it's gonna look so cool. It is late. So the problem is we need to compare all three of these. So we need to add each of these string values to the list with a not value here. Because it's a string, we could do 010101 spacebar. Like, that's an option. I'm just not sure exactly how I want to do this. So I'm going to have to keep thinking about it. I know for sure I want to create a string that tracks it. So right here at the beginning, when we start checking all possible, we want to create a new string variable, which is going to be called current status, I think. Current state maybe. And maybe the thing is we should do this. Yeah, okay, this makes a lot more sense. Okay, current state will be a string list. And then what we're going to do is got it. This is so good. I'm so excited. Okay. So, and then we need new string, which is going to be called iCurrentState. So we set iCurrentState because this is the one we iterate through. Oh, I'm feeling really good about this. Okay. So this set iCurrentState to, and we want this to be a string input with 4 spaces in it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Although, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. So we got 4 spaces there. And then this, we need to clear the list before we send this. So up here under operators, we have clear list, which we need to run to reset this list that we just created, the current state list. So we clear the current state list, and then when we get to the end, we add this to the list. No matter what. No matter what the state is, we add it to the list. So if all clear, if not all clear, no matter what, we are adding it to the list. Although, maybe even better, we do the same thing we've been doing before. Does it matter though? I don't think it does. We're starting from 0. We're working our way through one at a time, so it's going to be in order. So we'll just add it to the list. Why not? Yeah, I like it. Add iCurrentState to the current state list, which will then get it all under order. And then we've set it up here to be blank with 4 spaces, which I really hate spaces. So let's actually use something else. Since they're invisible and you can't actually backspace them, let's use 4 periods. I know it's not clean, but there we go. This is going to be our current state. And then in here, if it doesn't equal 0, this else state where we set it to be false, we want to set the value at its position. So we're going to create a new string. And so the thing that we're doing is setting iCurrentState. So that's what we're doing. And what we're setting it to is a substring of the string plus a bunch of stuff. So it's like it's pieces of itself Frankenstein together. And in the north state, we only need to update the first value. So we just need this. And then we go back down to substring, where we'll find substring of string. And we also need to get substring of another string. So there's 2 substrings that we're going to Frankenstein together here. I like that terminology. It's kind of funny. So it's the iCurrentState string from index. In fact, we know for a fact that it's still 3 dots right here. We could just add 3 dots to it. Wait. On the first one, but it only applies to the first one though. Might as well take advantage of what we can. Okay, and backspace. Okay, so we know that on the first one, the last one's always going to be 3 dots. And so the first value we want is the first value of the iCurrentCell check. And that tells us if it's an open or closed state on that cell that's to the north. So iCurrent states to the north would be open or close, which we get by checking, this is where things get complicated because we don't check the north side of this cell, we check the south side of this cell. So when we look at this cell, the starting index is not 0, but it's actually 2. Haha, that would have been an easy mistake. Good Lakes. Good Lakes catching it, even with his late night brain. So set iCurrent state to substring of that current cell from index 2 with length of 1 plus this. That gives us the north direction state. Fantastic. Now the next one really is a Frankenstein. To the east we go. So now to the east, we need to get a few substrings here. So I'm going to delete this one, add another plus symbol here. And at the very end, we know it is just 2 dots. So there's 2 positions left. So I'll leave the 2 dots there. But what we need to get is this going into the B slot to be our second position. And in the A slot, we're getting the substring of iCurrent state with a starting position of 0 because it's that first value with a length of 1. So we're getting, if there's a north value, if there's no north value, it's still a period. And then we're getting the substring of that current cell check that we did just right above. And we're not checking here to the south. We're now checking straight to the right, which would be the west when we look to the east. And so the west value is the 4th value in the index, which is a position 3. So you think north, east, south, west. So that's position 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. And then we add the 2 dots at the end. And just a little bit more Frankensteining and we'll be done with this. So let's go on to the next one. Oh my goodness, we're making some headway. iCurrent state with a length of 2. And this one's a little bit easier because we're just going this one. Yeah, super easy. And then we're going to add 1 dot to the end. And then the last thing here is it's the substring of iCurrent cell check. And the cell is now to the south, which is the north side, which is the 0 spot with a length of 1. And then the last one, I'm actually going to, we'll just duplicate it one more time. All right, into the west. And the west is the same thing, but with a length of 3. There's also no dot at the end, so I'm going to duplicate this and delete the period, and then try to see if I can't slide that over to the left, and then delete all of this, and then slide this one up to here, deleting this. There we go. Okay, so we get the substring of this from 0 with length of 3. Previously it was length of 2, so that does make sense. And then the next value we're getting is to the east. So when we look to the west, it's the east value of that cell, which is 0, 1. So it's position 1 with length of 1. Ta-da! Yes, northwest, no, north. You're throwing me off. Never eat soggy Wheaties. Never eat soggy Wheaties. Northeast, southwest. UK, why are you saying it backwards? Am I saying it backwards? Well, I know what I mean, so it's okay. It's definitely northeast, southwest. I guess I'm saying it so many times it probably sounds crazy. Did we switch the screen? Oh gosh. What happened? Are we good? I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. I keep taking it off and it like closes everything out. And I just lost my chat message with you guys. Let me pin it again. Okay, pinned. I think. No, it didn't pin. Let's try it again. And where are you? You're there, and we'll pin. No, you're good. You're good. I did see so many things. Okay. Okay. Sorry, my headset's starting to act up over here. The plastic piece is getting in the way of the screen, which is not helpful. Okay, controllers. Resume. My left controller has disappeared. What the heck? Bruh. You alive? You alive, bro? Okay, I hear you. You vibrating. But you're not appearing on my screen in here. My hands are here and they're working, but when I go into... Horizon must have crashed on me. No, it's over here. It's fine, but over here it's not. Or did I just have to click on it? Oh, now my hands are working. Oh my goodness. I went select. Sorry, guys. Don't know why that was happening. Going back, checking OBS is good. It is. And we're back. Okay. The index 0 is north, index 1 is east, and so on. That's correct. Yep. No worries, UK. Yep, totally. You're getting it. So good job. So then the that is how we've saved them. Correct. Indeed. Okay. So now that we've stored all of these values, so now that we've set them, it'll store it automatically down here. It adds it to the current state list. And now when this is done, no else or other math. We don't have to do that fanciness. We're all good. Because we already did that up here. So good job on us. So then the next thing we need to do is then create another event. And we could create another script block for this, but I think it's okay to keep this one in here. Although we are at 27%, so it's better to keep these things shorter, but this is okay. So we're going to create another event called select position and click confirm. And then we're going to send this event right here in the else. So send select position to self. So now that we have a list of all the current states, we have a list of all of the positions counted. Oh, that's where that else was supposed to come in and do a bunch of fancy math to count them. Got it. Okay. So we're going to count the options possible. Oh, it's Omni. It's the new one-handed challenge. That's so funny. That's so funny. Welcome, Omni. Great to have you. So we're adding so we send select position to self, which isn't going to be select position. We actually need to do a different event. So let's give this a new name, because we now need to not select the position, but we need to set the options for those positions. Yes, that is the part we need to do, which is interesting. Oh man, this is interesting. Trying to think what I want to do about this. Is there a way to do this easily? Okay, we'll leave this here for just a second. Right here, we were saying if all clear, else do fancy math. And so in this else, we were supposed to take the iCurrent state and figure out how many possible matches it has. I think we can do that with a while loop. It's going to be hard, but I'm pretty sure we can do it with a while loop. And theoretically, if we don't put in too many options, which we haven't, it should be okay. Also, I think I accidentally deleted the one that went here, but that's okay. We have an asset. Let's pull the asset out. Okay, asset, pillars, pillar asset. Where you at? There you at. Okay, saved you. You're welcome. What can I say except... Okay, so then the goal in here is to set a value in this list at the current position, and we want to count. So new number called I have matches, which for some reason makes me think it might be a dating app, but it's not, I promise. So before we enter this, we want to set, because it's going to be a while loop, we're going to set I have matches to 0. And so we'll set this to 0. And then we want to go while. Yes. Oh, this is going to be so much easier than I thought. Okay. Yeah, I think this will work. Then we want to create a placed cells. No. We want to go create a open directions iterator list. So it's a string list called I open doors. I open doors. Sounds like I'm trying to say I open doors. It's funny. So then what we do is we set I open doors to be open doors. And then that allows us to iterate through it, removing one item at a time. So we can then say remove item from list at index 0. So excuse me, at index, and then delete this one. So remove item at index 0 from the IOpenDirs list. And then what we're saying is the length, as long as the length is greater than 0. So we check the length of the IOpenDirs list. And that allows us to know, like, to stop running. So the while loop needs to stop running. That's how to stop running. And so then what we're doing is setting the I have matches to be +1 if it's a match. And so we have to check if it's a match, which is definitely the hard part, but we're getting there very soon. So we check if I have matches to +1, but that only happens if 4 things are true. So we could use an if else or if and statement. I'm thinking that might be good. So if this, else if this, we could do a bunch of else ifs even. Else ifs might look prettier, but I think ands might be the better way to go since the while loop, we don't want it to break. Okay, so we're going to do if this and this and this and this. So these 4 things have to be true, which is us checking the 4 different directions. And so we need to get the item and then check if the substrings are equal, but it also has to be this or not this. So then there's an or statement in each of these. Okay, maybe we're going to do an else if tree. Okay, so I think this is easier. And so ideally what you want to have happen here at the end is you get to the end and it's like, if all of these things have happened and it gets to the end, then we add 1. And so the idea is that there are 4 different ifs. So you got 4 else ifs. And if you make it through all of these kind of like trials, then you can add 1. And so the question would be, if this doesn't equal this or that. So we say if this doesn't equal this or it doesn't equal that. And so you'll remember that we have a period to represent that the position is completely open. So we have this period symbol, and then we're getting the item and we're starting with north. So that's going to be in position 1. So we get substring of string. So the substring of the iCurrentState, and that's at starting index of 0 with a length of 1. And if that's a period, we know it's open in that direction. So if this or this, then it's open. So we actually want it to be not equal to 0. So I actually need to use a not symbol. Like I said, this is reverse thinking. It's kind of hard. So we'll go back to the top, grab the not equals. So as long as this doesn't equal this, and it's an and statement, isn't it? Yeah, it's not an or statement, it's an and. So dragging this into the left. So as long as this doesn't equal a period, and it doesn't equal, so grab an and statement. So if this doesn't equal that, and it doesn't equal, and the next check is that same string checked against the, not a period, but a substring from the same index, but of the item from index of the IOpenDirs at position 0. I'm really worried about the complexity this is going to have when you run a while loop. We'll see what happens. So then we're going to go get item from list. And the item we're getting is at index 0 in the IOpenDirs list. So what this is going to check is to make sure that it's not a match for both of these states, because both of these states would mean that it is free. So this means it's free, and this, if it's a match, means it's also free. Okay, so then we duplicate this AND statement into all of these, and then update it to be for the correct direction, right? So the next direction is at position 1 with a length of 1, and if that equals a period, or if this position at 1 also comparing against this one with a length of 1. So then, get item 0. There we go. So anyway, then we compare against item 0. So then the next one is comparing position 2. So we'll just type in 2, and then position 3. And then we need to duplicate the 2 and 3 into the far right over here where it says get item at position 2. And then this one will be 3. Okay, with length of 1. And I think I need to update it here too. So this is also a 2. And this is also, man, I'm getting some weird lag right now. 3. Okay. So we're comparing all 4 of those, and then else it wants us to have comments in each of these. So I'm just going to go quickly drag in a comment to make it happy. Be happy. So it's basically like, I require there to be something in my script, otherwise I'm unhappy. And so I just put comments in there. There we go. Now it's happy. So then we said I have matches to +1, remove that item from the index, and then add the I have matches value to the list. And like that, we have counted how many matches it has. That was really difficult. I want to splash and dive in the pool. Oh, what do you guys? Oh, I want to dive in a pool. That sounds like fun. The while loop shouldn't overrun if the check comes back true, yes? No, Mike. No, because it has to go through every single item in the list is the concern. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But there we go. That is going to check it and give us the total number of matches, which means when we get to select position, which maybe we should just run this and just see if it breaks. Script, play. Script ran over a cloud execution count. I'm not surprised. I shouldn't be surprised. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I got to go optimize this. I need to figure out how to optimize this in a way. And in the past, I've found some really great ways to optimize while loops, but I don't know if it's going to work here because there's so many things. There's just so many. Let's see. We could create another event loop, which is what I was going to do. And then we just event loop through it, which totally works. It's a really lengthy process though. It's definitely going to add a few seconds to the script runtime. So I'm just trying to see if there's a way we can use a while loop. So we've got the length of the open directions. We could break the while. No, we don't want to do that. Substring about current. How can we make this more efficient? I'm just like thinking of some really terrible ideas. I've got really bad ideas, like adding a bunch of knots together and doing one giant if that strings all of these together. If not this, and not this, and not this, and not this, I mean, like, it might work, but I don't think it's going to be more efficient, but maybe. You never know, I suppose. I don't know what causes the script, the while loop to break, so maybe this would be more efficient. Oh, it's got to need some ands. So it's an and with a bunch of knots. Oh, the knots are going to drive me nuts. Oh, but we could do... Oh, this is such a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. Okay, so we drag this into here. Oops, undo. Shit. I mean, whoops. Drag this into the B slot. Okay, drag into the A slot. Drag this into this B slot. And drag this into this A slot. It's not even upset at me. What? You should be angry, script. I just did something absurd. Okay, well, it looks shorter, and I don't know how they count this, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be like, that's a long. Look at how long that is. I hope I never have to change that. While length of I opens, if else do this, refine if none of those are true. I don't think this is right. I don't think it's right. If this isn't true and this is not true, I don't know. Okay. Clear and play. Nah, it ran over. Darn. I wasn't even sure it was going to work. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, does it work? We're checking each one to see that it's not equal to a period and not equal to that, which means it should be clear. My brain is fried, you guys. I'm so close, but I'm freaking my brain out. So the substring being not equal to that string. If it was equal, we would definitely want to add one, right? If just one was true is what you were saying, right? That's what you were saying, UK. Ah, wait, maybe you're right. Okay, let's think about this. If this equals true, then we know there's one direction. Oh, but we have to check. Why are we checking all the directions? Because we have to check all four directions against... Yeah, because we're checking to see if it's in a box. Like if it's boxed in or something, we have to check that. That's why we're checking the four directions. Because it has to match all of that for that piece to be able to fit. It's like a puzzle piece. That's why it does this check. Okay, got it. I understand why it's doing the check. I now need to go and break it into its own script. So before we were going to do select position. And so instead we're going to call this possible positions, possible position. Okay, click confirm, and then send possible position. And then we're going to put this while loop in there and then convert the while loop. So we had set IOpenDir, so we need to take this entire else and drop this down into here. So drop that into there. And then we come back up here, make sure that this has added the current state in here. And so what we're going to do is create an event loop where we loop through the current state one at a time. Very similar to a lot of the loops we've already been doing today. So if you've been joining us for the last 5 hours, this will be very very useful for you. Oh man. Oh, look at all these people commenting. I haven't had a chance. Wait, I'm back. Phone error. If all 3 else ifs are searching for and 0, why not do one with a length of 3 in subscript? If all 3 else ifs are searching for, why not do one with a length of 3? Oh, if it just looks to see if it's in there. Because it needs to match that exact coordinate, that exact spot. Yeah, the reason we can't do that is because it is gotta match it exactly. Yeah, okay. Okay, doke. Whew. Okay, breathe in. We got this. I've done this a million times. There's nothing crazy about this. So it's a lot of extra reworking that I didn't really want to do. So we've added the current state, and then we continue looping through till we get to the end. And then after we get to the end, we now need to go through the current state one at a time. And so right here, when we were creating the possible position list, we actually want to create a new string list, which is for our I current state. So it's an iterator list of this list that we had created. Or was it the open direction list? No, it was the current state list. So what we need to do is then set, while we're sending this list, we want to set the I open direction or I current states to the I open directions, or excuse me, the I current. Oh, maybe it is I open directions that we want to save. Let's go take a look. Up here, we were adding I current state to the current state list. Never mind. So it's the I current state. There it is. Okay. So we set I current state to the current state, which gives us the entire list copied, so that way we can remove items from it and just cycle through the list as we're setting this list up. And so as we cycle through this list, we can then check the have matches, which honestly negates this whole all clear one, which stinks because we've spent so much work on that, but it really shouldn't change this too much. Like I think we could probably put in a quick if at the beginning that says something like if the current state equals ... skip. Yeah, so if current state equals 4 periods, then we skip it, and then else we do stuff. So we get, is there a get item from list? We'll go down here and get it again. Get item from list, and this is the item from the I current state list. So we say if item at index 0 from I current state list equals. Actually, couldn't we just quickly remove all of those? But no, we need the position value. So we can't just remove all those because we need that position to represent its exact position. So if get item 0 from I current state equals, so I was planning to remove them from index 0 one at a time, but I think we need to just iterate through the list. Okay, we can still delete the 0, create a new iterator value. So called I possible positions, called I pos position, and click confirm. So then we're checking if the I possible position value from the current state equals, and the string input is 4 periods, 1, 3, and 4. And what do we got here? If all 3 else ifs are searching, okay, do you have a video on that already? Not sure. I think that, well, I don't know. Maybe. If substring from index 0 with length 3 checking for possible neighbors needs to be cool. I missed like 4.5 hours of the prior math. It's okay, Omni, you're good. I in YouTube math class. Hand is up. Do you have a video I can go watch? I would check out Scripting 101 by Hyperjewel. Give me 2 seconds. I have it literally right here. It's so easy to get to. Command T Studio, and then scripting. It's hard to hear me when my headset's up, so apologies for that for 1 second. And then grab Scripting 101. Oh, and it's not on my first page for some reason. Go to second page. Let's start scripting. Should have been right there. Well, you know what? I think this, oh, there it is. It's got Hyperjewel's video on the front. I should have seen it. Copy link and Command V. There you go. So if you're interested in scripting, check that one out. If you are afraid of scripting, then check out this one. Although I do think Hyperjewel does a great job and makes it less scary than it should be. So definitely would encourage you to check that out. So yeah, okay, doke. So next up, we've checked to see that this, if it's equal to this, and if it is, we know we don't need to do anything because we already set that number. And so I've got so much stuff here. It's like kind of distracting. So we'll get to that. But what we want to do is say, if this happens, we skip the else, and then we run to the bottom where we then run a different set of ifs. And this is how we cycle to the next one, where we run if and another else. And so what we're trying to do is cycle through this entire list. But before we can cycle through this entire list, we actually have to cycle through the entire open directions list. And so if this is the case, we can just add one and move on to the next one, which is crazy. So not sure. But what we want to do, sorry, there's so much. I need to go put this in like a second section, maybe my notes section down here, and then we can just grab it from notes. That's a good idea. Okay, that will work so much better. Okay, so what we're thinking here is when this happens and it's not ... so the else state, we can just skip to the end. And at the end, what we do is we just set I position to +1. So we go I position plus number input 1. And this allows us to move on to the next one. Now, the problem is that we normally don't want to move to I position +1 until we've reached the end. And so we would normally send this through and we would loop. If this could cause a problem, because if this becomes out of bounds, we do not want to loop. And that's where we have this next if that says if the length, if the I position is less than the length of this I current state list. In fact, I'm actually thinking we don't need the I current state list because we can just use the current state list now that I'm thinking of the way we're using it. So we'll just grab current state, drag that in there. And then we say length of that list. So length of the current state list. And so if I position is less than the length of the current state list, so I'll rotate a little bit. Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for stopping by. If I position is less than the length of the current state, we want to continue looping and send the event to self. So we go and say send event to self, which is, I guess we can put this if in here and then actually duplicate it down here for the end of this. And at the end, we want to do it the same way we've done it in the past, but we want to make sure this only happens if this is not the case. So if this is equal, see this is where you're wrong. So it says if this is equal, what do you do when it's equal? You set it to be +1 and you send this loop to self, and then you else all of this. That's how we solve the bug, which, okay, cool. So we've said send possible position to self, and then we're going to go down here, grab possible position, and let's see. So we come through, it equals empty, so we don't care. So we just loop and send the event back to self. Now, if it doesn't equal empty, then we want to check it. And to check it, we need to not set I position list unless it's the else state, actually. And so it's in this else that we're basically doing the exact same thing. So let's actually just duplicate this to here and then duplicate this to here. I know this looks crazy, but this up here isn't setting I position. It's actually going to be setting a different position, which is this one down here, which I don't even think we've created a number for it yet. And so this one is where we want to do the I open directions list. Actually, ooh, I think we have a better way to do this. So undo what I just did. Of course, why would I keep anything I've done? What we want to do is actually remove the item from the list and then send the loop set. Okay, so if so many things in my head, I can't think fast enough. Oh, okay, so the I open must be removed from list. So we grab the remove item at index 0 from list, which is how we're going to cycle through the list of I openers that we'd created before. We previously were going to use a while loop to loop through them. And we were literally doing that right here, weren't we? We were moving it at index 0. It was right there. I could have just copied it. And then we set it to be +1. But that's only if it's true. Right here is where we're setting. We're just using item at index 0 for that. That's fine. And so within what we're saying as our while loop was length of I openers is greater than 0. So we say while, and I'm going to need to move this around. So I need a new if statement. Grab the if. So we remove the item at index, and then we say why, or if the length of this value is greater than 0, we can just keep looping. But if it doesn't equal, I think it's an else if here. So it says else if, so if it's not greater than 0, then we need to check if I position is less than current state. And if it is less than current state, we can then set it to be +1. So if I position is less than the length of the current state, we can then set I position to be I position +1, which allows us to continue the loop. So we still need to loop. So we'll duplicate this in here. But else all of that, we then move on to our next event, which is what we had previously called like choose position or something, spawn position. I don't remember what we called it. We'll come back to that later. So delete that for now. I don't think I have any notes on it in here, but we'll create a comment and say choose event. So choose event. Okay. And then we're pretty much there, I think. So this is at remove item at index 0. And so remember up here, we said this is empty, so you don't need to do anything. But now we need to count how many items are in the list. And to count them, we cycle through the list, adding 1. And so we also need to set I have matches and set I openers every time we update this. So set I have matches to 0 here. Set I openers to 0 here, and do this before doing the +1. So +1 happens here. And then set I have matches to 0, and then we can set I have matches to be +1. And there's an if statement that goes with that, so we'll have to go get that. Actually, yeah, just undo that. That whole thing needs to be moved up. Set I have matches at I check possible, and this is what we needed to bring up. So this gets set here, which is no matter what, we want to set the number of matches. So when this length is empty, that's when we set the number of matches, which happens here first. So set I have matches to I check possible and total possible options. Now, iCheckPossible is what we were currently using to figure out which position we were in, but our current position is actually now this new iPosition position. So we're going to swap iCheckPosition with iPosition. And good thing we do that there because that's right before it gets updated to the next position to check. And then this last bit here is this if statement, which I'm very curious if it'll even run. So we'll find out in a second. So we just put this if statement here, and then we put the else below it. And theoretically, this checks to see if the puzzle pieces match. And if it matches, it adds 1, and then it removes itself from the list and checks the next value. Okay, delete these guys. And then what we should do is debug print every time we get a match count. So every time we say I have matches, we debug print the number of matches. And that should give us a really interesting result. And then it loops until it runs out and it's finished. So nervous, but here goes nothing. Can't get list item. Expected item 0 to -1 got 0. Okay. Expected and so the list was empty. It looked in the list and it got 0. So which list were we looking in? So I believe it happens down here in possible positions. It says get iPossible position from current state. So the current state is added right here. It says add iCurrent state to current state. So theoretically that should have worked. And then iPossible position doesn't appear to get set to 0 up here. It should have been set to 0. So possible position, set iPossible position to 0. And let's see, that gets sent here. Set iPossible position to iPossible position +1. If iPossible position is less than length of current state, send possible position to self. I think it broke here, but is it possible it broke somewhere else? Let's read the next bit. So then assuming if substring of iCurrent state, we don't have iCurrent state here. So we need to set iCurrent state, get item, and that's what we'll do right here. So we'll say set, we literally deleted this like a silly goon. Do drag that there, duplicate that there. I don't know if that works. If length of open directions is greater than 0, send possible position to self. And then if the length of current state is less than that, then set I have matches at iPossible position to total possible options. I think this might be the problem actually. Because I forgot to initialize this on world start. Total possible options should have been initialized on world start, and I think I forgot to do that. So, oh no, it is. Look, there it is right there. Never mind. Do we update total possible options? No. No. You know what? I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. So go ahead and hit play again and see. Can't get list item. Expected 0 to -1 got 0. But where is this happening? I wish it would give me more details. So let's go and try and find out for ourselves. So the first question is, do we make it through this entire stuff up here? I think we do, but let's make sure it is true. So debug print. Debug print is 0. Sure, that's helpful. And then down here, we want to have some different checkpoints. Like, does this equal 1? So if it gets through this, that equals a 1. If it gets through that and it goes on to the else, this will equal a 2. And so basically creating a bunch of little debug checkpoints to help find where the bug is happening. And then we'll say, does it make it to item number 3? And if it makes it through that, does it make it? Yeah, I guess that's where we're going to stop. Okay, so script and play. 0, 1, 2, and right before 3 can't get list items. So we now know that the bug is right here. Remove item at index 0 from IOpenDirs. I don't think IOpenDirs was set. That's the problem. Okay, that makes sense. So right here we set it, but it doesn't get set early enough. So if we duplicate this up, I bet we'll get through all this. This needs to happen right here. Delete the 0 because we know we're good there. Delete the 1 because we know we're good there. Delete the 2 and delete the 3. We shouldn't need that. Go ahead and hit clear, stop, and play. Hey, 13. Why is it printing? Oh, it had 13 possible matches on 3 different spots. We did it. Oh, okay. This is great. Oh my goodness. This is so good. Stop and clear. Okay. So after much work, we have now determined 3 different places, which might not seem like a lot, but it is very important. So with those 3 places all being the same, we can then determine that we need to choose one of them at random, which is also quite difficult. So we'll want to do current lowest, and then this will be a number called current lowest, and then create a new number called current lowest position, which will be a list of positions. Confirm. And so here, when we're getting the matches, we want to set this if it's the new lowest. And so we should really set this to be like 99. Or I guess actually up here, this makes sense. So when we set all clear to be this value, we should also set this current lowest to be the length of asset vars. That makes sense. And so then down here, we'll then say if the length is less than, or if the I have matches is less than the current lowest, what do we do when it's less than? And then we'll say else if it's equal to, we'll do a different problem where we add it to the list. So else if I have matches equals the current lowest, then we'll add it to the list. So we're going to go down to add to list, and we add this to the current position, lowest position list, which is the I position value. And here, if we have matches, if we are lower than matches, we will add it to the list, but we're also going to clear the list before we add it so that there's no other values in it. So we clear the current lowest position list, then add self to it, and then continue cycling till we find the lowest. Now with that list created, we can then here at the very end choose which one we want to be. And so it's going to say new number variable called next position to spawn, and the next position to spawn will be chosen at random. So we set this right here to be a random value from that list. So we set next position to spawn to be get item random number between 0 and length of that list. So random number between 0 and length of the current lowest position list. So if there's multiple options, it'll choose one at random. That position will then be the one that we want to spawn. Now, we don't know the exact matches because we didn't add those matches to a list. So the question I have is, how can we add these directions to the list easily? And I think I've got a way to do it. And so the answer is new variable, which I can't believe we're almost done. This is, I know I've been saying that for a while, but like, I'm not even kidding. This is like we're home stretch right now. So this is a list of not directions though. It's actually a list of, because we know that IOpenDirs is going to give us the asset we need, but the assets match as well. So we really need the position in the OpenDirs list. And so we need a list of positions in the OpenDirs to choose from. So we need a list. These will be called possible. So we'll call these possible positions, position rotations, asset. Okay, long name, but what we can then do is set the new number called next asset position to use, and we can use this exact same function right here and say the next asset position to use is a random integer between 0 and the length of this position list, and then we're going to add positions to this list as we go through this. So down here we know that if this is true, we have I have matches get added. But what we do also know is that the I current state is the current state in this current state list. But the current state list is getting removed from. So if we start at 0 and we work our way to the end, then less plus. So take the amount, subtract the length, and hi Pips. I'm really doing some math right now. It's pretty intense. Yeah. Did you want to do some math with me, Katie? Oh my goodness, my lag right now just went through the roof. What the heck? It might be my headset overheating a little bit. I don't know. Oh, it's okay, baby girl. You're okay. I can't believe we're at 32 votes right now. That's crazy. Good job voting, you guys. Also, Kitty, hi. Hi, I know you want attention, but I'm busy. Can I ask you to get down, please? Down, baby. Good girl. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, baby, it's okay. I'll be out in a minute. I'm almost done. I've only been saying that for the last 2 hours. I know, but I really am. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hello. Hello. Okay, here, have a hug. Yeah. You want to say hi to the stream? Yeah, hi. Everybody says hi back. Yeah. Aw. You know, your claws really hurt, though. Can you not do that? I don't want to bonk you on the head either. Okay, so I've basically come up with the math for this. We need to add it to the list every time we add the I have matches. So we're going to go here, click add to list, and silly girl. But this doesn't work because we're going to update it. So I'm like trying to determine how we do that because it's like it's so close, but I think we're gonna have to run through it one more time. Sorry, cat claws. Oh my gosh. Yes, Schrodinger's cat's here. I know. The other possibility collapsed. No longer in superposition. Thank goodness. Yeah, that's right. You're no longer in superposition, Pippi. Yeah. Yeah. I see you through my lens. Can you get down, please? Down, baby girl. Down. Yeah, you're gonna slip. Don't make me put you down. Oh, be careful. You're going to fall. Okay, let me. Oh, baby. Oh, You okay? Have I just been gone too long? Did I work too long today? Is that it? Aw. Okay. So the problem is I can't get those values because I don't know which one I'm going to use until the end. So unfortunately, we're going to have to calculate it afterwards, which means we're going to have to duplicate this down and run it one more time. But that's okay. Yeah, it's okay, Pips. Oh, it's okay, baby girl. Okay. Whew. Yeah. Okay. No, please stay down. Please stay down, baby. So I really wanted to come up with a method, and there definitely is, but it wouldn't be wave function collapse if I did something else. Baby, please stay down. Okay, so this will still work, but it's not going to be the way we need it to work. And so I'm so scared she's going to jump up here, and she's got the sharpest claws, I guess. She really does. Okay, Pips, I need you out. I'm sorry. I know. I'll come down and cuddle with you and go sleep. Right now, I'm groundwork. Oh. She's really the cutest. I can see the end in sight. I don't know how we're doing though. My headset is lagging more than usual right now. Probably partially because it's so overheating. It's like, bruh, don't you realize I've been going for so many hours, so many days? Yes, headset, I understand. Coming up on 6 hours, this ridiculous boy can't stop, won't stop. Not till I'm done. My goodness. Never would I have ever thought this was going to be a 6-hour stream. Okay. So, we need a new event, which is unfortunate, but it's actually going to keep a lot of what we have in here. So, oopsie daisy, undo. We're going to duplicate this event because so much of it stays the same. So duplicate the possible position event. Scroll down and give it a new name. So then it's going to be called, oh my goodness, I can't believe the lagging internet. I'm really getting through your side. I'm like, I can frame every half second maybe. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. So possible position 2. I just added a 2 to the end. I just literally added it too. I can't see what I'm doing though. I might have to reload the app. This happens every so often. Click confirm. Yeah, if this doesn't get better in a few seconds. It was seeming like it was going to get better. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So now we got possible position 2. Then we're going to drop down, send possible position 2 to self. Oh, the video was also lagging. Interesting. Huh. Maybe the computer's getting there. It's like, we do want to save this, but this happens at the very end. So next position to spawn gives us the exact position we want to spawn, which is good. And then current state is this next position to spawn. So we get, but I think we need to set current state, set open directions to open directions. I think we need to do that as well. I believe that needs to happen down here as well. So before we send this, we set open directions to open directions, send possible position 2 to self. When possible position 2 is set current state to be get possible position from current state. But I think it's actually next position to spawn, because that's the position we just determined, which is a position between the length of the grid. And so the current state will return what its parameters are, and possible position was starting at 0 because we were starting in the 0 position, then we're stepping through it one at a time. But this time we don't need to step through it because we've already determined that this is where we're going to be. So we don't need to add 1. We don't need to do an if not check because that shouldn't be possible. And so instead, what we're going to focus on is the if this, else that. So if this, else set I have matches. And then we do have to step through the I open directions. And we can say, yeah, so this is where the I current state comes in, and it goes 0, I current state to 0 from open directions. And so that's going to get item 0, and then we're going to remove it from list immediately after. So we remove it after that, and then we say if the length is greater than 0, send possible position to self. It's actually possible position 2. So this will keep looping through the I open directions, and then else if I open directions, and I don't think we need this else if, because this was counting the matches. So it was setting I have matches, which isn't relevant here. And then if I have matches is not relevant here. And then else if I have matches, add I position to current lowest position. Yep, that's not relevant here. We also don't need to reset the I possible position. We don't have to reset I have matches, and we don't have to reset that. So all of this can be deleted, which leaves us with our final else, which is if length of greater than 0, send loop. And then when it does reach the length that it's empty, we then set the next asset to spawn to be a random integer between 0 and that position, which is what we had said before, which chooses the event. We can then delete this. Actually, we are really close to being done. I know I keep saying it, but I'm baffled. I know it's there. I know it's so close. And this spawns everything, but we're not going to actually do that, I don't think. So we're going to delete that. Okay. So then what we need to do then is add the asset position to the list, which we iterate through, and the positions are the open DIRS positions. And so we can then add the item to the list. We should also clear the list every time this runs through. So this needs to get cleared right here. So go grab clear list, and we need to clear the position. I don't know how you want to call it, the possible position rotation asset list. So anyway, then we clear that one. And then down here, we need to add to that possible position rotation asset list. And then that is a value, which is a number, which is by taking the current length of the list. And if you subtract that, that gives you the index. So we need a subtraction. And so we say the length of that list minus 1 would be the final index. So I think we need a +1 because it's going to come through as 0, which I guess the length of actually no, it's okay. It's length of this minus length of that. So you take the length of the open DIRS minus the length of the I open DIRS, and that will return us the current position that it's at. Because when it's at position 0, the lengths will be equal, so it'll subtract. And then when it's at position 1, it'll be 1 less, which will subtract, leaving 1 as a remainder. And that gets added to the list. And then we only add it if it's a match. And then at the very end, we choose one of those at random. And now that we've chosen the next asset position to use, we have the position that we want to use. We can then send an event. So when event is received, which is the spawn current position. And this spawn current position is a lot different than the previous spawn current position. So we're going to send spawn current position to self. It's got some similarities, so I really should just go duplicate all of it down. But let's get up there and see what we got. Maybe I'll duplicate this down and then delete everything I don't need out of it. So grabbing and then going to duplicate it down here. Long script, we're at 55%. This is like, we probably should have broken this into multiple pieces so it'd be easier to look at later, but it's not terrible. Could have been a lot worse. Okay, so that's just duplicated. We don't need these assets updating. We don't need to choose a different choice because we have the current choice. I guess what we could do is, instead of saying it's random, set current choice to be and then this isn't random either because we already selected it. So this is the next asset position to use, and this is the next position to spawn. So we can thumbstick those into these positions. And then we send add asset using that information. And then we want to set the current choice in the directions list. Okay, and then send check possible to self, which is going to start a loop. And then we set iCheck possible to 0 and clear the current state list. Delete this because that's going to go start looping. And I guess we just hit play and it should spawn us an entire thing if we did it right, which, let's hold breath for now. 1. Oh, nothing's happening. Oh, nothing's happening. That's not good. Either this is the longest loop ever or it's broken. I'm going to guess it's broken. 3, 2, and whoa, there was a lag spike, but nope, that's not what it was. Okay, and stop. Okay, so presumably something didn't connect here. So close. So we sent spawn current position to self, and then it sets the current choice to the next position to spawn, sets spawn current position to the next asset position to use. Maybe I mixed these up, but then I feel like I would have gotten an error. Set current choice to next asset position to use. That does actually make more sense. Set ispawn current position to that. Okay, yeah, I did get them backwards. I don't know if that was the issue, but in case it was, let's just go ahead and hit play and see if that works. But I felt like I would have got a debug print if that was the case. Yeah, nothing popping up here. So stop. Yeah, I need some updates coming through because without getting a debug print, I'm like, is anything even happening? So what I like to do when I have an event this long is debug print a string that says the name of the event. So this one is spawn current position. So we'll call this spawn current position. And then up here, we have possible position 2. Now, I'm pretty confident we're making it to possible position 2. So we're sending possible position 2 to self. Let's just see if that makes it through. Then go ahead and hit play. So the asset spawned over there. You know what? We didn't make it to spawn possible position 2. Guess that's a good thing we checked. Stop. Let's go check and see. if we made it up through here. Sure we did. So possible position 1. Send possible position to self. Script and play. Possible position received 33 times. Okay. Seems good, but we didn't clear out of that. Okay, let's read through here and see what's going on. When possible position is received, set iCurrentState to get item iPosition from current state. So it starts at position 0 and it's going to work its way through the current state list. Then if the current state equals 0, we skip to the next state. Then if iPosition is less than the length of current state, send possible position to self. So it immediately skips and goes to the end, and that's the end of that because it doesn't run the else. Okay. And then we ran debug print 33 times. How many times do we run the else? Let's go ahead and hit play. Else was run 26 times. Okay, clear. And now that we know that the else is running, this says if it is a match to the piece, then add +1 and remove item at index 0. We then continue with if length of iopen directions is greater than 0, keep sending possible positions. Then else if possible position is less than length of current state, set I have matches to I possible position. Okay, I think. Let's go hit play. So this went through 2 times, which makes sense because there should be two rows. Hi, Zit. So it makes sense because it has 2 rows, and then it goes and says debug print possible position. So set I have matches to at I possible position. So it's updating that for that one because it's finished going through that one's possible position. I possible position is also set to +1 over here, but it only needs to update it if it hasn't been updated. And then it says if I have matches is less than current lowest, clear the current lowest. Is it possible that because I'm using the 4 dots versus the space bars, maybe it should set iCurrentState to the 4 dots. Wait, it does right here. If iCurrent cell check, because if none of these pass, then it is the 4 dots. That's what it's saying. So if it's all clear, it is 4 periods. Okay. Now we're adding to a list no matter what, and this updates it. Okay, so this is all fine. So then possible positions. So I have matches +1. Removing item index 0. Where did we leave off? We left off down here. We're debug printing. Set I have matches to at I position. Total position options. If I have matches is less than current lowest, we clear the current lowest. So this should be determining a current lowest. How many times does it do this? So we hit play. No times? No times? What? Okay, this could be part of our issue. So it says set I have matches at I position in total. Set I have matches to I have matches +1. And then when we're in here, we're setting the matches and we're checking it against the current lowest. Now up here, we'd set the current lowest to asset, the length of the asset var list, which should be really high. And the matches should always be, okay, we're going to debug print the current lowest, and we're going to debug print I have matches in that order. Go ahead and hit play. And it returns 13 6 times. Interesting. So 3, 4, 5 didn't get counted. 6 times. 1, 2, 3. Weird that it counted it 6. Oh, it counted 13 6 times because the current lowest was also... Current lowest must be getting set somewhere else. No, I have matches current lowest. No, that makes sense because there would have been 3, 4, 5. I don't know why there's... Could have been possibly. No, it can't have possibly had a match with all of them. Clear. Play. Try a different number. 13 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Debug printed 13 4 times. Something is off here. I think this is definitely where we're getting an issue. So I have matches should be coming through. Oh, it's only coming through for the ones that are next to it. But the I have matches number it's getting is the current lowest. But where's current lowest being set? Oh, we're not updating current lowest here, which would be problematic as well. So unless we're setting it up here, set current lowest there, which for some reason is 13, which doesn't make sense. So we set current lowest to be the I have matches value is what we do when it comes through. And for some reason, these are just matching, which is blowing my mind. Debug print the length of the assets list. The asset vars list is what we're using up there. I could swear, double check. Set current lowest to be the length of the asset var list. If all clear, that's when we use length of asset var list to be total possible options because it has a ton of options. And if length of directions bar is greater than 0, we keep looping. Perhaps. Because we need to clear through it, which then we set it right here back and then send possible position. So when it does equal 0, we're here. And that's where we say, well, if it's less than the length of current state, meaning we haven't made it to the end, we can then set I have matches to I position, debug print I have matches, debug print current lowest, debug print length of asset vars, and then if I have matches is less than current lowest I have matches, debug print position, clear current lowest. Else if I have matches equals that, then add it to the list. Set I position to I position plus 1, set I have matches to 0. Script, play. 13 9 times. It's gotta be doing something. Okay, I think I've figured out what's going wrong. It's not here. This is working fine. We did fix one little bug, but that's not the problem. Okay, see, the problem is this is matching with everything. I did something sloppy earlier, and I could swear there was something wrong with it. So, yes, let's go and fix that. Set I have matches at I position to pull possible options. Okay. So then over here, we're saying this super long. So if you just joined us, or if you've been here for a while, thanks for hanging out and sticking through. My goodness, I cannot believe how long it is. But if you remember, this length of list is super long and it's really hard to follow. And I'm wondering if this is the issue. So theoretically, the way this is set up, it should never be true. So I should debug print true or false. And if it debugs true, that's a problem. If it debugs false, we're in the clear. But I have a feeling, oh wait, no, it's always false. So it's all, no, the problem is for some reason it's always false. It's never ever true because all of these things have to be true, which apparently is impossible, which might make sense. I don't know. My brain ain't functioning well enough to determine if that makes sense or not. Ah, yes, no, I know where I went wrong. Oh my gosh, I think I solved it. Okay, brilliant. We forgot to use ors. We were thinking earlier it was a not statement that we needed, but it was actually an or statement. So it's an and, or. Should we make it long again? Why not? I don't see any problems with it being super long. The script seems to be okay with it. So in each of these ands, we're going to place an or because it's if this is true or this is true. And we should totally swap this to be actually making sense. So rather than using the if else trick, let's just put if in here and then make these actually make sense so we can read it. And so the first question is if the substring of iCurrentState from index 0 with length of 1 equals a period, or yeah, this is all wonky. So sorry guys. Thanks for bearing with me. My goodness, I just want to get it done. I'm like so excited, but it's causing me to make so many mistakes. So then right here we're saying and this is equal as well. So it's this or this is equal. So then there's another equal sign, and then we throw the substring of the current state and make sure that is equal to the substring of this one. Okay. So that's our first and. And then we have another one. It's hard to get over to this because it's so far away. So I think we should just I don't know if this makes sense, but we're going to nest our ifs, which I think makes sense. So you'll see what I mean in just a second. So we're going to take this or statement and put it in this if. So it says if this is or this is true, and then if this or this is true, and then it'll do if this or this is true, if this or this is true, and these nested ifs basically function like ands. And so then we can leave this and out. And then now we can say, again, we need more equals symbols. I think we need an equals symbol in both or slots. Pretty confident. This just looks a little prettier. It's like nasty as it also looks. It also is way prettier than before. So then we're going to check the substring against the period. And if it is equal to a period or these are equal, will be good. So then we check this substring against this substring. And then we'll go and do this again. So we'll delete this out of here since we're done with that. Delete this out of here since we're done with that. So now we're going to check if this is equal to the period. So this is so by the way, this is north, this is east, this is south, and this is west is what we're checking. If you want to know more about that, definitely look earlier in the video. But yeah, I know it's a longie, but we're almost there. So then we take substring of this. Hey, you go here. And then we compare to make sure that's equal to this. And I have like a suspicion that I need to adjust something, but I won't know till we get to the end. So I'm just kind of bearing through this. So substring of this equals also periods. This is our west state. And then last one, substring and substring. Okay. Delete. And then go run our script. Play. 1. Can't get list item, expected number 0 to 8, got 9. Strange. Where did we get 9? And, but you know what? This is seeming like we're on the right track. So set I have matches to I have matches +1 if it does match on all sides. And then don't know where it's getting 9. I'm going to have to find that, but I wanted to also maybe debug print over here and make sure that this is now functioning correctly, because I believe it is. So we debug print the current lowest. And let's see what that says. So stop and play. Yes. Oh my gosh, it works. Oh, it works so well. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Stop and clear. Okay. Wait, there was no bugs that time. What the heck? That's not good. I need to know what the bug was. You can't just not have bugs. Okay. Well, it's still not getting through this. It is getting the current lowest set. Else if I have matches equals current lowest, add I position to current lowest, but it doesn't seem to be making it through to here. So gonna need some more debug prints. Let's debug print. We'll just debug print Boolean for now. So this is false, and if it makes it through here, this is true, which is our goal, is to get through that. So go ahead and hit play. And we get the false popping up twice, which is running each time through. Theoretically, it should have run through with a true, but maybe this is where the error is. Okay, so it only sends possible position to self after all of this. And so it has to make it through a gauntlet of 2 ifs. So perhaps the solution is to have a third if, because I position is less than length of current state, resets this, it comes through, this is still longer than that, would explain another bug. Let's go and add another if here rather than an else. And this if will say if this is out of index, right? So it's going to say if this I position is less than length of list. So we actually want to do the reverse of this. I'm trying to think what this will actually say. So it'll say if I position is greater than or equal to, I think is the way we want to run that. So if I position greater than or equal to length of current state, then we do all of this stuff. So we debug print the true, which is our goal. And we strive all this stuff up. And theoretically, we make it through that gauntlet. And then we only want to send possible position if this is not true. So I think we need to add an else down here. And that's when we send this other possible position, because otherwise that might be why we were getting a bug. Yeah, let's go hit play and see what happens. Error, can't get list item, expected 0 to 8, got 9, 24 times. Debugging. It's great fun, I'm sorry, but we're working through it. We never got the true statement. True did not come up. Hit play again. Yeah, it didn't come up. It ran a bunch of other things first. Okay. So let's put this back in here. And let's delete this and see if that was the beast. Script and play. No bugs, but no errors, so nothing to really report on. Nothing. Okay, so setting IOpen directions to open directions, send possible position to self, and okay, read from top to bottom. So before this, we set I position to 0. We set I open directions to open directions. We set I current state to get item I position from current state. We cycle through this to get through the total length of current state. We then add +1 if it's 4 dots. And then if I position is less than length of current state, we continue cycling. Aha! Aha! This is our culprit. I see what you've done here. I position is less than length of current state. Send a possible position. What if we put this at the end? Right here. If I position, which we already have right here, right? If I position is less than length of current state, we send possible, which is where we had it, so it's okay to delete it from there. And if this ever is else, that's when this all happens, which is what we were trying to do. So when it stops running, for sure, it's got to do this. There's no other option. Clear, drag that in, and drag that up. Okay. And then there was one other place where it sent possible position, which was right here, but that shouldn't actually be necessary because we're using that if down below. I think that'll work. Script and play. 1. I'm like, I was hoping for more than 1. I also didn't get the true debugged, so I suppose it didn't actually get through it all. Let's debug print another fun number. How about the I position? So this should walk us through the exact positions it's printing. In fact, it's not. Perhaps because it's all indented into the else. Because it was all indented into the else. Oh, I should have known. Oh, I should have known. It's okay. Did that not undo? Where'd it go? Grab this if and drop it to the bottom. Grab this else, drop it to the bottom. Okay, now this happens outside of the entire thing. And we'll debug print the I position. The I position is +1 here. Is it +1 up here? It is. We could also add the +1 down in this list, which I think is the right place to do that. So I position is +1. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Leave that there. Leave that there. I bet you remember what you're doing. Leave that there. Yep, this is okay. And then let's go ahead and script play. Yo, yes, it's working. Wait, it stopped. Don't stop. Don't stop now. Oh, it got so good. Okay, stop and clear. This is on the right track. Oh my goodness. Okay, we don't need to debug print this. We don't need to debug print true. It is getting through this, but the positions it's placing in are not exactly right. So we know that it's looping, but the positions aren't right for some reason. So what's up with that? Get item current choice from asset rotations. I'm like wondering if I got these backwards and I need to just check on that, but then we would have had an error, I'm sure. So let's script play. 1, 2. That doubled up. That doubled up again. It is placing it in the wrong row. I mean, it's literally layering them in the same spot rather than in the right spot. So in that case, it put them all in the front row for some reason. Let's start by debug printing here what these values are. Like that should be a huge information source because we'll know what those are. Oh wait, put those after this. Thank you. And script and play. 1, 2, and now it's starting to overlap. 10, 0, 10, 0. Yeah, I feel like I got these backwards. 8, 10, 0. Why are we getting so many zeros? It's still placing these, isn't it? Oh, it's still going. Stop. 9, 0. 10, 0. 10, 0. 8, 0. 4, 0. 8, 0. 2, 0. Why does it think it's okay to place these on top of each other? I have an idea, but okay. Current choice is the next asset position, which is correct. And iSpawn is the position it's placing in, which is also correct. So these are fine. I check possible to 0. Set get item current choice from open direction. And that's going to have our placed cell. So is it somehow bypassing a check I could swear we put in? When in here, we first checked to see if it equaled filled. I could swear we did that. Northeast, southwest, and then we do a possible positions. If I current state equals this, but okay. Like I think I know what's wrong, but oh my goodness. Possible position 2. So what I want to do is make sure that it cannot choose a position that is already filled. And I could swear I did that. So let's start at the top. Unfortunately, this is getting long, so it's hard to detect where it was, which is why you break scripts into multiple pieces, more than just 3. It's a funny haha throwback moment there for our friend UK and Omni, who I think we're here for that. Check possible. Set all clear to true. Set iCurrent state to ... If get item I check from place cells equals empty. So if the item at iCheckPossible is empty, we then say iCheckPossible is greater than this, and that's where we do our north, east, south, and west checks. And the big one that we just did along the whole thing basically says you're all clear. I didn't go any further than that. Setting it's all clear. if get item equals empty, that's an all clear. Okay. But then if we check it, are we not checking it in self? Why do I keep saying that, but it doesn't really make sense? If check possible greater than columns. Okay, so this is doing a check to the north to make sure that the north is clear. And then it says if the spot to the north is empty, else set all clear. So this is how it checks to see if the north, south, east, and west are also all clear. And then send check possible to self, and then send possible position. When possible position is received, we set I current state to get item position from current state. And if I position equals ... we set I position +1 because it's empty. So the problem is we're favoring positions that aren't currently filled. So is that what we're filling it out down here with? We set placed cell rots. Where are we using placed cell rots? Placed cell rots. If the item from the placed cell rots equals 0, and this seems to be like the last place we use this value, because then we check it in the northeast southwest to create our new one, which adds I current state to the current state list. And it adds all of the characters letting it know what the current state is for that cell. But what I think we need to do is add a check for if it's filled. How do we do that? We've got if it's empty, and empty is easy. What's interesting about empty is we just kind of, if I check possible from place cells is empty, why are we skipping all of these parameters if it's empty? Because we're pretending, what? So up here, we set get item current choice from open directions in the place cell. I understand that we're filling the place cell. What I don't understand is why we're not using that more efficiently here. This is why you go to bed when you're tired and come back the next day. And so the thing I'm thinking here is we need to basically say if this has a value other than blank, right? Because we set it to blank here. And so does this cycle through just back and forth over and over again? It looks like it does. It looks like it's just going to go through and keep sending if check possible. So I think we need to add an additional if in front of this huge stack of ifs that basically will say if this doesn't equal empty. But see, that's the part that bothers me, is because this one's saying it does equal empty, and then it's skipping everything else. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, wait, undo. Ha, okay, it's saying if it is equal empty, then do all these things, and then there should be an else at the bottom of this that we can use. Else set all clear to false. Okay, got it. Okay, So this is where we can now start adding some information, because we've skipped it by setting all clear to false because it's not clear. But that makes it favorable later on. So what we need to do is create a new list of Booleans, which we'll call filled position. And this is something that we'll use to ignore certain positions. And then we'll initialize this list on world start like we've been doing. So we'll say while the length of filled positions is less than this, then add a Boolean of false to the filled position list. And so then down here, we can set the value to be filled, and that will fix a lot of problems. So we're then going to set value at index in the filled position list, and the index is the same index from up here, which I believe is I check possible. So we get I check possible is the index, and then the value we're setting is true because it's been filled. And then down here, when we get through all of this, we send possible positions. And if iCurrentState equals, if iCurrent, set iCurrentState to get item iPossible position from the current state list. And the iPossible position goes up by 1 if it's equal to this, but it should also do this if the, so we're going to add an and or an or statement, excuse me, and that'll make it this or that. So if it equals ... skip this, or if it equals Boolean false. So we can just say not, or if it is not filled, or if it is filled. Yes, no, if it is filled. So we're then going to just get item from list, get item from the filled position list, and the item position, I position starts at 0 because it's going to work its way through. So we check that item's position to see if it's been filled. And if it is, then we move on to the next one. Cool. So that skips through this section of the list. Then we come down to possible position 2, where we're setting the iCurrentState. And let's make sure we're not using this stuff anywhere else, because it's checking for matches. I think it skips over all that, so we should be good. Maybe that's actually eliminated it from the list, because it's no longer being able to say it has matches. So theoretically, that position doesn't get into the cycle. Let's see, script, clear, and play. Yo. Oh, no, that didn't work. Yep, that went really haywire, really fast. Darn. So close again. Eventually, it just seemed to love 0, 0. Also, hello, VJ Franz K, and hi Zit again. No worries. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh then. Yes, happy to help. And absolute pleasure. Have a good day, Zit. Thanks for stopping by. Don't let those waves collapse. I'm working on collapsing them. It's pretty hard. Oh my goodness. So close, so close. The votes keep coming in. It's great. So feel free to keep voting. It's we're making progress, with a good chunk saying 83% saying more than likely. So appreciate you 83%, and 17% of you saying it's crazy talk. I appreciate that too, because I think it's funny. So then set iCurrentState to get item iPosition from current state. If iCurrentState equals 4 dots, or it is a filled position, we then just move on to the next one, which means we don't even consider it as a possible position. So how does it end up in the list? That's the question. How did it end up on 0 over and over and over again? Is it because a value didn't get cleared out after being used? That would make the most sense, because it seemed to work the first round, but it didn't work the second round. So let's once again go back to debug printing these two. So we can see what it's choosing. And I think we're just going to choose the spawn position to see where it wants to spawn, not necessarily what it's spawning. Script and play. 1, 2. Why did it choose that one? That makes absolutely no sense for it to choose that one, because it should be going from here to this one or this one. It's like, if it spawns here, it's supposed to choose here or here. That's how wave function collapse works. So I don't understand how it chose 0. And my only guess is that at a certain point, okay, it's just choosing 0 every time. It doesn't even care. Why is it choosing 0 every time? Bye. Set check possible to 0. Spawn current position. Next position to spawn. So basically right here we were checking the current position. So we're going to check the next position to spawn up here. And right there. And then we set next asset position to use, which is fine. That's been working fine. But the question is up here, when we're setting the next position to spawn, random number between 0 and the length of that, which is long, 1 should return 0. So, haha. No, that doesn't make sense. Yes, it does make sense. Haha. Okay, we figured it out. It's meant to get the item at the index, but instead it's just choosing a random number that should be the item from the index. So it should be get item from list at index this from this list, and then that'll work. Oh my goodness gracious. We did solve some bugs along the way though, so that's the good news. And we can move this debug print down into here, I think, right there. And script and play. Yes. 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 No. Yes. No, that's not good. Oh gosh, that's not good. And stop. Okay, 7, 8, 5, 2, 6, 3, 1 a million times. And then it got down to 1 and it couldn't get off of 1 to choose 0 for some reason. And some of them were not very good choices. Like, that shouldn't, yeah, those are not right. I'm like, no, that's not it. Okay. I know we are very close, but I don't think I can debug this any further with the brain at the state that it's currently in. So I think I might also have to say bye, but we're pretty close. I definitely say this is definitely can. Absolutely, totally can. And we're like so close. I really don't want to give up. But the brain is like so drained. 1 in the morning is not a good time to be scripting if you go to bed at 9 normally. This was wrong. So what happened? Set next asset position to use. to be between 0 and the length of the possible position. Are we doing the same problem here? Is this because we duplicated it? So it's the exact same problem. Oh my goodness, that's embarrassing. But I'm glad we're seeing it. But this couldn't possibly be the issue, because the issue was not that. Like, that would have just been a visual error, which this should make it look a little prettier, I think. Yeah, no, that's still wrong. That's still wrong. That still all starts wrong. Oh gosh, no, it went downhill really fast. Never mind. Okay. So set next asset position to use to be a random integer between like the position, assets. And then I'd like this minus this. This could be wrong though. Like, that could be the reason. So we take the length of the open directions, which we determined was right. Because open directions is one of our values we've been using from the beginning. It is a thing. And we are going to it and saying, check open directions, set iCurrent state to be this, get item next position to spawn from current state. Next position spawned is get item random 0 from length from current lowest position list. So that gives us the position. The item we're adding to the current lowest position list is the I possible position value. And set next position to spawn to be get item random integer between 0 and current lowest position from current lowest. Set I open directions to open directions. And then clear it. And then we keep looping. Oh no, then we start this up, which needs that also cleared. So good job. Then I current state. Set I current state to get item next position to spawn from the current state list. So that is the state of it. That is the state of it. And we set the current state from the very, very beginning, which is where that happens right here. So this is all good. And then and it's interesting because it doesn't have a way to like end this to know that it's at the end. So it just keeps sending check possible. So check possible needs to also have an end, which is probably where this issue is popping up as well. Because check possible is going to come in and say, set all clear to true if the item equals 0. So really we should do if, and then if the current item from the filled position list. So it's going to say, ooh, where are we going? Go back down. So it's going to say if the current item from the filled position list is not, so we're going to use the not operator to flip this Boolean. So if it is not filled, then we do all these things. And then, so set all clear to true, set iCurrent state to dot to dot. It's going to take a lot of indenting, but I think we just did it all, more or less. Oh, one more. One more. And a couple more. Okay, there we go. And so this says if not filled, then do stuff. Okay, that makes sense. No reason to check the possible surroundings if we're not going to use it. And if not filled, do stuff. Else, set it to +1. And basically, else and possible to self, set I position to, oh no. So this is where this goes at the end. So it says set I check possible to +1, and then if that, else that, which should work. So set current lowest to length of asset vars, that's nice. And then it says I check position goes up by 1. If I check position is less than row count. And then we only send our next check or send possible. So this else if it's still false. So any space open, and it starts as false, and we say else if any space is open, which will be set to true. If there is a space open, we can then do this. We can keep looping if there is space open. That's how that'll work. Okay, and so then up here we'll set right here before we send check possible. We're going to have to set any space open and then duplicate that down into the previous one as well. Set any space open to Boolean true or false, really, and then duplicate it in here. And then as long as one of these is not filled, then we can set it to true. Okay, there we go, which then will allow us to continue looping when it gets to the end. Although that doesn't actually work. Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, that works. Okay. And then I need to go and duplicate that into the lower one as well. So all the way down. Oh man, you guys, it's been intense. This has been an intense scripting challenge. I feel like one of those people who does those competitions or something. Okay, and duplicate that there. So I don't think this is going to add much. Might cause it to stop at the end, which would be nice, but I don't think it will because the positions are just so off. Can't get list item, got 0, 3, got 4. Honestly, that's nice that it just even stopped. But I have to stop there. I have no idea. I can't, like, my brain isn't fast enough right now. And so at some point, I'll come back and I'll do it on a live stream too. So maybe tomorrow, if I can find some time between work and everything else going on, we'll come back here and check it out. So thank you guys. Been fun hanging out. Sorry we didn't get there all the way. We got really close though. But you know, it's been a long 6 hours 51 minutes, and had a great time though. So thank y'all for sticking in. And I'm gonna go to bed. Oh goodness. Yeah, debug printing, not the most interesting thing that we've looked at over the last hour or so, but that's the reality sometimes. So actually pretty impressed with the number of you who've hung with us through all that. And if you're watching this in the future, even better, especially because you can watch it in 2x. That's my favorite. Oh man, what are we gonna do? Oh, the answer is really simple. So if you're following along and you're really trying to get this and you can't find the part 2, hopefully it's just like on the channel in the next in the playlist right after this one. But the answer is you read it from top to bottom and you think about every single step and you try to think about it chronologically. How does it work out? And if you can't find the bug just reading it, then you start adding debug prints at each stage, printing out the numbers and the values to figure out which values are just popping up incorrect. And you'll eventually find something is like swapped or something small.
And I'm sure I've made some small mistakes because I'm just tired. I'm actually really impressed we were able to get it to load out anything at all. And so it's likely that there's just one small thing that's off and it's going to fix it, but I can't find it right now. It's a long script. I don't know if breaking it up would have helped too much because it's just a lot, but yeah. Good night. Bye. Good morning to the other side of the world. All right, I'm gonna hang it up over here. Yep, there we go.